Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2021. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf for this beautiful Thursday afternoon. It is week 8. We only have a few weeks remaining of the regular season, so it's all playoffs, 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 Wolf. And I actually have no idea who's going to be represented outside of Gen.G and Damwon Kia because they've officially already qualified.
They're the only two that are in. Anything else is still technically possible. We're really looking at the telecom teams right now in T1 and KT Rolster, and the teams that are hot on their heels. Africa will be playing later today. If they win their remaining matches, they have a very good chance of making playoffs.
That is very true. Same can be said for teams like Fred at Brion, who are going up against a team that they managed to defeat last time around in Damwon Kia. I think a lot of people are more excited for this match than they otherwise should be. And Damwon Kia as well have expressed that they are treating this like a very big one because they think that Fred at Brion are underrepresented as far as what the standings say. So another team to keep your eye on, and another team with exactly the same win record as Africa Freaks. In fact, that bottom side of the bracket is extraordinarily tight, which is why it is so difficult. And speaking of which, we can bring them up on your screen right now and see exactly how close that bottom end is. As you can see, 4 and 9, it's pretty popular.
4 and 9, 3 teams with that scoreline. Live Sandbox just 1 loss behind, but you know, we're looking at a world where Live Sandbox's schedule this week might actually make them the first team to be eliminated from playoff contention this week. But yeah, right now, if you're a KT fan or a T1 fan, you shouldn't feel too comfortable, especially on the KT side of things here with Africa and Fred at Brion on the rise. Nongshim does have a fairly weak schedule too to finish out the season, but they haven't looked as strong as Africa on their resurgence, and Fred at Brion have also showcased some pretty tight gameplay in the last few weeks. So very scary time for a somewhat declining KT Rolster right now.
Yeah, and Fred at Brion actually had a chance of toppling KT in their last match, but were unable to do so, and we'll see whether they can get some revenge here up against Damwon Kia, and then they actually get to go against Africa themselves. All of these matches between our lower-end teams are extremely important, but today has a lot of our big ones. Humble Life Esports, can they bounce back here against the Africa Freaks in our second match, or can Africa get towards some playoffs contention? There is a lot on the line here today. Our first match, I think, is going to be a lot of fun because I imagine that Damwon Kia are going to take this extraordinarily seriously.
Yeah, I think so too. They want revenge. They want to continue that win streak. They're actually approaching getting the biggest win streak in LCK history. We have a lot of good matches this week. The second match of today is fantastic. We do have later on this week Gen.G versus T1, which is not highlighted as one of our matches of the week, but it's a very good match. And then Fred at Brion versus Africa also on that day should be pretty good. The weeks are getting more and more stacked, it feels like, as we go on, because we're really starting to hit the end of the regular season. As here are our POG standings. Pyoshik tied for first.
Well, I mean, this makes a whole lot of sense. He is the backbone of a DRX that are performing way better than everyone predicted, much to my chagrin. I don't know. I still don't really understand this team, but it is this man that puts them all on his back and carries through more often than not, and so a very well-deserved 800 points so far. Showmaker as well has been having a great performance, but against Fred at Brion, he was basically absent, so we're looking at him today to see whether he can stack up a few more of these POG points. Of course, Chobi's there, but unfortunately for him, not quite as dominant as he has been in the past. These are some of our pick and percentages from last week. Rel's still 100%, Udir still 100%, Nah is also 100% surprisingly, and Azir's win rate remains at 100%.
Azir,
oh, sorry, it doesn't remain at 100%. Last week was bad, the week before was good.
Yes.
I had to look at a different win rate, and I'm like, oh, wait, hang on a second. It was very, very good the week prior to this one, but this time around he has struggled a little bit more.
Nar ended up being the highest ban champion of the week. So that's a pretty peculiar stat, right? I mean, with Nar kind of rising in popularity, he's just been too safe, and a lot of teams just don't want to deal with his high engaged potential in those team fights. Rel obviously staying at the top of the standings as well, 100% involvement, picked or banned in every game. So Rel definitely on the top in terms of support control right now, and I think that's not going to change anytime soon.
No, and it's also understandable that Lilia is well and truly up there on that list as well, whether it be bans and or picks, because she has also been another one of our champions that has been standout in the last week. But it is a new week, not a new patch, likely to see a lot of the same stuff, but it could all change. Let's bring up points of the match for our first one of the day. Frederibrion taking on Game1 Kia. This time around, Frederibrion will be starting off on our blue side, but this is 100% the epic rematch that we have all been waiting for. There is one team that has been able to take down Game1 Kia this year, and it is Frederibrion.
Yeah, Yaharong versus Showmaker, first time they face each other since 2019 summer. That was, when Yaharong was on Jin Air Green Wings, formerly known as Grace, for those who don't remember. And that's going to be an exciting one. Remember, Lava was the one who got the solo kill on Showmaker last time. Yep. So different player, different matchup this time in this second match. And moving parts will be the bottom lane, Henna and Delight up against Ghost and Beryl. A very important matchup down there, as Henna has been very good at doing consistent damage in team fights. Outside of team fights, not so much, but that's the most important part of Frederibrion's game plan. You take a look at the team stats here, it's no surprise that, Game1 Kia do lead a lot of metrics. What you might be surprised about is their gold difference at 15.
Yeah.
They're often behind, but they do turn that into a massive lead at 25 minutes. So that is where they really hit their stride, is when we hit that mid-game where they solidify their position around those Drake fights.
Yeah, it's really strange because you can see as well their champion kills per minute is highest in the league, but they haven't been able to translate that into early game dominance like we may have expected from Game1 Kia in 2020, of course, when they were just Game1. We need to go back to this bottom lane after we've introduced the teams, as this is going to be your Frederibrion roster. No changes, of course, from last time around, as Hoya, Yaharong, Henna, and Delight will be heading out towards the Rift. And I think those last two names are very important in this one, because I think they are what set apart these two teams.
Yeah.
Because Henna and Delight play together more than any other bottom lane in the LCK, and Beryl leaves Ghost alone all the time.
And that means that in that matchup, right, if that continues to be the case, if Beryl is going to be roaming quite a bit, that means Henna could potentially push in the lane, get some extra turret plates, a lot of gold can be given to him, or it's going to change Beryl's playstyle because he'll have to be more active, he'll have to actually stay in the lane more. If they're not going to roam to match his roaming, then there can be consequences for that. So that may mean that they have to play more together, have higher duo proximity in this game. And Max, I talked about it before, they're on an 11-game winning streak right now. Game1 Kia the record is 15 games in regular season. SK Telecom T1 held that. They won it had it in 2015.
Yep.
So, or it's 14 wins, excuse me, in 2015.
One of the most dominant teams of all time. Of course, they had one of their records broken by Game1 last year in summer as well, which was, I believe, the amount of game victories to losses in a single season, and we'll see whether Game1 Kia can break yet another one of that extraordinary team's records. But this is going to be the key player matchup that we're looking at. Of course, Ghost versus Henna, and in these stats you see exactly what I was talking about, right? The duo proximity, first in the league here for Henna, and you can see the damage percent extraordinarily low for Ghost, because he isn't the main character of this team, as the LCK Korean broadcast would say. And
if you look at the damage per gold for Henna, it's very low as well. Compared to the items he does farm, he doesn't do a ton of total damage, and he's one of the 80 carry players you'll see fewest at the top of the chart at the end of the game. But that's because he doesn't actually trade or look for objective fights throughout the entirety of the game. He tries to get an advantage on turret plates or in lane, and then utilize that in later game team fights. But alone and in small skirmishes, he's often not there. He doesn't actually follow those roams. He doesn't follow those chases. And Frederibrion are a team that they usually don't lose in landslide fashion when they do lose games, because they're not willing to take fights they don't think they can win. That's something that we've really noticed about Frederibrion, and one of the reasons why they beat Game1 Kia last time is they get small leads, they don't take risks, they play safe, they walk away from objective fights they're not confident they can take. And so yeah, if you're not going to be taking every team fight, sure, Henna's damage stats are going to look a little bit weak, but it has, when they are ahead, given them a lot of success. So that's the scariest thing too, given the gold deficit at 15 minutes that Game1 Kia have statistically. If they can get a lead, if Frederibrion can manage that early game, there's a chance they upset this one again. Small, but there's a chance. Absolutely, and last time around we didn't even really see too much of a difference when it came to the draft either, so
I'm very interested in what these players are going to be putting on the Rift, and I really like the center ban. One of the reasons why Ghost's damage per gold is so high is because he does like picking up the center, and she has been so very powerful. As the Thresh ban, another one that we've been begging for throughout last week's games. I swear Thresh was not banned or picked enough, especially in the tail end of the week. So very glad that he is getting that recognition, as there is the Nidalee ban away from Canyon as well. We could say that this is just aimed at how good Canyon is at Nidalee, but then you have to talk about all of the other champions that he's too good at, and then you'd have to fill an entire row with Canyon champions, as they are going to try, as Lilia is also going to hit the bench.
Yeah, with these two jungle bans here, they might actually just go ahead and first pick the Udyr, if that's the game plan here, to try to shut down Canyon. Can work out into something like a Graves matchup if that's where Canyon wants to go. Well, we've seen so many times that when you grab an Udyr early, you need to have control of the top side of the map, and it becomes really easy to draft around that. I like this Rel first pick a lot more because it's so much easier to draft around this pick that's going to be top tier with almost any lane partner.
Yeah, I agree. That being said, Gragas, good pick into the Rel, also another flex. Definitely good to be flexing if you're on the red side, because now Canyon can pick Udyr, and Damwon Kia can draft for all of that lane priority that you need in order to make the Udyr work.
Yeah.
I think it's actually really, really dangerous leaving him up. However, it's not actually going to be picked away here, as the Kai'Sa is going to get that priority, and if this is a bottom lane, it is one that has been very strong in the past.
It has been, and they don't need to necessarily grab the Udyr here either. They can decide to kind of flex and move down the very wide jungle pool that Canyon has. The Hecarim, which has been much more popular in other regions than it is here in Korea, the LEC and the LPL in particular. It's actually on the rise in LCS as well. He's a very top-tier jungler. The same way in Korea we have Lilia as kind of our permanent top-tier AP jungler. So is going to be picked up first here over the Udyr, and I think it's a safer option.
It's a good pick into Udyr, oftentimes. So Canyon going to go back to an old favorite by the looks of things here in the Graves. And speaking of GR champions, Gragas does work very well alongside a Graves if he's going to be played on the top side of the map. So we are once again hinting at a lot more flexibility, and this next ban phase is going to be more difficult for Fred at Brion. I really do like what Damwon Kia have done as far as the draft mind games are concerned.
Yeah, and because the Gragas is so flexible, it's so hard to draft now if you're Fred at Brion, because you don't want to draft something that is very aggressive and controlling in the top lane, like a Camille necessarily, because the Gragas can do fine against that. But if you just draft safe and then Gragas goes elsewhere, then they can actually pick up something that's controlling in the top side of the map. The Graves-Gragas duo in the top side is already very strong, as you mentioned. And it's a draft that's kind of ambiguous now for Fred at Brion. Like, they decide to ban the Alistar because it's the easiest and safest ban, because you don't know what the game plan is just yet. The Gragas could be support, but you don't want to deal with the Alistar. But it's not a strong ban by any means, because the Gragas could be support. So
yeah, exactly.
The options are so much bigger for Damwon Kia right now.
I do really, really like the Orianna ban. Not so keen on the Zoe ban, although Yaharong, it is his most played champion ever in competitive play. His last Zoe performance in basically the same comp as this.
Very weak, yeah.
It was very weak, and it was actually why this composition fell apart from Fred at Brion at that time, was because the Jinx was just a sitting duck. There was no one to get her excited after that first kill, and that's exactly what Zoe's supposed to do in that composition. So definitely not going to be seeing that this time around, as the Syndra from Showmaker is going to be banned away, but he has the Emperor of Shurima to go to if he would like to. Definitely a decent blind pick. You can command the lane with your Sand Soldiers early as well.
And you've now got super good engage. Like, you have disengage and strong engage with both the Gragas and the Azir. Not to mention that during those skirmishes, Kai'Sa can dive into the backline, so Ghost has so much mobility with this composition too. He's going to have a really strong front line. And Gnar going to be picked up here for the side of Fred at Brion. It's definitely going to be good for team fighting. Their composition scales extremely well with the Victor that they've decided to go with here. Works well with Hecarim in terms of the jungle. You can actually look for picks on the bottom side of the map or the top side of the map, depending on where Canyon is. So tracking where the Graves is can actually lead to a lot of pressure in the early game with this Victor. And then he could scale up super well as the Lulu will be the support here, actually. I mean,
well,
very
that could
likely.
Be top lane.
Yeah, it could be.
Because we have seen that before. Of course, this was an old favorite of our old mate Noguri while he was up here, and Damwon Kia, of course, the same team. might be wanting to utilize that, but it could still be support. Like, we don't necessarily know. Of course, if you do put Lulu in that bottom side, then you do have a lot more lane power because you can poke out the rel, but Gragas is just so good at stopping the crash down that I would imagine that this is what we're going to see. So now Canyon has a lot of options when it comes to ganking lanes. This is another one of the Damwon Kia drafts that's all about making Canyon a raid boss. And they can definitely get that done with this Lulu able to augment so much of what Graves can get done, and then Showmaker having a lot of backup damage with all of the CC that he can provide just by himself. It's a really cool draft.
It really empowers what Canyon is going to be able to do later on in team fights too. Like, he becomes so survivable, it's so difficult to kill him, and he could just put off so much consistent damage once he ends up getting, you know, his collector later on. He might even go Immortal Shield Bow over the dashing thing that
the Gale Force.
Gale Force, yes. The one that I could not come to my mind, yes. I think he might actually take Immortal Shield Bow because if he does, he's so survivable here with the Lulu, he can actually just go straight into the front line and put off extra damage while Ghost is safely kiting around and setting up for his Killer Instinct. I like this composition a lot, but that's not to say Fredit Brion has a comp that if they play it slow, if they play it slowly as they normally do, get maybe a small lead early on and just go for that late game, scales up extremely well. It's a team comp that fits their playstyle, and if Yarong's positioning could be a little bit better than what we saw out of his Zoe, for example, if he can land those skill shots in those longer team fights, he is going to put off a ton of damage.
Yeah, I actually really love this because this is exactly the feedback that they got from the analyst desk after that match, right? It was that Zoe doesn't provide enough consistency. Something like a Victor would have done a much better job in that instance, and they've gone, all right, okay, Bitdoll, thank you very much for that feedback. We are going to implement it in our next game, and that's exactly what they do here. That being said, they do need to get through the early game, and we'll see whether that one is going to work out. Not to mention the fact that Umpty isn't going to be able to stop Graves from doing what he wants to do in the early stages. And so Canyon is going to be happily scaling alongside the Horse, who wants to be doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Whether that's good enough, I don't necessarily know, because this new, tank variant of the Hecarim can be so frustrating in these team fights in the later game. And so giving him a free ride is still going to be dangerous, as we have a look at Damwon Kia trying to get some early vision and some early vision denial here as they do so.
Yeah, really nice. An extra ward up themselves too. And you know what's interesting about this Hecarim pick too, I've watched it a lot in other regions, especially in the LPL, where it seems like his role ends up being such great disengage, even in fact. I mean, sometimes you can engage on objective fights like the Baron or some of those later Drake fights with him. But because Damwon Kia have so many ways to make sure that he can't easily set up those team fights, or they can disengage as he comes in and looks for fears, I don't like it as much against the Gragas, and I don't like it as much against the Azir. You know, it's a lot more difficult to pull it off here than if they had just a simple control mage in the middle or something like an Alistar in the bot lane.
Yeah, potentially. Looking forward to it. A lot of scuffling here in the early game, as you could see, is Umpty having to deal with Canyon entering his jungle. And I don't think he's going to be able to take this wolf unscathed. As you can see, Canyon walks in with a red buff and full health, and he is going to be able to bully out the Equestrian pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
Umpty's going to go back to his chicken. So that's his Gromp and his wolves that he's now lost and wasted time trying to fight as well. So already Canyon putting the screws in here on the top side of the map, and that's exactly what you want to do. Put the horsey behind if you can.
Yeah, Showmaker had so much prio in mid as well. Like, there was no way that Yaharong could even think to assist. He would lose so many minions that were all crashing into his turret at the exact same time that happened, and that's how that mid matchup often is going to go with the Azir into the Victor. So such a comfortable place right now in the top side of the map, middle side, and the jungle right now if you're Damwon Kia.
Yep, absolutely everything going their way outside of this bottom lane that is getting shoved in just a little bit. Feral and Ghost just weathering the storm as best they can. As that's a pretty high value barrel there. Barrel very nicely done.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty easy to kind of chunk those in as long as you're not under pressure of getting crashed down into the track repel combo. You can just kind of safely sit and farm under turret in this matchup. It's going to get easier as time goes on too, as Umpty
Ooh, it's a devastating drive-by.
Yeah.
Love it. Not exactly what you want. As, you know, his Raptors awarded. Yaharong here is at half health with not all that much mana, and Umpty's just going to help him shove out this lane. It's already feeling like Fredit Brion are feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
Damwon Kia in this early stage of the game.
Umpty's in a bit of a jungle vacuum, right? Like, he doesn't have any camps he could take very easily. I mean, he's so desperate he's going to have to go take these Krugs on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's just where you end up when you get out-jungled by Canyon at this early part of the game. So there's no lanes he can gank safely. There's no farm he can get. He's just not in a good place.
Well, that attract repel is not the one that you really want here as Delight's burning down. He has to flash as Beryl goes in, gets the kill. Ghost flashes forward as well, didn't really need to. However, they do guarantee first blood on the bottom side of the map for Dam1 Kia, and this was the one lane that wasn't going terribly for Fred at Brion.
Yeah. Ironically, it's, oh, hold that thought. We might get another pick here.
Yeah, there's the flash out from Khan. Does shield himself up, but the flash forward from Hoya. This should be a dead Lulu pretty comfortably, and Hoya will lock that one down. So an immediate answer here from Fred at Brion on the top side.
And it works out so perfectly, too, because he was taking those Krugs. He was on the top side of the map, so you know, you see that pick on the bottom side, and you feel like, okay, well, that's probably where Canyon very likely is. You knew he wasn't on the top side of the map, so you can actually make that kill confirm, knowing there's no counter gank potential. Canyon just a little bit too far away. But he's not going to let go of this jungle.
Yep. Umpty is going to get spotted. The Gromp doeth belong to Canyon. As Hoya's going to come down. Does have a bit of priority there as he gets smoke screened. Hop is going to do a bit of work there, but can't. He's rotating around, and it looks like Umpty just doesn't want anything to do with this. As Canyon gets himself a little shield from his friend Lulu. And will be able to just smite this one away and get out.
You could just see, too, when Canyon comes in here, even when Hoya shows himself, there's not even a second of hesitation or fear. He just stays.
Yeah.
Because he knows that Lulu's going to be right there with him, and there's just no way they could take the fight. We're going to take a look at this kill once again. This is just an overextension from Delight looking for the crash down. The damage follow-up was too much. Beryl was there immediately. Wasted flash, as you mentioned, but this is just the counter response. You know, he knows that Graves can't be here. He even has that ward next to the Raptors where Graves would path at his fastest towards the top side of the map. If he goes any other way, it won't be there in time. So, nice counter gank there. I mean, that's what you've got to look for if you're Umpty right now because you're so far behind otherwise.
Well, Hoya has put together the Mercury Treads. It's going to be a little bit less frustrating dealing with the Lulu. As I say that, it is certainly still a struggle. And as you can see, in the LCK, this has been a great matchup for Lulu in the past. Feels like Khan goes into the bank to try and find his counter pick of choice, and has chosen one that has worked pretty well so far. Counter picks have been interesting in the LCK recently, for the last week or two, as we did see the Nasus coming out into the Scion. That was in fact Dam1 Kia that had to deal with that, and they did so very nicely.
Yeah, Chronicler's actually, oh, we might see this once again.
Yeah,
no flash for Khan.
No flash for Hoya either, but no mana for Khan as well, as he does have the wild growth and does use that in order to create enough distance. Canyon just going to say thank you very much for this Cloud Drake. No Cloud Soul here today for game number 1. Heck yes, maybe, just maybe, I have got it out of my system.
Well, I was going to mention that when you talk about counter picks, something that Chronicler actually mentioned to us earlier this week that I think is a really interesting point is historically the LCK hasn't really messed around with going off meta and looking for deep counter picks as much as it has for just sticking with what's standard and trying to brute force it, trying to out-mechanic. But in these last few weeks of LCK, we have seen a lot of really unusual picks. We have seen like the Scion mid, for example. We're seeing teams try a lot of different strategies that you wouldn't necessarily see the LCK. The LCK is not known for doing, you know, in very recent times. And it is very exciting to see the evolution of our region. As this one's not going to lead to anything. At least secure the ward charge.
That's how you cue the cannon minion. As Crashdown comes through yet again, Attract Repel for the stun is once again Delight taking a lot of damage. Ghost wants to pop that passive and does so, and that's an easy 2v2 kill once again for Dam1 Kia. They're just better in the straight up 2v2, and this is exactly what we were talking about. This is where Fred at Brion like to put all their chips.
And this is also an issue of this was a very simple fight where I think there's just a misunderstanding of the damage output. Sure, you have the good stun that you're going to get from the crash down there into the attract repel, but the damage output is just too high at this stage of the game for Dam1 Kia, and Beryl is tankier than they think. He just sits there, takes the damage, and presses ignite, and Ghost is like, are you guys staying? All right, I'm going to get the kill here. Like, it was like a mathematical equation gone wrong. You just look at it, and there's not even any huge mechanical outplay. Ghost is just like, I mean, if they are going to do this, I'm just going to kill him,
Yeah, and also Kai'Sa's damage is really backloaded, so it does mean that Aftershock doesn't quite get the value that you really want,
Yeah.
right? Because the passive stacks up, you don't have Aftershock as it pops, and all of that extra damage is able to register. So a little bit unfortunate there for Delight twice in a row as Canyon going to move up towards the top side. He's going to get himself a cannon creep, and this feels real good for the Graves because, of course, Khan is basically a support this game, so it's okay if the Graves is going to get a bit of extra lane farm in this early stage because they really do want to have this 280 carry comp working out relatively effectively. Still have to see whether he's going to be building Shield Bow or the Gale Force, but it looks like it's going to be Gale Force again. Canyon, of course, just really loves that particular build, likes all the extra tech that you can utilize with it.
Yeah, I didn't mind the Gale Force, and given how this game is going, it feels like it is definitely a pretty easy choice to make. It's Canyon, right? Maybe a different Graves player would have gone for the Shield Bow here, but I mean, I think that when you have the Lulu as well, it just becomes an easy option to know that you're like just never going to get blown up in these fights. Just hold that.
Yep, Showmaker just going to get the shuffle, and Canyon just says, thank you very much, collateral damage, and walks away. Comes back again afterwards because Showmaker says, help me shove this wave. But the cool guys didn't look at explosions. Actually looks great, and if we just cut the clip after he just walks, then looks all good.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens with Azir so much in almost every matchup. Is Damwon here now going to try to turn this into some mid-turret plates on the mid-turret.
Yeah, Khan even coming down here as the barrel is going to come back. Barrel tanking up the turret for just a little while as Umpty trying to get them out of here, but maybe goes a little bit early as the Super Mega Death Rocket does fly by. And Henna not going to get any value, so if Umpty had stood back, then maybe they could have got a bit of extra poke, but wouldn't have resulted in anything anyway, as they're not able to grab the turret, but it's now on its last legs.
And that's so much extra damage going to Azir. I've been talking about Victor's scaling and how well he does in those longer team fights, how much consistent damage he can put out, but the same is true, if not more true, for the Azir, in this case, Showmaker's Azir. Yeah. And when you think about like how much disengage Damwon Kia have against some of the Hecarim engages that can happen late game and some of the Gnar engages, you know, like that's what. And plus the Rel, right? They have so many ways to just punish the Rel if she goes in and looks for a Magnet Storm, starts the fight, that I'm very concerned for Fred Brion's comp here. Is this a nice bait attempt?
Yeah, and actually, Umpty might be able to finish this one off. Doesn't have a lot of damage, as of course he's just sitting on a couple of Ruby Crystals, and the Hecarim doesn't do as much early game damage as he used to. As Yaharong is going to turn up. No turret there for Khan, and he will be taken down with a Chaos Storm to the face. We've got another dive being set up here on the bottom side, though, as if Fred Brion can weather this, then certainly a very great turn of events for them.
And it looks like they will here. I mean, unfortunately for Canyon, it's going to be...
This is the sacrifice, right?
Yeah, you're going to lose your turret for it, but that was a mid lane that you were very likely going to lose your turret in shortly anyways. But this is very unlike Fred Brion stylistically, actually, to make a big play like this, to send Yaharong all the way to the other side of the top turret to set up for a play like that. They usually don't make these types of plays when they're not sure if it's going to work. This is a huge risk, and historically speaking, Fred Brion doesn't make risks like that, doesn't take those risks. So, sure, it's a trade-off, and it's not 100% a huge win because of the mid turret going down. But, I mean, if you just sit back and wait, you're going to lose more on the map anyways. So I appreciate the gumption here.
Yeah. I agree. That being said, I mean, Fred Brion do sacrifice the entire bottom side of the map. There's no way that they can get any priority in mid because they did lose that turret. And we've got a Mountain Soul on the Rift here. Shout out, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Very, very nice. But this means that, yeah, Damwon Kia just have so much control of the neutral objectives, even if Khan is having a bit of a rough time here towards the top side.
And at the same time, Canyon never had any considerations of coming up here, even though they knew that Yaharong wasn't there. If you look at the mini-map, there were question mark pings much earlier about Yaharong being missing. Canyon held the wave in mid, and then just went directly to the bottom side of the map. Showmaker shows up, he's got a wave to push to grab turret, so they just allowed Khan to play weak side again, as he has been doing all year long, and just take an L for the team, because the trade-off is better for Damwon Kia, because they get that control over the Drake that comes with that mid turret as well. And it's like, you know, this ended up being a great proactive play, but it doesn't get you ahead. It just makes you less behind, I guess is the best way to put it.
Not to mention the fact that Khan is going to mainly be a support and doesn't necessarily need quite as much money as if he was a different champion up there towards the top side as well. So the fact that he's still farming very effectively, or, you know, he's still behind by a bit, but it's not that bad, right? And he'll still do his job, and the rest of his map is going extraordinarily well. As you can see, Umpty trying to take his red buff here, but Showmaker when we throw some soldiers in and make his life difficult. Canyon down here towards the bot side. Looks like they're not going to challenge for the rip-off, is now Beryl getting closed in on. Teleport, yeah, towards the bottom side here as there's the barrel. Does get Hoya out of position as he does get a decent gnaw back there. Focusing Ghost, who should go down relatively quickly, gets the wild growth, but eventually does fall. Graves gets one back as well as now Showmaker slightly out of position. Beryl has to flash, and it's a big win for Fredabreon on the bottom side.
Oh man, this is another one of those plays that you don't expect from Fredabreon. This is not a team that makes choices like this, but they are making so many aggressive calls in this game, and Hoya makes that teleport to the bottom side of the map into a very nice engage. Umpty's ultimate there as well. Well played on the chase. And Umpty, who had such a terrible start to this game, now 1-0-4. As we'll watch this again, this is a very big overextension here from Damwon Kia. The teleport comes through, and yes, Beryl is there right away, but Hoya just goes in, flashes forward. And now you've isolated 3 members of Damwon Kia. The teleports coming through are so late, and Umpty just goes straight to the back line, and there's a nice follow-up, a track to repel, double stun there. And this is such a fantastic trade to even get Beryl's flash.
Yeah, and Showmaker actually didn't have an opportunity to use his ultimate at all in that fight.
Yeah.
A little bit unfortunate. You see a stack of 5 people, and you think maybe this is time for that big Emperor's Divide, but Showmaker never pulled the trigger.
It was just a little late
to find the option. Yeah, exactly.
And that's like the kind of play that is so, you know, it's not extremely hard to pull something like this off, but it's just a really good macro decision that Damwon Kia are just not ready to respond to as quickly as they needed to be. Beryl using his cask right away too, you know, just being completely shut down by Hoya's fast flash there. It was very well executed, and now, you know, Fredabreon's still a little bit behind, and it's significantly so, but it feels like there's a window back into this game potentially because they're not so far behind that the scaling that they're looking for here with the Jinx and the Victor isn't unobtainable.
Yeah, especially with how their comp functions in the later stage of the game, right? Like, Khan is so valuable. You get that Ardent Sensor, as soon as he presses any buttons on anyone, like, think of the value. Like, everyone likes attack speed. All of the carries love having extra attack speed, so it's just, and also the on-hit damage is just so good. So I absolutely love it. Really, really cool stuff here out of Damwon Kia. That being said, their front line, not exactly a thing at all. So it will take a lot of finesse to be able to make this work. They do have options in the amount of CC and knockups that they do have available. So certainly will take a decent play.
They have also,
this is the team, so
they're looking for this Drake, or rather this Herald right now, and they had great vision control of the river, and the timing of this is pretty perfect because they know that they have the fast track here, and the Drake isn't spawning for now another 40 seconds for about a minute when they started it. So there's no way Damwon Kia can trade back a Drake for that Mountain Soul point. They can try to get this turret, and they look like they will be successful, but I think you're okay with that if you're Fredabreon because you can get more on the map and then rotate around with this Rift Herald pressure for the Drake that's spawning in 20 seconds. Like, the timing of all of this works so well for Fredabreon.
Yeah, even though Yaharong was like happy feeding for a really long time there towards the bottom side, they were still able to get the value that they were looking for. Tower falls down on the bottom side of the map, and now Damwon Kia just trying to get to work, clearing out these creeps. But Fredabreon do not want to give away this dragon. Soul point, very valuable, especially when it's this Mountain Soul. I mean, Mountains would just be absolutely insane for this Fredabreon comp if they can get their hands on them.
Exactly. Damwon Kia on the Drake first, but remember, there's so much disengage for Damwon Kia. I don't know if Fredabreon can actually just turn this fight. They can't necessarily get in. Emperor's Divide is going to be so important. As you pointed out in the last fight, we didn't see it.
As is the explosive cast from Canyon. Not going to be able to take away the Drake as it is secured by Umpty. He gets into the backline, moves Beryl out of position, but the Rel is already taken down. They've traded support so far, and now Damwon Kia looking to try and press further forward, but a 1-for-1 with the Drake going in the hands of Fredabreon. They're going to be super happy with that.
I mean, they just creeped up on the Drake, and then Damwon Kia had to press the go button, and it was not, the cask was used first, so they didn't have that disengage tool anymore, and that's when Fredabreon were like, okay, we got the Drake, they hit the smite, and they just go in for the fight. Like, watch this as Fredabreon just kind of closed the gap. You look how far away they are now, but as they close the distance, Damwon Kia don't commit any damage. They don't have a lot of poke here, the low range on the Graves. And then, you know, you can't really get out anymore after this. There's so much slow coming through from the Victor. You could see, you know, obviously Umpty is going to be able to just dash through the fight and pull people back. And so Damwon Kia have to get away. And we still see no Emperor's Divide value in this fight.
Yeah, and once again, I want to go back to Fred Brion's last time that they ran a comp that was so similar to this. I feel like the Victor is just so much better than the Zoe was, and you can see the value already in these team fights starting to become very scary because the frontline difference is just insane between these two squads. I think Damwon Kia were hoping for a little bit more control in the early game than what they have right now. And Umpty's well and truly getting online, has that chem tank completed, and is now building towards even more items as Canyon coming on in here, looking to clear out some vision alongside Beryl. They do so. And Damwon Kia just doing their macro thing, trying to take down the outer ring of turrets. Hoyer is on the bottom side of the map now. Will be able to put on some pressure to this inner turret. But it feels like the Damwon Kia game plan, it's there. They understand what they want to do, but it isn't working the way they want it to.
It isn't working, and this is starting to feel like that last fight where Damwon Kia were on the Drake first, and yet still couldn't make a decisive play, and then, you know, just end up casting, losing the Drake, and then getting engaged on. Means that there's some serious concerns about how the rest of these objective fights are going to go, because they kind of had the positional advantage handed to them for free. But what happens if Fred Brion actually start to have some control over these objectives themselves? I mean, they've had vision control over the top side of the map the entire time, because they struggled to hold on to a Drake they started first. How can they take away an objective that Fred Brion start before them? That's the scary, you know, question that Damwon Kia is probably going to have to answer this game. Because of the frontline issue, it's going to have to be strong engaged with the Cask and the Emperor's Divide. But if you do that, and then Fred Brion re-engage, you don't have that disengage anymore, and it gets very scary.
Yeah, well, they're looking to get this flank onto Hoyer, who does just stride breaker his way out. I think Damwon Kia are going to have to look for more flanks in this game. I think a lot of it will have to do with Beryl breaking up teamfights from the very beginning and delivering a kill onto a carry. Speaking of which, goodbye, Hannah. That's exactly what we were talking about. Thank you so much, Damwon Kia, for showing us exactly what we wanted to see.
And Umpty can't turn this around. I mean, it was a nice ultimate, or a nice dash there, but there's no way he can actually turn this around because Damwon Kia had everybody there. They were ready to follow up on this. And one execution like that, just one mispositioned carry, Henna, you know, was the one who ended up being, unfortunately, caster cursed by you, I guess, in this case, is picked. And now you can't challenge this as easily as Fred Brion. I mean,
this Baron's going down so extraordinarily fast. Sand Soldier's just doing so much work. As in goes Beryl, he gets Chaos Stormed immediately. Magnetstorm not quite getting the value that it wants as Umpty. Gonna have to get out of there. Beryl's gonna be the sacrificial lamb, but it's a trade. 1-for-1 plus a Baron, and you'll take that any day of the week, as that's a majestic rocket, but it's not gonna do anything other than look cool as it sails by.
Yeah, I mean, Fred Brion knew they weren't gonna win the fight, but if you get a kill or two as Damwon Kia retreating, you could take some of those Barons away, but at the end of the day, it's a trade, which isn't absolutely terrible for Fred Brion, all things considered, but because of this pick that we're going to watch once again, I mean, watch how Ghost just pulls the trigger immediately. Cask is there, and he's like already in there.
Yeah.
Killer Instinct right over. Sad Chompers on the ground, and then Fred Brion here just try to make a last stand because, I mean, there's nothing they can do to take the Baron away. Delight has a nice engage. He pays for his life.
But Beryl's, that was a body slam that denied a 4-man Magnet Storm. And it instead just meant that the rail was out of position, unable to get the CC off. Beryl's so good. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, it could have been, you know, a 2-for-1 trade, for example, for Fred Brion. Ends up
absolutely.
So, you know, Damwon Kia not letting go of this one, despite some issues in some of those skirmishes earlier on, being decisive. But let's see what happens when Fred Brion get to take a 5v5 fight. You know?
Yeah, on their own terms. Like, Beryl needs to be able to do this every single fight, right? He needs to be able to catch someone out of position. And last time, it was because Henna was walking by himself, right? But now,
they're trying to race this down.
Yeah, they've got them all set up here as Beryl moves on in. So Mega Death Rocket and Canyon will secure it. Umpty immediately gets out of there. And it looks like Damwon Kia are just going to be able to rotate around. Fred Brion, without actually taking this minion wave down just yet, not going to be able to prevent Damwon Kia from getting towards the inner turret.
And yet again, you know, this is another fight that Fred Brion doesn't really get to take 5v5 on their terms because Damwon Kia had such a great front line. It wasn't even really front line, it was just peel from Beryl to prevent them from getting into where the Drake was. So they couldn't actually start the 5v5 properly, and they just raced the Drake down, rushed it, and then as soon as the fight was about to begin, Damwon Kia was like, nope, I'm already done with this. we're done, we're walking away because we don't want to take that fight right now.
Well, Showmaker going to get to work on this inner turret on the bottom side of the map. Ghost is parked in mid. He's going to help keep pressure in that lane as well. And the more Damwon can separate Fred Brion, the better they are going to feel. And Baron power play, not the most massive right now, as we've only got 20 seconds left to go, sitting at about 1600 right now. But this was more of a stabilization Baron, right? And when a Baron is early like this, it can be a little bit more difficult to utilize it quite as effectively, especially if you don't win a team fight immediately afterwards. So
yeah, and there was nothing really open on the map, so they couldn't really threaten inhibitor turrets, for example. But they end up getting a Drake, so that was really well played. And yeah, it's not game ending. It's not going to give them a huge lead. And Fred Brion do still look primed to take some of these upcoming team fights.
Their comp's still good, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's not going to change there. That being said, it's going to still run into the same problems that their last Jinx comp did, because it doesn't have the Thresh. It has the Rel instead. We do think that a lot of teams actually like this Rel paired alongside the Jinx a little bit more, but does lack a lot of that peel. So if Damwon Kia can continue to, you know, pull it apart methodically, it is certainly dangerous, as Delight not going to be able to get that interruption.
Yeah, and he's also, I mean, they don't know that, but there's nobody following up for this, so I'm going to be very careful about those.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you get an interrupt there, actually, then you can collapse. At worst case scenario, you know, stop him from backing, and then he has to go buy items a little bit delayed. But anyway, the next Drake fight here is kind of like where Damwon Kia could just end the game. I mean, getting this makes it so much easier for them to actually team fight properly front to back.
Yeah.
Because they don't have that front line, right? It allows Beryl to actually make those body slam plays that you were talking about a lot easier too.
And so, Khan can also turn Beryl into a legitimate tank.
Yeah, legit.
With Aftershock, Mountain Drake, and the Wild Growth.
So, you know, in this next fight, if you're Fred Brion, you really need to be on the Drake early enough to where Damwon Kia can't just rush it down and then walk away. Because you need to have a fight here. You need to have a real 5v5 fight. Not a Drake smite fight, but an actual, you know, engagement where you're looking to win a fight and wipe Damwon Kia off the map. That's your objective here if you're Fred Brion in 2 minutes time. And actually controlling vision around that Drake makes it a lot easier. So this is going to be very likely the deciding moment in this game. I mean, Fred Brion win this fight, they don't just walk down the red carpet and win the game, but it does allow them to take a Baron and then control the macro game with an inhibitor control, etc., etc. So it's going to be a huge turning point here one way or the other.
And some item spikes have come through as well. Zonya's now completed for Showmaker. Staff of Flowing Water now done for Khan. Looks like Ardent Sensor will be third item. Wouldn't have minded it to come out a little bit sooner, just because of the amount of value that item does provide to this team comp in particular. But, you know, the Moonstaff build still pretty good despite the nerfs.
It's insane for the Azir, you know, and
yeah, I mean, and Kai'Sa as well. I mean, she's got AP scaling at the same time, so certainly not a bad thing. As speaking of the Kai'Sa, Infinity Edge now done. And Lord Dominic's completed here for Canyon as well, who will be trying to shred through some of this frontline, Umpty especially, who is built very tanky. Hoyer as well, a very tanky build for the Gnar. We've seen a few different choices, but this is not Bruiser Gnar, this is big old tanky Gnar.
Canyon is standing on the edge of the precipice many, many times in this game so far. Here we go.
Yeah, Beryl's just going to body slam his way out. He will be absolutely fine. Hoyer taking a bit of damage there from Canyon, but
Predator just saying, I'm going to take a fight before the objective's up. Like, I'm not going to give you time to actually get in position.
Well, Umpty. Oh my goodness, the Acathian raid. That was nerfed. BTW.
Yeah.
Not enough, as it turns out. Still doing a lot of work here with this 3-item Kai'Sa.
He took so much damage, he's going to, and had to use his ult, so he's not as relevant in this fight. So this gives Damwon Kia the ability to actually get onto the Drake first.
Yep, Track Repel going to be there on the horse. No ultimate, like you were talking about, going to be available. As Damwon Kia, 4 seconds here until the Drake comes up. Fred Brion not in the greatest position.
Look at the damage here, though, for Fred Brion. If they can actually just get on top of Damwon Kia, they can win a fight here.
Yeah, if Yaharon can get into position and actually execute on his damage numbers, it can certainly work out. Super Mega Death Rocket just to loosen up the members, as that Magnus Storm's going to get a lot of value. Big shields out, though, as it is going to be Beryl going down. Once again, it's just going to be a trade as the Jinx locks down the Drake. And they just walk their way out. A denial of the Mountain Soul, as well as adding a second stack for Fred Brion.
And another fight with no Emperor's Divide here for Damwon Kia. And this is just an issue that's starting to compound upon itself, is that the range, you know, is part of the issue in terms of how the compositions fight against each other, but the damage output just means that if you try to come towards Fred Brion, they kite back and then do massive amounts of damage with the Victor and then kind of keep walking towards the Drake, and you end up losing out on these extended exchanges. Then you can't control the Drake fight. I mean, you can't control the Smite fight, rather. And look at this, Delight goes in, and look at the damage output here. And this is Umpty, after what was a rough exchange earlier, still going in, still pushing them back so hard because they don't have a front line, that it's easy to steal the Drake away. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But now this composition is getting even tankier on the side of Fred Brion. Oh no, no vision here.
Is someone just going to steal another Baron?
They have vision on the scuttle, so they should be able to see this coming.
Yeah, Ghost actually snuck in there with the supercharger. His Barrel's going to try and interrupt. Not going to be able to steal it away. Zumpty. That was very close to a 50-50. Ghost is going to flash over that wall to get out. And Damwon Kira just taking lunch money, man. Like, we can see that in these straight-up team fights, Fred and Brion do very, very well.
Yeah, but they're just not getting any.
Yeah, but you also just, you can't be that lax in your vision control, because that's what can throw away what can be potentially a really good game. It's like there's no gentleman's agreement right here, you know? No. Like, Damwon Kira, they can just pull this off if you're not diligent with your vision.
Yeah, and this is just another shot of it. Like, they had vision of this. They know this is going on. I mean, unless nobody was watching, right? They're taking blue instead of rotating in faster. And this is a composition that will absolutely race Baron down so fast as we've seen already before.
Yeah.
With the Azir, you can't be late to this party. You're not getting invited to the next one.
No, absolutely.
I mean, this is a serious issue in a very slow rotation from Fred Brion. Again, better safe than sorry has kind of been their motto this season, but in this case, you just have to get there faster. You could not mess around with that. And it's like, we know they had the scuttle, so they had to have seen it, and yet they acted as if they didn't know, or
yeah, they
know
sort of
damage.
saw Canyon clear out vision and then walk away, so it did look like they weren't there. But then when you've got Azir that can do damage over the wall, quick draw to allow Canyon to dash on in there, like, it's still not a good enough excuse to say that, oh, he sort of juked it and we just assumed they didn't do it. No.
Especially with this comp, you have to trust the damage is there, right? Like,
absolutely.
And this is going to be, you know, that Baron that it could start to really open up the macro game for Damwon Kira, which gives them further control in getting to these objectives first, right? If they get an inhibitor or two off of this play, they're in great shape for the upcoming Mountain Soul.
And they're now 4,000 gold ahead, right? Like, all of these items that they're picking up are so valuable as well. I mean, especially Calm when he gets towards this Ardent Sensor that's going to be coming in next. It is a big damage advantage as in goes Umpty. He's found the flank onto Ghost. Doesn't quite get the displacement there, though, because of the dead turret. And so he is able to walk his way out. And Showmaker, in the meantime, is just smacking down this turret on the top side. Fred and Brion are now coming on in. There are a lot of Sand Soldiers set up for Showmaker to taxi his way out. And he's just going to be able to take an inhibitor turret and get out of there. Hoya goes in with a Nara into the wall, but there's zero follow-up.
Yeah, and this is the second time in this exchange where there's been a nice engage, but no follow-up. I mean, Umpty's wraparound was really cool in theory, especially if he catches Ghost, but if there's no damage, does it even matter? The answer is no. Now an inhibitor turret is down. And I mean, Damwon Kira do not flinch. Like, Showmaker is just like never even considered coming over to help because he knows his team is going to be able to get out scot-free. Then he takes down an inhibitor turret, gets a ton of extra gold, and now Damwon Kira have the ability to set up for this Drake and get an advantage in positioning. And we've kind of talked about this to death, but Fred and Brion need to be there to put that damage off faster. They got away with, you know, 2 Drake steals, essentially, where they kind of walked forward and got that priority and were able to win the Smite fight. But this one's going to be a little bit tougher.
That absolutely will be. I don't know why Khan has 2 forbidden idols, but maybe it's like he had a chat with Boris, and Boris is like, this is a forbidden item, and Khan's like, oh yeah?
Extra shields,
I'll take 2. Not bad. So he's, you know, might have been a mistake, might have just been a cool little thing that he wanted to do. But it's still there. Does mean that third completed item, not going to be available just yet.
A nice little bonus out of it, but yeah. Damwon Kira, they need to get Ghost if possible and Showmaker to be able to hit this Drake. And because Ghost is actually off to the side here, they can't really start this with the hopes of finishing it quickly. Yeah. Ghost is a threat that can engage, though, from a long distance.
Exactly. Like, Killer Instinct is going to be able to get him into any sort of engagement if it does actually break out. There's now Umpty moving on in. He's already taken a little bit of poke here as Beryl is keeping his eye on what's going on, throwing barrels around, things like that. Canyon not in position to smite right now. They don't really care about taking away the Drake. They just want to win a teamfight. It's Delight is going to go down. Hoya has to flash to get himself out, and Canyon says, heck no, you are not getting away from me. Now he's rotating around to the last remaining 3 members, and Damwon Kia, with just 2 picks, they should be able to lock themselves down an inhibitor at least.
Yeah, an inhibitor at least, you know, and then if they get defended here, they can just rotate back to Baron that spawns in 90 seconds. And this is Damwon Kia just understanding their win conditions in team fights so well. Instead of deciding to try to take the Drake Smite fight, they kind of walk away and wait for Fred Brion to collapse in, and that's when they pull the trigger. That's when they go in for the fight. Ended up getting those picks. They know that in that straight-up trade, they won't be able to make it happen.
Well, Umpty's going in yet again as Canyon just focuses on taking down the turret. They're going to get all of the inhibitors. So definitely trading up here. They're like, well, you can have your 3rd Mountain Drake. We'll raise you 3 inhibitors.
And now it's almost impossible for Fred Brion to contest this Baron because of the
absolutely
have to
not.
deal with. Like, they're going to be losing Nexus turrets at home if they try to set up vision and control this. So they're kind of almost checkmated here. You know, it's a catch-22 situation where you either try to fight the Baron and lose more of your base and open up for, you know, Showmaker to teleport and kill the Nexus, or you let the Baron go, and then Baron minions that are also super minions are coming to your base, and Damwon Kia are looking to take a team fight on their terms at your Nexus. So this is an almost unrecoverable situation here for Fred Brion. They're going to try to push this mid-wave out and go for the Hail Mary Baron fight. What choice do you really have?
Yep, you got Khan moving from base right now. 10 seconds on this Baron. They've only got a little bit of time to Fred Brion, and Damwon Kia can take this as slow as they like because they know that the map belongs to them. Just avoiding the poke as best they can. The Baron has been started here from Fred Brion. It's desperation, but it's needed. There's now Beryl setting himself up. Hoya taking a fair bit of damage there as even the Void Seeker's doing a lot of work. Canyon gets in from the side, and Henry's just obliterated. Canyon goes golden. He bought so much time already. His goes over the wall, able to deal with Umpty. Beryl has all the CC required. Canyon does fall, but it does not matter. Yaharong running for the hills as the Void Seeker is avoided, but it doesn't matter. He's still going to die. He's going to take a bow there and show off his top hat as this is the end of the game, but beautifully executed by both teams, actually. There were some moments here that where Fred Brion showed us exactly how this comp's supposed to work, but it was a Damwon macro masterclass outside of that.
It was really the showcasing of their macro, their understanding of the team comps, knowing their weaknesses and knowing which fights not to take to give 3 Mountain Drakes in those skirmishes, especially that last one where they decided to go in after the Drake was smoked. There, you know, you let Umpty hit the smite, and then you engage when they're at their weakest positioning, and you take the team fight. You don't need the Drake because you've got those early Drakes, so you have Drake control. Leading up until that moment, every fight for you is a fight for that Mountain Soul, and it just ended up being a really great understanding of how to safely fight against a composition where you're disadvantaged, because they frankly were. I mean, did we really see any great Emperor's Divides that game? Like, no, not really at all.
Most of the time, Showmaker was just holding it for what feels like the next game or something like that. It was not really about that here for Damwon Kia. That being said, Beryl was just amazing.
I just wrote him down as my POG sports.
His ability, like, he was solo frontline as support Gragas, right? And that is difficult to do regardless, right? But oh my goodness. We do have a replay for you, so let's have a look at that last team fight to just show how Damwon were able to orchestrate a beautiful fight and understanding their priorities in it as well. Because the Drake just wasn't... Oh, sorry, this was the Baron fight. I thought it was the Drake fight, which I think was probably the more important one. But
I agree.
This was so cool. The flank from Canyon.
I mean, Beryl and Canyon, it's a 2-man job just to instantly blow up your most important target, who is Henna, right? So all the damage, all the significant damage you're going to have in that extended trade is instantly deleted, and Canyon has a stopwatch. So he knows that if Beryl hits the stun and he collapses in because he knows he's unseen, he knows he has vision control, they get that kill, he stopwatches, and the fight just plays out itself, right? Then Showmaker's like, look, I'm Azir at this stage of the game. You cannot touch me. You cannot... You lost your 80 carry, and I'm just going to walk forward and do damage, and then we're going to end the game. Not to mention there were 3 lanes of super minions walking towards the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, like, Fred Brion had to go for that Baron, right? Because there was no other timing that they could do it, and if they give it to Damwon, then they slowly lose the game. Well, probably not slowly. Probably instantly lose the game because of 3 lanes of super creeps, and a Baron buff is disgusting. So they had to go for it, and I respect that, but Damwon's ability to just completely dismantle what Fred and Brion were going to do in that moment and actually orchestrating that moment as well, I think that dragon fight was way more important in this instance, but it was that sort of passage of play where Fred and Brion just don't have any options, right? So as soon as that dragon fight is successful, Damwon here win the game because they know exactly what to do next in order to guarantee the victory. Like,
get those inhibitors, then go and take the Baron, get that Baron fight, get that vision control. We're going to take a look at our post-game here from game number 1, but there were good moments for Fred at Brion, right? Like, take a look at the damage here. A ton of damage coming through from Ghost. Very safe positioning all game long, but there were some good moments for Fred at Brion. They actually took team fights and took skirmishes in the early game where they were high risk, high reward, which is something that we haven't really been able to say about this team up until this point. That teleport fight we had on the bottom side of the map, for example, Yaharong rotating all the way around to the top side to get that kill onto Khan. These are plays we need to see more often of from Fred at Brion.
Yeah, I actually think that they played very well. It's just unfortunate that Damwon are so good at stealing Barons, and I think that one thing that Fred and Brion definitely need to work on is vision control and being able to make sure that they don't give away the big old purple worm for free, because their play around objectives wasn't necessarily the best. That being said, they might be able to fix it before we head towards game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analyst desk, and then that game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
깰게. 나 멀어. 기다려. 많이 나. 기다려. 징크스 봐도 될 듯? 징크스 밀어도 될 듯? 징크스 다 팔았어. 할만해. 이겼어. 나 헷갈림 잡았어. 이겼어. 라인 텔타나. 리드텔. 잡았다. 연막탄 나이스.
Scary fight for KT. I mean, they can rush this down, but they are really playing with fire. I think they're going to get it.
Yeah, Explosive Cask is going to come through. That is going to be the hook that's going to connect onto the Jinx of all people. The Blitzcrank has been taken down, but finally, the Wukong is getting value. Bao gets into the backline. Yuko getting focused. He'll be taken down. Gideon also going to die. Yeah, going in. Not sure whether he necessarily wants to. He's got a two-man sleep to come forward. His carrier's just exploded. Reset does come down as Henner is just going to go gold. And unfortunately for Zeus, he's out of position. Oh my god! The fadeaway jump shot as Yaharom just executes. Gumayushi here. Close is now running for the hills. Owner, the last man standing.
Very slow. They're not just running at the Drake, still showing a lot of respect as here comes the Scion. Nice Cassiopeia ultimate onto the Udyr, who is burning down, but that is a massive ultimate coming in from Vista, and this is just going to be the huge cleanup from Humble Life. Peanut gets the one kill on the Chobi, but feathers come in from all sides, and Humble Life will clean up the fight. But now here's Clid. Kratos is running into them. He is going to have to run away. So now his only route is up towards the top side. He does not have his flash. Fantastic stun, though. Trying to get in there. Summit actually messes up the shockwave, but they're taking the 3v2 here. This is massive for Liv Sandbox. BDD gets the one kill, and then he failed flashes. But that is 3 kills to 1 in favor of Liv Sandbox.
My mouth is speaking millions, I ain't talking about the G's. Like you talking about dimes, homie, I'm talking about keys. In schools they getting A's and I was talking about the G's. When y'all talking money, then I never focus meanwhile. But since I'm getting paid and I call this here freestyle, I'm sure money like a weed spot by White Castle. People hate but I still make moves without hassle. Your girl love me, I'll articulate your flaws for her. And if they need me then I come pull off a 4. I keep it real like I'm riding for a cause for her. I'm a big dog like a Georgetown Hoya. I dress bummy.
Here onto the Baron, but at the end of the day, can they get out of here alive is the question. Summit looking for the stun. He finds a huge Vanguard's Edge onto 3 of them, and the cleanup is commencing here. Ruler desperately trying to get on in there onto Effort, and he will take down the Rel, but that is going to be the only one he does get.
결코 노예로 살 순 없어. 체크포인트 확인 완료. 표적과 접촉 완료. 지금이야! 아이오니아가 부른다! 한 놈도 살려두지 마!
Welcome back everybody for the LCK Analyst Desk, and Damwon Kia is taking on Freddy Brion to get their revenge, and today we'll be joined by Subin, Victory and Gorilla. And this is Jason with the translation. 12-1, Damwon Kia only has one loss in the split, and Bro was the one that was able to take them down. But this time around, Damwon Kia is starting off with a win in game number 1. Nar, Udyr, and Rel, all 3 champions with 100% pick and ban rate was open, and Rel was the first pick coming from Freddy Brion. Those 3 champions were the most picked and banned champions in the 11.4 patch, and Rel was the choice coming from Freddy Brion. And then Damwon Kia was actually able to give Kenyon Graves for the first rotation of that pick. And Hecarim is a champion that cannot match the scaling speed of Graves in the early games. So Damwon Kia was able to exert some pressure in the early game. And Lulu is a champion that can have lane priority into Nar as well, so Graves was able to play even more aggressively around the top side of the map. But Damwon Kia did not have a solid comp, to be honest. So when Freddy Brion had their lead in this game, it looked like the game was getting a little bit dicey for Damwon Kia, but still, they were able to come back and take game number 1 away from Freddy Brion in the end, thanks to the play coming out from Burrow on that Gragas pick. But still, it was really impressive to see Freddy Brion coming out really strong with their dive comp in this game number 1. Now let's take a look at this first replay, where we had a very close fight. And then Damwon Kia was able to make a miracle pick on Jinx, and they were able to come online. I think this is mainly about Beryl just being super talented. So Beryl places a ward behind that wall, but still, because it was right at the corner, blue team didn't have vision of that ward. So even though Hannah was walking to that barrel from the get-go, maybe he just thought that that was a prediction barrel, so he just walked straight to the downhand side of the map. But still, in fact, Damwon Kia had that vision, so Beryl was able to land his cask, and then Ghost followed up with his ultimate right after. So we can say that was a fantastic and clean shot pulled off by Gragas and Kai'Sa. Beryl and Ghost, the bottom duos of Damwon Kia. And now let's take a look at the second replay, the game-ending Baron teamfight. Damwon Kia was not interested in taking that Baron die. They just wanted to draw the attention from Freddy Brion, and then Beryl uses his sweeper in order to find the perfect flank position, and they had all eyes on Jinx. And then body slam found Jinx in the back line, and because of the smoke screen, Jinx was not able to react to that engage coming from Beryl. And we heard from the mic tech in the end that Beryl, in the end, he said, nice smoke screen, Graves, which means that smokescreen was doing a significant work in order to get a pick onto that Jinx in the end. Damwon Kia was setting up for the play. They just wanted to drag all the Freddy Brion players around the Baron pit, and they were able to maneuver the setup play that they wanted. There were some moments where Damwon Kia struggled because of the comp that they had. It was really difficult to execute, but still, the world champions knew how to pull it off in the end of this game. Even though we had a back and forth game, Damwon Kia was able to take game number 1, and they are so close to breaking their own winning streak record of a one single split, and Beryl was able to pick up this POG on Gragas. Third POG of the split, and 92% of kill participation in this game. He was doing a fantastic work starting from the laning phase, and he was doing all the work done in the later phase of the game, in the teamfight stage. And prior to that, this replay in the laning phase, we saw a kill happening during the laning phase, and Jinx was so low on mana, so she could not react to that fight coming from Beryl and Ghost. And there were some moments where Tamankia definitely was falling behind, but in that fight we could see Brill blocking that engage coming out from Rel. He was able to be the savior of Tamankia, and almost the perfect score for these POG votes as well. Tamankia players, they were actually appreciating the performance coming out from Frederick Brion, so maybe we can have another very close series in game number 2, so back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, for the unbelievable translation of the analyst desk. And yes, we are here for game number 2. I want to say, like, I'm really glad that the analyst desk highlighted how difficult it was to pilot the composition. We touched on it, you know, the lack of frontline, having to finesse a lot of these team fights, but it was more how they played the map, and also Beryl being an absolute superstar. That was what got them across the line. But this is something that Damwon do more often than not, so you can't really say it's a drafting mistake to have a difficult comp, because they execute on difficult comps all the time.
Exactly. And, you know, if you end up facing a top team, you know, if this was, you know, maybe Gen G they were up against, as Lava's coming in, interesting. But they're up against
Showmaker Slayer back to try it again.
They were up against Gen G, you know, or G2 or FPX. Like, maybe they can't win this game as easily because, you know, Frederick Brion still has a lot to learn in terms of macro and rotations. But it was beautiful to see that, you know, Damwon Kia almost made a statement in this game saying, yeah, our team comp can't 5v5 very well, but League of Legends and Drakes and Barons, the fights are not always decided by 5v5.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're decided by picks, sometimes they're decided by macro rotation, sometimes they're decided about vision control, and actually sometimes you can take a Baron without even having a team fight because you know you have vision control and Frederick Brion aren't there, right? Sometimes you can take a fight on the Dragon because you wait till the last second to engage with your comp that, you know, has the ability to cask in and look for a killer instinct. I mean, the play we saw the pick onto Henna at the end there, but also the pick when we saw the barrel over the wall, quite literally, tossing barrels over the wall.
I mean, that was actually perfectly done.
Yeah.
As well, like there was, oh my god, just amazingly well played. I didn't actually notice how he executed on literally every button he needed to press in order to lock down that kill, which was so valuable to Damwon Kia.
Yeah, those are the kind of plays that if you're not going to win straight up team fights, where, you know, they could win team fights, but it was difficult, right? Their comp struggled in those moments. If you're not going to be able to take team fights on your terms or in an advantageous position, and you're worried that Frederick Brion might steal the game away from you and get an upset win because of those 5v5 team fights, you find ways to prevent those team fights from being fair. And Damwon Kia never had to fight a quote-unquote fair fight against Frederick Brion, which was amazing to see.
That's exactly what vision control affords you, and something that Damwon Kia just generally have over their opposition. I really like the Jinx Thresh bans already coming through here for Damwon Kia. We said it in the last game, and very happy to say it again, as we're probably still looking at another game where it will likely be that Rel first pick. I think that Delight, despite the fact that they did have a rough game, there were only like some really heroic plays from Beryl and things like that with amazing body slams to stop Delight from rolling over that game with some brilliant engages, and it will be actually banned away here by Damwon Kia, as we have exactly the same bans from game number 1 by Frederick Brion. So Damwon, we'll see exactly what they do want to first pick away. Certainly a lot of different options right now, as Seraphine is available, and it will be locked in. Beryl is the one that likes to play this more often than not, but could still be flexed into the mid lane. Showmaker, of course, his champion pool and ability to play a lot of different champions, certainly something that's not in question.
He's 1-0 on it so far. He's only played it the one time, as you mentioned, usually given to Beryl on the bot side, who's played it 4. But, you know, against Lava, you know, perhaps some unhappy memories, and I don't know if he'll necessarily want to play it, depending on what the matchup ends up being. But this is a really nice grab away. I wanted to talk about it last game because Ghost had such a fantastic Kai'Sa, but he has played now 15 games of Kai'Sa. His next most played champion is a fellow who's at 3. They are so reliant on this Kai'Sa pick, so denying this early, I think is huge. Now, Ghost has, you know, shown the proclivity to play other champions as well in other metas, right? And he's very strong on a wide variety of champions, but I do like the idea of just taking away his most commonly played one and pushing him on a little bit out of his comfort zone.
I'd love to see Ezreal here from Damwon Kia. Even if they don't decide to put Seraphine on the bottom side of the map, I just feel like Ezreal suits Ghost's playstyle so extraordinarily well. Canyon back to the Graves once again. This is what he likes to take into the Hecarim, as it's Xayah actually that Ghost is going to go with. Certainly a popular one into the Kai'Sa. especially when the Tristana is banned away, as Lava's going to steal the Chicken Man in the mid lane. Let's see where these bans are going to go.
Because now you have the Azir mid, you have kill pressure, post 6 in the mid lane. If it's Seraphine especially, you're going to have such a great time as this Azir, and you're going to be able to threaten her and push her out of lane and always have priority. So that's blind great, but it also scales up really well, works well with the Hecarim in terms of damage profile. So this is a really strong pick for Fred Brion they get early on in this draft because of the Rel ban, right? You know, that's often in the third slot, so...
And we see a lot of Hecarim Azir working out very well in that mid lane as well. I think it was last week that we saw like multiple kills in the mid lane, just being able to utilize both the Azir and the Hecarim, the amount of displacement that you can have with that duo. So I do like it as well. Alistair going to be taken away here on Damwon Kia's side, trying to focus on what Delight can actually do. And of course, the Syndra has to be banned away from Showmaker.
Just take the Zoe. Yep, there it is. That's another one of those champions you could face as the Azir, where she can kind of harass you a little bit, and it's very difficult to gank her or kill her. She's got her sleep. She can just sit under her turret and be totally fine. But now, you know, your options are fairly limited as Showmaker. If you're going to play, an AP mid laner, I mean, might just have to be the Orianna, which is strong for late game engages, can scale it pretty well, but not the same level as Azir in terms of that scaling, not the same level in terms of hard engage, and you're going to struggle in the mid matchup, so...
Interesting. I was expecting Gragas to come through here for Fred Brion. Almost 100%. Does work very, very well as a top lane pick. Can work blind, but you can also flex it into that bottom lane. As now Ghost considering the Leona, which will put Seraphine in that mid lane.
Yeah, this is strong for... This is kind of a trade-off where you say, okay, well, Seraphine's going mid. We have this strong matchup in the bottom side of the map, but what you lose is that control of the mid lane. I mean, you know, it's going to be very difficult for Seraphine versus the Azir, I think, especially Lava, who's a very aggressive mid laner. And they're going to pick up the Gragas themselves. So be for I was going to say for the top, but
Sion. Hey man, Sion could be mid lane.
Yeah.
So can the Gragas.
Damwon have 3 champions that can rotate, right? So this is such a scary team to draft against, and pulling the Renekton.
5 Renekton, baby. That's what we're looking for. Love it.
That's a bit of a bold statement, because it's difficult to find value with Renekton into the Sion or the Gragas in the top lane.
Yeah, it is better into the Sion because you can cancel out his shield. That's certainly good. There was actually a great comment on the post-match thread about how valuable the what is it, Serpent's Blade or something like that? The one that
the shield breaker
guy.
Yeah.
That one's would have been really good into that Zoe last time around. And
might be good here too, honestly, given the Seraphine and
Well,
Sion.
exactly. This is another example of that, and also very valuable into the Fred Brion composition. In fact, on both sides of the rift, it is a valuable item.
Yeah,
so we'll see whether anyone is able to put that one together. Graves can build it. Xayah can build it. We'll see whether they actually decide to.
Building it later on definitely in the game can give you a lot of value here. My concern with the composition for Damwon Kia is just how much kill pressure there is going to be for this Seraphine early on, especially post 6. You know, you're going to have Hecarim who can roam around there and try to help get those kill setup ganks for Lava. But otherwise, you know, you have a favorable matchup with Xayah versus Kai'Sa. You know, Sion isn't going to be under too much kill threat. You know, you talked about the shield denial, but Hecarim coming up there to try to kill Khan is one of our best weak side players. He's played so much Sion. I don't think you're really worried about the top side of the map here for Damwon Kia, and their composition scales pretty well too, that shielding and the itemization later on.
Yep.
As long as Showmaker is stable here, I do think Damwon Kia is the stronger team and will just kind of win out later on.
The scary thing is that Damwon Kia now have that front-to-back team-fighting composition that Fred Brion had in the last game, and it's easier to execute if you can get the same level of map control that Damwon Kia managed to get in the first game. Certainly not another one of these comps that is all about finesse and being able to play it out so beautifully and perfectly in these fights. This is like Sion press R, everyone press buttons, everyone else
And
die.
Sion can't, like, die, basically, in this comp. It's so hard to kill him. You know, once Showmaker ends up getting all of his items online, it's just it's a very high value Scion composition. With
Especially when it's just physical damage on the top side of the map. He builds steel caps and then he's like, I'm having a good time here in this lane. Of course, you know, the Renekton's itemization also going to be pretty comfortable as Canyon is offering physical damage there. Showmaker, in fact, the only source of magic damage on this Damwon Kia squad, but that is fine. Seraphine does really silly amounts of damage even without having to build any of it. In the early stages, is Damwon Kia going to help Canyon out with a bit of a leash here. Very cute pink skin, like it a lot. As Henna and Delight move down, they'll take away this ward, and Umpty's by his lonesome as he takes on his blue buff to start things off. Both junglers heading towards topside in their
This is what I was
rotation.
talking about. Look at this matchup, 3-0. It's so difficult to survive in this lane and CS properly once Lava hits 6. I mean, it's easier when you have a really strong... if you had like a Talia or a Nidalee, it becomes even easier to guarantee those kills. But Hecarim, not bad either at actually securing those.
Yeah, especially with the lack of mobility that the Seraphine does have.
Yeah.
That you orchestrate that. I actually feel like we've seen Hecarim and Azir against Seraphine before, but I'd have to figure that one out. As Khan looking to try and pressure Hoya away from the minion wave right now, which is not something that a level 2 Scion generally does, but did manage to hit it early. And it's pretty valuable. Doesn't have the shield blocker yet. Sorry, shield destroying ability yet. So pretty nicely done.
Yeah. Taking a look at the win rates across the board here. Every time you see a Damwon Kia spread, you're like, whew, they just don't lose, do they?
No.
On 8-2 on the Scion, picked up his second loss very recently. But, I mean, it's one of his most played champions. In fact, it is his most played champion this season. So it's just another talking point here for Khan being unkillable on the top side of the map. This just continues to be the case. This continues to be true. Oh, Hoya.
Just to get the smash off. But stun does come in, and then Khan is able to actually utilize the shield for some value there to mitigate some of that cold meek damage. As Umpty's coming up towards the top side, and this is a pretty good engage from Hoya. The flash out from Khan giving him a lot of respect, as this wave will crash towards the Scion, so shouldn't actually get punished with a gank or anything, but definitely a good sign for Hoya early on.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that the flash is gone means the follow-ups can be very deadly. And this is a matchup where early on, you know, we see Renekton's even sometimes proxying the minions between turrets. Canyon is rotating up, though.
Yeah, gets himself the smoke screen. Hoya having to run away. Flashes on in for the stun as now Canyon with that red buff doing a fair bit of work. So the flashes traded in the end, I guess you could say. But with the help of Canyon there, who's just going to move on over and take down the enemy Krug camp. It's going to be a double scuttle start here though for Umpty. A much better beginning for the horse this time around as Ghost is going to spot him out. Beryl's going to move on over here as well. And it looks like Umpty is not going to be able to steal this one away successfully. In fact, he's going to Ghost to get himself out.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Canyon is going to be successful at taking the topside Krugs and is still putting extra pressure onto Hoya here. So this is a fantastic position for Canyon and a very mediocre one, unfortunately, for Umpty, despite the good start you were talking about comparatively.
Yep, definitely better than last game as Khan looks like he's got his mojo back here towards the top side, shoving this wave on in. But the way we like to talk about good Scion play is more about how much you can get whilst soaking a whole lot of harassment.
Yeah.
And that's what Khan has been so extraordinarily good at on this Scion.
Yeah, you and I talked about this the other day off camera, but the watching Khan actually last hit minions under turret is like one of the most fun things to do with watching his Scion when he has minions stacked up on his turret.
Yeah.
He just very, very rarely misses, and obviously because of Scion's passive, that's extremely important. And he's just so great at it. He gets tanky super fast. And then he just sits up there as a completely stable rock for Damwon Kia. And he, you know, as Seraphine does scale up and get those items online, he becomes even more terrifying in this composition versus other ones that you could have seen, right? If Showmaker was just playing a control mage, for example. So he is extremely valuable in this game. And again, I feel like if Showmaker doesn't get solo killed or ganked in the mid lane, then this composition just safely scales. Canyon just gets away with this.
Yeah, just hops down, takes away the Drake. Mountain is going to be the next one, so we could have a fun Drake or a very boring Drake. I'm here, so I think everyone knows exactly what's going to happen, but Still, we'll see who's going to be going for that Mountain Drake in 4.5 minutes' time. Umpty now towards the top side as we have a couple of minutes before HLE is on the Rift, and this is the gank that you were talking about.
Yep, 6 is hit. This is the timing.
Let's see whether Showmaker is going to give the respect. The answer's unnecessary.
Scoop
as
is the
Lava
wrong
scoops
direction.
it very weirdly, exactly.
He needed to scoop it back towards his turret. If you scoop it at that angle, then Showmaker's like, what?
Yeah. And
Showmaker's like, I don't need to flash? Like, what?
Umpty had Ghost. Ghost was on cooldown, but he doesn't have flash or anything like that. He can't actually get over as Ghost has to use his heal as they're trying to hold this minion wave outside of the turret.
You know,
a bit dangerous there.
Something like a Talia here or a Nidalee, and you could still threaten to actually push that into a kill. I mean, it's tough, but with a better angle, that actually becomes a gank, because at the moment that was just, I don't know if I'd call that a gank, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a little bit sad as that's another phenomenal body slam. Blade Caller comes in, Delight has been lit on fire as there's the flash out from Ghost, avoiding Umpty, and that devastating charge as Beryl still chasing after this one. You can see Canyon in that mid lane. Beryl's just going aggressive because he feels like it in this 2 versus 3 scenario, and Ghost is given a lot of extra space. Flash is now on cooldown, but they traded it for Delights as well.
This is so frustrating for Fred Brion right now, because these are your moments. These are the, the plays you have to make to get a lead with your comp, and they're failing at every turn. They had a nice lead in the top lane, got an early flash, but then had to flash back, right? So they lost control of the top lane where they could have had a much bigger lead. The Emperor's Divide goes, sideways, I guess you could say. Doesn't end up leading to a kill. Then they stay for a very long time on the bottom side with a very hardcore attempt to actually get a big bait off and actually lead to a kill. But it's so well handled by Ghost that everything they've tried to do with this comp in the early game has fallen flat on its face.
Yeah.
And that's just a big problem here, because Damwon Kia are very happy to just scale up here.
Well, the train is leaving as well as Hoya just sidesteps it. I like that move as Decimating Smash going to reduce Hoya's health bar just a little bit here. That ward going to make sure that these caster creeps do a fair bit of work as well as Canyon's towards the top side. Umpty's going to show up, but yeah, he's going to be asked to vacate the area, as you can see. Beryl, he's turned up as well, having a bit of a drink here towards the top side.
Just keeping that duo proximity low, man.
Absolutely.
He's just going to be away. And
sometimes
now
I feel like Beryl's duo partner is actually Khan. As Canyon going to start off this Rift Herald. Delight in the area as well.
Look at Hoya! He can't even get here.
He's so low. Khan doesn't have ulti. Flash available for the Sion, almost up here for Hoya, but it looks like Fredit Brion shouldn't be able to fight this as they do manage to take this one down. Umpty's going to be taxied back as Graves grabs the first blood. Emperor's Divide is good though onto Beryl, who's surviving for way too long. In fact, gets a lot of damage down, flashes on away, and now Hoya is stunned at the back of the pit. He's dead as well, and Damwon Kia off to a phenomenal start.
And with Delight not being here, Ghost is having a much better time on the bottom side. He's actually pushing this turret. What a phenomenal fight
Beryl
for Damwon
is too
Kia.
good, dude.
He played that so well and survives for so long. I mean, the Seraphine, even at this stage, isn't giving you that much shielding. Doesn't even have her Moonstone Renewer online yet. But the longer fight here is going to be Damwon Kia's no matter what, because of the state of the health bars here. And when you look at where Beryl is, no one is on top of him right now, so he just turns around, and then you see Lava commits him for the Emperor's Divide. But where's the damage? Hoya's trying to kill Canyon, and when there's 2 targets here, and no one is, they don't actually commit to one side or the other. You kill neither Canyon nor Beryl here. The shot calling in this fight is a little bit off, unfortunately, for Fredit Brion.
Yeah, the Emperor's Divide only onto Beryl, and then he just jukes everything and lives. Oh, that's a tilter. That is a tilter right there. Very unfortunate for Lava, who does manage to hold on to his flash, but as you can see, even the Seraphine's having a good time. Now with the stopwatch available, can avoid an Emperor's Divide gank if that one does actually happen.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it earlier, steel-plated...
Steel caps,
yes.
Yeah, yep.
I'm like, well, that word is struggling to come out of my mouth, but yeah.
You can go with Ninja Tabi. I like to just call it Ninja Tabi just for, old time's sake.
So in this case, we'll call it Tabi. The Tabi's finished.
Yeah, plated steel caps. We should probably get used to saying plated steel caps because
it's just a hard thing to say.
Yeah,
it's got a lot of syllables, but he's got his bombies finished and his Bramble Vest, so he's so difficult to kill. You talked about it from the outset of once these items start to get complete, you can't threaten him very well anymore with the 80 damage profile that's on the top side of the map. Dam1 Kia just ready to take another objective here. Umpty gonna look for the wraparound. Oh, look at Barrel, he's so good!
Yeah, exactly. Delight is going to get pushed out of this fight right now. There's the onslaught of shadows into the backline as Umpty's still pretty healthy in this one, but in goes the Scion, triple knockup. The Encore only onto Hoya, but that's all they needed to evaporate the Renekton, and now Fred and Brion are on the run, shifting sands to get Lava out of there, but this is exactly what Dam1 wanted. They'll take themselves the Drake, and this is going from bad to worse.
This is a much cleaner game from Dam1 Kia. Their composition is so great at fighting front to back, and the only concern they have in that exchange is the collapse coming through from Delight. If he sets up a really nice knockup, then suddenly Dam1 Kia can actually get run down here. Umpty's coming through, right? Hecarim ends up getting a few fears, and it's actually a terrifying situation. But it's Beryl who, once again, is going to come in straight away to deny Delight from getting position in the fight, and they collapse in, and then you see the Scion cut the team fight in half. It's a beautiful thing, Atlas, that we're watching Dam1 Kia play it off, and he's got a stopwatch here, and he's still baiting.
Yep. Lava's actually taking a lot of damage here. As I do have to remind everyone that we're on perfect game pace here for Dam1 Kia, and maybe that's the most exciting thing that's going to be happening here, because it's not looking super competitive.
Oh, no.
As now Beryl looking to be a hero once again. The beatdown just not quite enough.
That would have been.
Sorry, the beat drop. It just feels like a beatdown in this.
It is a beatdown right now. All right, watch Beryl. He has Vision of Delight, so he's just going to come over here and put him down to a third health.
This is why pincers are so hard, actually, because if the team that's getting surrounded takes agency, then this happens, right?
Yeah.
Delight gets chunked down, then immediately dies.
And once he's gone, Khan can actually just zone everybody else out. So he just teleports in, hits his ult, and then hits a follow-up devastating smash. And there's two knockups after the third is hit by the ultimate there. And Umpty can't connect with Delight the way he wanted to there because Delight is collapsed on, has to back away. So when Umpty comes in for the engage, unfortunately, there's just no follow-up there. There's no CC to link together to set up those kills. And, I mean, things are going from bad to worse, as you've said.
Yep.
Beryl is like, oh,
he's trying to deliver Delight once again as Canyon is over here. Ghost is pretty far away, but Beryl's just very happy to throw his buttons around as it looks. Canyon looking to try and steal away a blue buff as Lava is rotating around. Umpty not able to grab this one as the beat drop will connect onto the horse. Beryl off to the side. He has a body slam in hand. As I need to apologize once again, there is a Cloud Soul. It's my first one of the day, so statistically this is allowed. As Showmaker is starting to win this matchup now.
Yeah, and that just shouldn't be happening. I mean, he keeps hitting these roots every time.
Speaking of winning matchups, Khan is just
this is what happens.
Dirt.
Once you get those items online for the Scion, you actually just don't care about the Renekton anymore, and you just kind of control the side lane. And like, while this is happening, while Beryl is basically trying to 1v3, Ghost is pushing for free and actually damaging this turret quite significantly. Right, got an extra plate. Khan is uncontested.
Oh, he almost got that auto off. This is like that got an ulti out of Hoya. This is so scary.
He has to, and now
0 plates. This could be a perfect game with no plates even as Canyon comes up towards that top side. The easiest dive of the universe happens. And we just have pressure absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the hype storyline for this series was, can Fred and Brion be the Kingslayers again and take out Dam1 Kia a second time? And in the first game, it looked realistic, right? They had a comp that was good for it. They got out-win conditioned by Dam1 Kia, but in this game, they've made some small mistakes. Dam1 Kia have really defensively just shut down all the aggression they had, and now there are 2 Drakes up. They're looking for a third here in a minute. All lanes are won. Even the Seraphine in mid is winning against Lava.
Yeah.
These things just shouldn't be happening, and Dam1 Kia are just in prime position to close this one out. I mean, we're talking about the game being over in 15 minutes here, but it really feels like we're at that stage.
We're talking about Beryl fighting Umpty and actually forcing Umpty out of the jungle by himself.
Yeah.
This is scary. This is Beryl walking with some hella swagger right here in his sweet Fnatic jersey. Absolutely love it. Shout out to Suchet. I believe that was his skin from, unless his was something else with that one. I believe it was. Good
Seems that way.
Well, I guess they could be played in like every single lane back in Season 1. As Umpty's going to come down, he's going to try and get his revenge here onto Beryl, who does get pushed back. Goodbye perfect game maybe, and yes! He will be taken down. Now Ghost is getting chased out. No mana left on Umpty, though, as the Blade Caller not able to get too much value. As you can see, a bunch of pings on the top side of the map, and Khan's looking to try and push this one in.
They sent Hoya to potentially collapse onto Showmaker. You know, you could have a Emperor's Divide, and then you get that follow-up kill there, but he unfortunately wasn't able to find anything here in the mid lane, so Khan getting a lot of extra damage done will actually finally finish off this turret, which makes Hoya's life even more unfortunate in this game. He went for the Stride Breaker as his first item, but who's he really going to be closing the gap onto in this game?
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be so difficult for him to even get on top of the Seraphine here because of the positioning that Damwon Kia kind of has by default with this extremely tanky Scion.
Well, now we've got the third Drake of the game being taken down very simply. Going to get that absolutely coveted Cloud Soul that Damwon Kia get way too many of. Like, their amount of Cloud Souls that they've had so far this season is just insane.
Look at you just trying to differ to push the blame away.
Yeah, it's because I've casted too many of their games, too. That's the problem. As Hoya, yeah, this was that dive on the top side of the map, which feels like aeons ago. But it was a very easy one. As you can see, Shirley's being taken down in your mini-map. And, this was Beryl being, unfortunately, caught out of position.
Yeah, he wanted to clear those wards. And, you know, sometimes you feel like you're safe. Sometimes you're that far ahead. You're like, I'll clear these wards. But didn't have vision, and Umpty was in waiting. But it's not enough to really turn the tide of this game, Atlas. I mean, the third Cloud, third Drake the Cloud comes through. Top turret's down.
Scion carry. Is this Chronicler's lethality Scion, anyone? It's doing too much damage.
We're waiting for it.
Has to use the ulti. Really well played there by Umpty to guarantee that the Zaya's positioning was messed up. And they do lock down yet another kill on one of the bottom lane members. They'll transition this into a red buff steal. I don't know whether it's quite enough to get this game back on their side, especially with the fact that they have lost every single neutral objective.
Yeah.
You have Soul Point now available for Damwon Kia. And yes, the Zaya dies, but I don't think that the Scion will die this game. He is just too big.
Uncharacteristically over-aggressive position here for Ghost, so it gets punished, but if there was an objective to be taken while there's no Zaya here on the map, then I feel like Frederick Brown we'd be shouting their praises going, oh, what a proactive play. Like, they can maybe, you know, stop the Drake snowball now, get their first Drake of the game. It's a Cloud Drake, but, you know, there's something there. Oh, maybe they can look for a Baron play here, grab some vision control. But unfortunately, as they get this pick, they can only secure a red buff. Like, there's nothing really else for them to take control of over the map. So even though it's a small mistake from Ghost, and it is a lot of extra gold going over to Frederick Brion, that's all they get, and the advantage is just temporary.
Yeah.
As soon as Ghost respawns and heads back to the map, like, Frederick Brion can't make any plays.
And now Khan is just very happy to knock on this, you know, top door from Frederick Brion. And this was the fifth pick. This was the counter pick of the Renekton, right? You understand why it's okay, and we have seen it work, actually. Even pretty recently, you know, the Renekton into the Scion. But this is Khan's Scion. It's very different.
Yeah,
Just
and it's
extremely good at this champion.
something we've been calling for to be banned quite a bit. But it's so difficult to ban that when they already have a Gragas that they
And also,
drafted
like,
early.
you need to ban things like the Lilia. You need to focus
Yes.
on Canyon in the draft. And what we were talking about at the beginning of Game 1 is actually really important because Canyon has a champion ocean of champions that he's all too good at.
Yeah,
right? So
Graves-
maybe, like, banning junglers is not what you can do, but the state of a lot of these junglers is pretty ludicrous.
Graves is also, you know, not very meta right now in Korea. He's not top tier. He's picked up every now and then, but it's his signature champion, and even though the state of it is not as powerful as Lilia or Hecarim is right now, mostly worldwide, he still makes it work every single time. And who's chasing whom here?
Yeah, okay, let's try and kill Khan. Good luck, Frederick Brion. They have 4 people so far. Khan uses his walk away slowly technique, and that is going to be the direct counter of that particular engage.
He's got an Aegis now, too. Like, are you ever going to be able to kill this Scion? I don't think so.
No.
Not unless it's a straight-up team fight. And if you kill Khan in a team fight at this point because he's so tanky, you're probably going to lose 3 people doing it. So it's just never going to be worth it. Like, they don't have the damage just yet. And it's not a situation where you can look at Frederick Brion's comp and go, well, they'll scale up and maybe they can fight better later. No, not when Damwon and Kia have Drake control. They've accelerated the state towards which we'll get the Elder Drake if we even get to that point in this game. And yeah, I mean, Azir scales really well, but so what? You're up against such a tanky composition with this, you know, Khan Scion that's going to get extra heals.
Yeah, no, it's actually insane. Killing Khan is going to be impossible in a team fight because Showmaker is going to keep him alive. He's already so accelerated. And the amount of, you know, disruption and everything like that, that the Encore, that the Explosive Cask, and even people trying to dive onto Ghost, having to wait out the Featherstorm, things like that. Like, they have... yeah, you really need to try and get into the backline, but the thing is, like, the peel is actually really good on the side of Damwon Kia this time around, as Beryl is going to demonstrate that. Goodbye, Lava.
Yikes. That's his first death of the game, but...
Yeah, that was pretty fast.
He was... He went down right away. I mean, this is another amazing play from Beryl, who's just... the guy is so sick right now.
He's so good, dude.
And this is the thing is, like, it's not even Beryl specific, but Beryl specifically is so good at Gragas that most teams wouldn't draft like this and then flex the Gragas into the bottom lane. But Damwon Kia have so many times and continue to, because he is so good at Gragas, better than most supports who play Gragas.
It used to be all about Life's Gragas, right? But
yeah.
Now I feel like Beryl has really taken the title of our, you know, Gragas supporter as the train leaves. Oh, that's some real nice drifting there. Right on the edge as Khan just slightly misses the minions. But that's okay. He will put up the Damwon sign. Like it a lot.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is a game that Fred Brion...
Oh, they also just took Cloud Soul without any response. So, cool.
Fred Brion just don't have any way to fight over these objectives. And with some compositions, that's okay, as we're going to watch this again. Flash Body Slam Cask. And Seraphine's like, oh, man, I wasted my ult.
Showmaker's
like, oh, man.
We're dead already. Sarah's Embrace actually completed before Staff of Flowing Water this time around for Showmaker, just to make sure that he has a little bit more damage a little bit earlier on.
I mean, he went for
stacks on the Magi's as well.
Yeah, he went for Magi's too, so he's making a bit of a statement here in this game with how this lane went. Again, very vulnerable normally 0-3 in the LCK this matchup, but not in this case.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, just trying to clear out the minions here, as you can see, as the rest of Fred Brion trying to come around as in goes Umpty, going for the engage. Beryl gets a little bit frightened and then throws his cask away as Hoya's going to get ulted by himself. Khan just trying to be that front line as Canyon gets pushed over the wall and Umpty doesn't follow him, unfortunately for Umpty, so they can't follow up on that one. Hoya now a little bit too low, and Damwon Kia just keeping Fred Brion at bay and taking the turrets that they're looking for.
And they don't have strong, you know, solo lane split push potential, so instead of trying to put Khan on the opposite side of the map and slowly push like that, they have him push on the top side, group up around him, and then force Fred Brion away. If they commit into the fight, you're very likely going to lose this fight as Fred Brion. Fred Brion's just trying to avoid fights as best as they can. They're hoping that Damwon Kia try to take an objective. Maybe they can take a fight like that. But if you just rotate around like this, get a turret, force them to come up, then push them back, grab vision. Now, Fred Brion don't know if you're doing Baron or not necessarily, right? I mean, they do have vision of it right now because they were able to get that ward over the wall, which is actually very critical because otherwise it wouldn't have any vision, and it just faded as I speak. But this is a really cool play from Damwon Kia, just grouping up and saying, well, you can't fight us at all. And if you make a mistake, we get Baron. And if you don't do anything, you make no choice, then now you have to be worried about, well, are they doing Baron? Because you don't have vision. They drop another ward into the pit now, but you're very scared if you're Fred Brion about this grouped up Damwon Kia.
Damn right you are. And I'm very scared for Fred Brion because they have the Renekton that's now 2 levels behind a Scion. 2-0 and 3 is Khan. And look, I was looking at this game thinking that Beryl is going to get another one, but maybe we have to give it to Khan just because of how good his Scion is. As, okay, we're looking for the flank. In goes Umpty. He's going to get body slammed out of there. And we'll have to leave this one. They actually just take a lot of poke, and Showmaker is able to get everyone back up to basically full pretty quickly at the same time. Just going to have to wait for that W yet again.
Oh, this is just the best fight you could have ever maybe hoped for. Like, it was such an aggressive attempt from Umpty. We saw so many last game, too. They're not working out. And Damwon Kia have so many disengage tools with the Gragas support and the Seraphine that even if you do commit into the fight there, and Umpty sets up some big fears, I mean, do you win that fight, though? You might get a pick, but then you lose the ensuing fight. And Fred Brion so timid in these moments because they know that it's so difficult to actually to landslide win a team fight. Maybe you get a pick, but then you have no escape because Damwon Kia have so many ways to lock you in.
I'm not actually sure whether Khan was tanking the turret there or not because his health bar wasn't moving.
Yeah.
While it was hitting him over and over again. But yeah, no, I completely agree. Like, this is what Fred Brion is supposed to do, but unfortunately, it's just impossible. They're 7,000 gold behind against a team comp that does scale better than them in almost every way.
Especially in terms of the front to back.
Yeah, straight up.
I mean, sometimes we talk about damage scaling, and that's what Azir normally has, you know, in spades. But in this game, he has a brick wall he has to penetrate through before he can actually hope to.
And he's the one that has to kill Khan, right?
Yeah.
Like, Khan has built a lot of armor so far. It does actually have a decent mix, to be perfectly honest. Frostfire Gauntlet does give you a bit of both.
Yeah.
But, you know, Bramble Vest, Steel Caps.
Gargoyles,
you know. Gargoyles just means that Khan goes in, presses all of his buttons, and then stands there, unkillable, and has to be respected.
In order to get into range as Lava to even try to blow him up, you're putting yourself at risk of getting barreled, you know, cast by barrel. Pun not intended, but it just works out really well with this top-tier Gragas support. But you also have the Encore to be afraid of. And Umpty's rotation, you know, Umpty's flanks, for example, are really scary because what you can end up doing in some of these fights, especially when you engage with Ghost like that, is you extend Encore's range. You actually put your team at risk, you know, by getting caught by that potentially. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Canyon going to get engaged on here. Gets very, very frightened, and you can understand exactly why now. Beryl might suffer the same fate. Could this be Fred and Brion coming alive as beat drop not quite going to work out here as we're waiting for the Encore, but Showmaker not going to go for it without the jungler. Fred and Brion think that it's time to go for this Baron.
Khan's got teleport. He's coming through.
Sion is going to come in here as Delight is taken down very, very low. Hoya with the ulti pre-popped is now looking to try and get on top of Ghost. The Encore lands onto threes. Khan gets into the backline, but they've lost the Xayah. Showmaker wants to be able to get the work done here as, oh my god, Lava just gets body slammed out of an attempted Emperor's Divide. And look at this is what we were talking about. They can't kill Khan.
They can't kill him.
It's just taken everything from these guys as Showmaker tries to get the beat drop and the Renekton will fall. Emperor's Divide to try and stop him, but it's too little too late.
Unbelievable.
And it looked like they lost their damage, Wolf, but
it was 4v5.
It didn't matter.
It was 4v5. And Showmaker did so much damage in this fight with all the stacks he's gotten at this stage of the game. This is unbelievable. This is actually insanity what we're watching right now as Canyon gets greedy. Does end up getting the vision here, but, you know, pays for it with his life. Fred and Brion feel like, okay, it's time. We're going to take a Baron. And the ensuing fight is actually insane. Like, watch how much damage Showmaker does in this fight. I want to see the damage numbers, in fact, because I think he might have actually out-damaged Lava in this fight. As Khan just comes through, he misses his ultimate. He doesn't even get the knockups, but the charm is there, and they cannot get on top of Showmaker because Khan is just frontlining like a madman, 1v5, and Showmaker is just tossing in Qs, and he's just doing so much damage, you can't actually fight this. Khan's unkillable. I cannot believe what we just watched.
Silly. It is so silly. Because they're trying to ignore Khan as best they can, but actually he does a deceptively large amount of damage.
Yeah, look at his shields at the end of the fight where it's already over. He didn't even use those when it mattered. He didn't even need those.
So silly. It is so silly. Is the train going to come out yet again as, oh, some sexy drifting there from Khan. And they're going to take a Baron right on top of a whole bunch of wards that have now lost all of their sight because of that pink one in the back of the pit. And Damwon Kia, yes, they were ludicrously far ahead. That was a bit comical in the last fight, but they go over, they take themselves an Elder, they go over to the Baron, they'll take even more. And this is total damage dealt, I believe, through the entire game. And Khan is still ahead of everyone. As a Sion.
He just keeps hitting Qs, man. It's actually insane. Not to mention how much damage he did while he was bullying poor Hoya on the top side of the map. That starts to add up. And with this Baron buff, Damwon Kia just group, right? They don't need a side laner. They're just going to push us 5.
Well, in goes the train. Not going to find any stuns, but buys enough space. It's exactly what Khan needed to do. Is now Canyon actually able to get so much damage onto Delight right here. As Khan, he's just walking under turrets, just straight up does not care about anything. As maybe this is just the push for the win. They have Baron, they have Elder. Elder's there for just under a minute.
They check.
It looks like we're looking for the inhibitor turret in mid as Beryl. He was the one pushing this one out. Searching for Umpty first and decides to taxi a wave in. And they'll say thank you very much to their second inhibitor.
Damwon Kia in prime position to close this one out. Now they just walk away. I mean, look, they don't have, you know, they don't have great burst damage, but they can just force a front-to-back team fight whenever they want. Like, I don't even think they necessarily had to leave here. Khan's ult was back up. You've got the Cloud Soul. So he could have actually just, instead of doing this to get right back up to pushing bot, like, we might have actually been able to just straight up ult in and look for a 5v5 team fight. But they're Dam1 Kia. They want to win. They don't want to be flashy. They're just going to walk away from this. 2 inhibitors is good enough. Elder buff wears away.
Yeah, look at that. The ulti's actually almost halfway back up again here for the Scion, who will be able to shove this wave out. Looks like a bit of textbook style here for Dam1 Kia as they look for the last remaining inhibitor. And look, you may as well play it by the book. As Khan says, he's too good for cannon minions, just walks away from it. Straight up doesn't care. As we've got a teleport here towards the bottom side. 100% committing to this one. Minute left on the Baron, and they should be able to lock down the last remaining inhib unless Fred and Brion do have one last team fight in them, but it will be desperation, if anything.
Khan's got his
Khan
ult.
lost about 1,000 health.
Oh no!
How valuable.
Anyway.
As, yeah, Canyon just going to dive on forward. Umpty's going to have to get out of there as he's not tanky enough at all. As Lava's trying to shift the sands to get himself out. He sets himself up to Sun Disc.
You've got to dodge Khan's ultimate if you can. That's why everyone's respecting where he's standing so much here, because he's got that ult available. They know it.
Showmaker. That's a lot of damage from the passive there.
He's
Not a
starting
lot
to
of
do a lot.
counterplay options to that one either, as yeah, we've got a lot of super creeps moving their way in. As Lava's
There he
trying to
goes.
get out. The drifting once again, looking beautiful. He finds Lava. Once just half healths him as full tank Scion. The Gargoyle Stoneplate going to mean that he should be able to get out as the minions were 100% trolling him there, but it's not going to cost him his life. Umpty's going to get body slammed back. You can see Showmaker doing a lot of work. Ghost wasn't there to get the follow-up damage, but it doesn't really matter. Showmaker locks down the Azir as Hoya has to go golden there towards the backside. Canyon not going to be so lucky here. But I think this is the end of this one, Wolf, as Umpty's going to have to get out. In comes Scion once again as he teleports onto the minions. And yeah, they're just going to celebrate towards the end of this one. Khan goes golden, but it's just the Nexus that they have to finish off. He dies! Oh my goodness, his first death of the series. As Hoya's going to have to go back to the fountain, and the Nexus is going to be finished off by Ghost, but mostly the minions, as Dam1 do get themselves their revenge against Fred Brion. What an absurd game.
What an absurd game, but I mean, this is just showcasing what happens when you get ahead with a composition that is so easy to front-to-back team fight in. Umpty made so many attempts in the early game to try to help out Renekton snowballing the top lane. That failed. He looked for the gank in the mid lane to try to stop Showmaker from just easily scaling up, right? Trying to slow down the power that Seraphine's going to have with his comp later on. And then in the bottom side of the map as well, he waited, looked for a gank there, he failed all three, and all three lanes got fed, and Khan started to snowball and control the top side of the map himself, and I mean, he got his items so quickly that he just snowballed every single objective fight. There was nothing Fred Brion could do against the Scion. So tanky, so many shields, so many heals from Seraphine. The fact that they were able to win that fight 4v5 and then like basically 3v5.
It was like 3v4, and the Scion was just way too tanky. And they couldn't get to the Seraphine because it's being so annoying. He missed like everything in that fight. It was like so poorly executed actually at the beginning. But it straight up didn't matter because he was way too big. And even by like the very last minutes of that game, he was leading in total damage done. I think that if we have a look at the post-match graph, he may still be at highest damage done on full tank Scion, who was played into a Renekton that was picked into it on purpose. And it was almost like it was just free food for Dam1.
And it was also the Seraphine that was doing way more damage he's supposed to, building Mage Eyes and actually getting ahead early on and starting to look to threaten solo kills on an Azir. So the only other person who could maybe rival his damage is the Seraphine, who just did so much on those team fights where Ghost is like, I'm trying to be relevant, but you guys are just doing all the work. Like in all those skirmishes too, Ghost is like, well, I guess I'm just going to kill minions and try to get turret plate gold on the bottom side because you guys don't need me at all.
Well, I actually love this because it illustrates why Dam1 is so good, right? Because in game number 1, Ghost was part of the win condition. He was actually absurdly strong in that game. This game, don't really need him.
Beryl was just leaving Ghost alone too. He was getting all involved all over the map and then shut down. The one fight it looked like maybe Umpty collapses in, Delight comes through together. That one fight they almost had. And then Delight's on Rakan, he's waiting, he wants to get his quickness and he wants to get those knockups, and then Beryl's like, nope, sorry man, body slams him, pushes him away, and then it's like, well, you can't take that fight anymore. What a beautiful game from Dam1 Kia. Every single game we watch of these guys, even if it's one-sided stomps like this, it's just so enjoyable. Like, you look at these games, okay, maybe Ghost gets picked one time, maybe Khan overextends a little bit here, but in general, just in general, this team plays almost perfectly. Even when they're winning a game that's so stompy, you just have to watch and smile. You just sit back like, I want to watch more.
Yeah, it's like, damn, this is how it's supposed to go. And we're going to have a look at it here as we do bring up some of the highlights of this match. You say they were playing perfectly. They did for most of the early stage of this game, this team fight being a perfect example of it, as even the encore to start this one up was absolutely fantastic. But Beryl, straight up smurfing, dude. He was having an extraordinary day today.
And the disconnect there with Hoya actually chasing Canyon instead of looking for the pick onto Beryl. I mean, in that moment, you feel like Beryl's kill is secured, so you're like, okay, let's see if we can get two. They end up getting neither. This is that play I was talking about, you know, where at the beginning of the fight, Delight is zoned out, and then ends up falling because the zoning that Khan is zoning 3 people out by himself, and that's what the Scion does. And he just keeps making these incredible plays. He forces out the Dominus early, and then Hoya is like, oh no, I realize now what's actually going on is Canyon is coming.
And actually, it's so easy to dive that turret as well because the Scion just wants to get aggro, so he just walks behind it. There's no minions there, and he's like, all right, Canyon, go at it, my friend.
This is one small mistake from Ghost, and a really nice play from Umpty to punish him.
Yeah.
But again, there was no objective up when this happened, so they weren't able to do anything right afterwards. And Beryl just flash body slam goodbye. Showmaker is a bit of a whoopsie. Maybe didn't need ult there. This fight was actually the incredible one. So right now, 3v5. 3v5 straight up. Ghost was not here. He was dead. And Showmaker does so much damage by himself. Khan is tanking it up. Did not even use his Gargoyle's shield during this entire fight. Showmaker just keeps healing him. Beryl continues to body slam whenever Delight tries to get, you know, into the backside there. Maybe tries to threaten Showmaker. There's his shield at the end of the fight, and it's like, oh, you're using Emperor's Divide trying to save people. Too late.
Oh my god, he's literally the whole thing by himself. It is so silly. And we've been calling for a lot of these nerfs, sorry, these bans onto the Scion, especially onto Khan. And if this isn't the perfect example, I don't know what is. Drifting behind the Nexus turrets to half-health lava with his ultimate is certainly an example of that.
Yeah, just ulting in. It looked like he was just trying to clear minions so they could win the game. It felt like at that point,
Yeah.
Showmaker gets the kill there with his passive and the flash.
That was,
내가 딜할 거야.
you can see they're very cool, calm, and collected in this moment. They know that all they need to do is drop their wallets on them, and Frederick Brown will go down.
오케이.
Yep. Scion ends up going down as Khan is like, uses his stopwatch, and just ends up getting hit by the fountain turret there. A little bit sad, you know, at the end for his perfect KDA, but I think he's having a good time. You can see it on his face. And look, this is a down 1 Kia that lost to Frederick Brion last time around, a little bit somber. He does top the damage chart, 19.9. Almost broke 20. Almost broke 20 this game.
So silly.
This is Dam1 Kia at their best. This is peak Dam1 Kia. You get them a lead, and they are just going to absolutely crush you. 11,000 gold to gold difference.
Over 3 times the damage of a Renekton as full tank Scion Wolf.
Insane.
Stupid. That is just absurd.
Man.
Oh my god, what an amazing game out of Khan. I think that Beryl had yet another one. I'm really glad that he's already got a POG vote so that we will get him in the interview. I do expect that we are going to be seeing Khan as well because, yeah, after a performing like that, damn. So
this is the Dam1 Kia you want to watch, guys. I don't know what else to say.
Absolutely. We'll see whether they can continue doing that in their remaining matches. But now the analyst desk is ready, so let's throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. And Dam1 Kia perfectly got their revenge on Frederick Brion, and they are now having 13 wins of the split, extending their winning streak to number 11. And this time around, Lava was playing Zir, and Frederick Brion was once again going for another dive comp for game number 2. After seeing this draft getting done, I think Frederick Brion would have been able to get lane priority, especially with the Renekton into Scion. But, you know, Dam1 Kia piloted their comp way better than the opponents. Especially the gank coming out from Graves, skipping that Croc camp in the early game was so critical for Cyan to win his laning phase. Tamon Kia this time around, they wanted to play around the late game based on the Seraphine mid pick. You know, Seraphine can boost up the ability of Graves and Xayah in the late game, and this is a guaranteed teamfight victory with this 2 DPS on the side of Tamon Kia for sure, with the help from Seraphine. But Freddy Brion, they were maybe too caught up with their theme and concept of their comp, so they were a little bit getting over eager in order to open fights around the early objectives. And we also want to point out, once again, just like game number 1, Tamon Kia just led their opponent to play Hecarim, and then they take away Graves as the answer. And we could see that actually Hecarim is not a champion that can perfectly block or zone out Graves. It's a very smart analysis of the champion matchup coming from Tamon Kia. Now let's take a look at this first Herald fight. Fred Brion, they had their eyes on Showmaker. They wanted to get a pick onto the Seraphine. But watch Burrow, he was blocking the engage coming from and Delight, and then Hoya was looking for that flash stun, but Hecarim with the knockback, he actually interrupted the engage or follow-up coming from his teammate, and then Gragas and Graves, they survived this fight with a very low HP. And it was a huge win for Tamon Kia from the very early phase of the game. You know, there was a chance for Freddy Brion to make a better kind of engagement with their dive comp. You know, Hecarim went in, he was able to find Seraphine in the front line, but the follow-up from Freddy Brion was not on the same page. It looked like they were pretty much disjointed because maybe due to the lack of understanding of the abilities and skills that they had. Now let's take a look at the second highlight, where it started with Graves getting caught out. A very smart pick coming from Freddy Brion, and Gorilla actually expected Burrow to use his flash to survive, and Burrow's HP went down to about 1/5, but Burrow, look at this healing coming out from his passive. So Burrow now has more than half of his HP, and he was able to participate in this upcoming team fight as well. Well, Freddy Brion was able to take down Xayah, but that actually didn't matter for Tamon Kia. And then a fantastic block into the Azir Drift as well. And because no one had the healing reduction aside of Freddy Brion, we could see massive healing coming from Seraphine, also some of the tanky front lane as well. Cyan was unbreakable in this game. So even though Tamon Kia didn't have their damage carry in that team fight, they had 2 tanky front lane and also Seraphine to boost them up, and they were able to win this team fight even though they were down in numbers as well. And Tamon Kia was able to pick up a clean 2-0 win up against Freddy Brion, and Khan will be picking up this POG on Cyan in game number 2. Well deserved. POG going over to Khan, and DTPM, damage taken per minute, is insane. This Cyan was so crazy, and Sexy Drift, as our casters has commented, is making his way to that Baron pit directly. We would like to invite him for a Cyan Speedway maybe. Fantastic positioning as the MP3 front line for Tamon Kia, and then actually he was the one getting all the damage done on the side of Tamon Kia as well. Khan knows exactly when to take the damage and then when to turn the fight around and put the damage onto the opponents. With this performance, I think we can say a lot of teams will ban it away from him from now on. I mean, Khan has been keep mentioning that he's waiting for the teams to ban it away from him, but still, I think the teams are not ready to bring the counter strategy into Khan's Sion. And Khan's the player who creates the meta, who leads the meta in League of Legends. Not sure about the Lulu pick, but still, I can say for sure Sion was so effective. Unanimous vote secured by Khan with that Sion performance in Game 2. Now it's time to invite Burl and Khan for this POG interview. And before we go, let's take a look at this itemization from Khan. Not a lot of players are now building the Sunfire Aegis actually. And also, we just not complete the Bramble Vest, we just keep it in the we just complete the item up until the Bramble Vest, and then they look for other items to complete for boost his tank ability as well. Now it's time to move over to the POG interview. Congratulations on your win. Hello. Thank you. Tamon Kia was able to get their revenge on Freddy Brion, the only team that took them down. How are you feeling, guys? Today, we were facing up against a team that took us down. The only team that took us down. But I had 3 nightmares this night, so I wasn't feeling too well. But I think it's a big relief that we won this game and series. Khan, what about you? In the first round, Freddy Brion took us down, so I wanted to focus more. And I'm glad that we were able to close out with a win in the end. And Khan, in the previous interview, actually, Freddy Brion is the team that you guys are watching out for the most. So what was the focal point for today's series? Freddy Brion, watching their matches, Hoya always was the reliable top laner, and then they always play around the carry potential of the bottom duos. So during the break, our bottom duo also stepped up a lot, so we knew how to play around the bot as well. So we basically discussed the theme and the concept for today's playstyle. So moving on to the draft, I think Hecarim is one of the top tier champions in the current meta, but Tamon Kia always skipped this pick and then answered back with Greaves and also together with Dragons on the bottom lane. Is that a counter pick into Hecarim, or did Tamon have different plan? I think Hecarim right now, based on the statistics, I think this is a good pick. It's really strong. But for Gragas, I mean, I think it's very unique, but some of the top teams in other regions, I think Gragas was doing a fantastic work. So that's why we mainly picked Gragas back to back. And Khan, we had Nar versus Lulu in game number 1. It was 2-5 matchup history. We had this champion history that's in favor of Lulu. So what makes Lulu win Nar so hard? In the laning phase, there is no way for Nar to win Lulu one-on-one. And that's really critical, because this is a completely a mismatch for Nar. So Lulu can win lane really hard and we can snowball off that lead in the laning phase. But that was our original plan, but we were not able to execute it because I got ganked a lot. And if you need any tips about Lulu, you can always message me, Khan. Very kind word coming from Gorilla, his former teammates. And we had a fantastic play coming from Bro, getting that pick onto Jinx, who just haunted the wolf camp. So tell us about the communication that went back and forth. We were about to raise the tier 2 turret on the mid lane, but Jinx was out of her position. So she had to take a detour, and I had vision of her. So I made a call, you know, Ghost, can you ult in? So he said yes, so we were on the same page for that play. in addition to that, well, speaking of Ghost and Burrow, you guys have a lot of nicknames. The best duo, Ghost Burrow, the Gobe duo, or Ghost Burrow, the Gorilla duo. So which one is your favorite one?
저는 뭐 셋 다 괜찮다고.
I like all three of them.
일단 고릴이 특별히 마음에 들지 않는 네, 넘어가야 될 것 같습니다. 네. 그리고 이 세트 어쨌든
Moving on to game number 2. Lava subbed in on the mid lane, and Lava was actually the main character that popped up in the first round robin up against Hamon Kia. So were you guys keeping your eyes on them?
일단 1라운드 때 졌을 때
In the first round robin, yeah, Lava played in that series, so we were expecting him to kind of play, and we were looking for a bit of a revenge on Lava. When we saw Yahorong in game number 1, we were like, it's a bummer, we cannot get a revenge. But as we saw, Lava was subbing in. We were glad that we were able to kind of redeem ourselves up against Lava. And then Sion still didn't get banned. And you are once again showing a tremendous performance on that pick. I think your Sion is a wannabe for all the League of Legends players. So any tips about the itemization? About the itemization, I am the answer. Just follow and copy my build. That's it. Is that it?
그냥 저를 따라하시면 됩니다.
Yeah, just do whatever I do about the items. I got the answer for Sion build. Thank you very much, Con, for that Sion itemization answer. But if you get to win Worlds this year, and if you get to play Sion during the World stage, we would like to see the Kia Sion kind of skin.
저는 if를 되게
I hate saying if, you know. We don't know what will happen in the future. I'm just gonna focus on the matches that will be coming up for me. Not about Worlds. You know, we don't know what will happen yet. Your next opponent will be Nongxin Red Force, and this is gonna be your 14th win of the split if you guys get to take the win. And you'll be secured the second place. How are we going to prepare for that? Nongxin as well, they have a very strong bottom duo, so we will prepare hard and show great performance. And Khan, would you like to head on to that?
일단 앞선 경기에서 다
In the previous matches, we were able to buy much time, you know, because we won a lot of matches. So I think we will be feeling less pressure whenever we're trying a new kind of comp and new picks. So if we kind of try something new, something unique, I hope the fans will kind of feeling okay, you know, just thinking that Hamon Kia is preparing something new for the upcoming playoffs. And this will be the end of the interview from Beryl Khan, and back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the interview and the analyst desk translation. A pretty insane demonstration there from Damwon Kia getting their revenge, and Khan being pretty outspoken on wanting to exact his revenge over Lava, and then he gets subbed in, and they get to destroy them, and Khan was definitely the one doing most of it.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at our standings, and you can see Damwon Kia at the top still.
11 wins in a row, and it's their own record that they have a chance to break.
Well, it's 12 now that they've got in a row, and they're 3 wins away from actually toppling that SK Telecom T1 record of 14. They are on the cusp, man, and this is unbelievable. Also, this is a team that came back from winning Worlds. You usually don't see this level of consistency between a Worlds win and the first split of a year. You know, usually you bounce back in summer, you go for maybe the repeat if you're SK Telecom T1, you know, historically speaking. But to have this much dominance in spring, I mean, what's to come? I mean, this team is so good right now, and this is with a new roster, right, with a new top laner. Who knows where the ceiling is for Damwon Kia right now? I started to think of where this team could go over the course of this year.
Yeah, no, I'm actually really excited. And it just shows when you have a very strong foundation of a team, you can change out small pieces and things are going to be absolutely fine. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a relatively long break before we get into Afrika versus Harmwell Life Esports. So, you know, go grab yourself a drink, something like that. Take about 30 minutes off, and then we'll be back for our final series of the night. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2021. It's time for the last match of the evening. Harmolife Esports trying to get themselves a bit closer to that second place if they can, and Afrika Freaks desperately trying to get into playoffs contention. Actually a pretty big one here when it comes to the outcome.
If Afrika are able to upset here, their chances of going to playoffs are so good because KT have a really tough strength of schedule moving forward for the rest of this split. So if KT fall and Afrika rise, I mean, they're going to get into that top 6 spot. They'll be playing in that playoff bracket, and who knows how deep they can go. This series on paper should be really good. Like, I'm very excited about this series, but Harmolife Esports, you know, very weak loss just last week that they're coming off of that they're going to have to recover from, as that series did not deliver.
No, that series was actually very disappointing for a multitude of different reasons that began in the draft very substantially. Their drafts 2 games in a row were horrendous.
All AD damage, mid Scion, and, you know, Chovy trying to play Syndra, it didn't work out so well for him.
Yeah, and then they had that Scion pick that everyone was upset about, where I think the Scion was actually the least of their worries in that draft. Everything else was absolutely abhorrent as well. But we do have points of the match here for our last matchup of the evening. Of course, Afrika will be starting off on the blue side against Harmolife Esports this time around, and only a couple of weeks left to go. Going to have to finish as strong as they can. I think the top side is going to be important, but when it comes to the top side 2v2, I think Afrika are way better.
Yeah, I think so too right now. Johan had a pretty pitiful performance in that last series, you know, that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Played the Rek'Sai, really struggled. It's going to be Harmolife. I think redemption is the point of this series. Yeah, they're fighting for higher seeding. I mean, that's the literal point, but for the fans, right, for Harmolife fans, you were trying to prove to the fans that that series they had last week was a bit of a fluke, maybe some experimentation, but you want to bring a solid, hard, meta composition in here if you're Harmolife. And for Afrika, you're hoping Hanwha is slipping, you're hoping they're messing up again, you're hoping the drafts are bad, and that you're going to steal a win away here and take your 5th win. That puts you one step closer to playoffs. And take a look at our team stats here between these teams. You know, very aggressive early game here for Afrika Freaks.
Actually, both sides having a very high first turret percentage. I believe T1 are actually the highest when it comes to taking the first turret. But still some very large stats here for Harmolife as well. First herald percent, 90% for Afrika. Definitely a lot of focus towards the top side of the map there, and this does help illustrate, you know, the Dread and Keen show that Afrika have sort of been leaning towards so far.
Yeah.
And that does help them with their goal difference at 15 minutes, which is actually higher than Harmolife Esports, even if it is just by a slim margin.
And Afrika have really had big problems in the late game. That's where their decision-making has kind of fallen apart. They've taken risky fights, or players have been caught. You know, you see a lot of isolated deaths on Bang sometimes. You know, sometimes it's Lehens, if he's playing a squishy champion, where he gets caught, and then suddenly these objective fights are fought 4v5. Here's your starting lineup. For Afrika Freaks, nothing out of the ordinary here, nothing surprising. Fly is still the staple mid laner, and he's been less and less of a liability, I feel, as of late, but at the same time, he still does feel like he's the weak link, and he's playing against the most iconic mid laner that we have perhaps even worldwide right now in Chovy. So needs to make sure he does not get solo killed, needs to make sure he's playing a stable matchup, I feel, or Chovy is going to have his way.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, as we have a look at our Harmolife Esports roster, Morgan, Johan, Chovy, Deft, and Vista, I think Johan has been pretty terrible, to be perfectly honest. We saw him in Kesper Cup, he was also not very good there. I don't know why they're not playing Arthur personally, but maybe something is going wrong behind the scenes, and Arthur was tapering off. Before they did put him on the bench.
Arthur had just a few bad games, and then it felt like they decided, well, that means it's time to give Johan his time to shine. And during this period of time in regular season where you're basically guaranteed playoffs, you're not, but you're in a really nice spot, I can understand trying to experiment, but it feels like the experiment was not a success, right? And yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the longevity of using Johan here, but let's zoom in to Keen versus Morgan in the top side. Morgan has been such a consistent player, actually, for this team, despite the fact that, you know, he hasn't looked flashy, right? He hasn't been standout. You know, he's overshadowed by players like Deft and Chovy. he's been a very great player in the top side. He's a very defensive player, and he plays a lot of Renekton and is good at team fighting. You think of Renekton as a snowball-y champion where you need to get ahead in the top lane. He plays a little bit different. He plays weak side Renekton, but his team fighting, his positioning, getting on top of carries in the back line is what I've been most impressed with this guy on.
Yeah, he's been, it's certainly a very sword versus shield type matchup, right? Like, this is Keen, who just, like, you can see the average isolated deaths. We don't actually show, like, solo kill stats and stuff like that, because that would make Morgan very sad, because, of course, Keen certainly far more aggressive and plays out the laning phase very, very well. I feel like Keen has been a huge uptick. He had a pretty forgettable 2020, and the beginning of this season was also not super great for Keen, but over recent weeks, he has become that force that we know he can be. That being said, the rest of the team has to catch up to him, right? Like, I feel like it's Keen and Dread against the world a lot of the time, and Humble Life, when you have a look at where their power is, it's exactly where Afrika's isn't at the moment, because even Lehens and Bang haven't necessarily been able to get things done.
That's true. And, you know, the inconsistency of the bottom side for Afrika is definitely a big concern. I mean, Bang has had his moments in the late game. He's often saved his team and carried big team fights, especially at the beginning of the season. But Deft and Vista are consistent, right? Morgan is consistent. And if Chovy is given a proper draft, he almost always wins lane, even with a hard draft. So you're not worried about Chovy. It feels like where the problems arise here outside of draft are in Johan, right? Which is what you were going back to very early on. And it feels like he's not making the right decisions. He's invading at the wrong times. He hasn't been able to control vision, so a lot of his movements are transparent, especially in that last series they played when he was on the Rek'Sai. So
it just feels like he's being exposed time after time. And it's a little bit unfortunate, but we'll see whether they have made the relative adjustments. As Afrika do get rid of that Lucian that if Chovy gets, he basically just wins on every single time. And you can certainly understand why this one has been taken away, as Renekton also a champion that Humble Life loves to flex.
Yep. Very unsurprising bans thus far. Targeted ban onto Dread's Lilia.
Yep.
And you know, there's the Udyr ban that comes along with this too. So I'm wondering now the path to which Humble Life Esports is going to take to get Chovy in a position to where he can dominate lane and actually help carry the game. Because in the last few drafts, he's been, unfortunately, kind of nerfed by draft, if that makes sense. Like his Sion, like he's a type of player who needs to pop off. He said in his interviews he doesn't like playing control mages because he feels like the players who like that style mastered it better than he has, and he's not comfortable on it. He likes to play champions where he can be extremely impactful in lane. You put him on something like a Sion or a Syndra, and it just doesn't look like, it doesn't look great for him. And you know he can do it, but he's just, that's not the style he likes to play. And you can feel it, you can see it in his gameplay. Johan will pick up the Nidalee here.
Yeah, interesting. Going to be putting a pretty high priority on that particular pick. Still a few junglers left available, but with Lilia and Hecarim and Udyr banned, you can understand why the Nidalee was the next cab off the rank. But let's see where Humble Life go as far as their next pick. The Kai'Sa is available for Deft if he wants to just go for something stable, but Thresh is going to be locked away. Oh my god,
it's happening.
It's the Jinx. It's got to be the Jinx, right?
Unless
oh
it's
no,
taken away
Afrika
here.
is definitely going to pick it away. I'm so sad. That being said, Deft can then go to Aphelios, and it's probably going to be okay.
Yeah, Bane could just play Kai'Sa here too. He has a very bad win rate on the champion, but it's a safe pick.
He also looked good on Jinx when he played it last.
Yeah.
Certainly is a consideration as we have ran down the clock, and it will be the Kai'Sa. Likely a pick away from Deft, who does really like it, but he's not going to play it alongside a Thresh. So interesting. As you said, Bang doesn't necessarily have the biggest win rate, but, you know, attract, repel, and there's a lot of, you know, power that you do get.
The Olaf here is so
with
Dread. You know, Dread's top champions are champions where he can duel and bully outside of the Lilia, right? Like his Hecarim, his Udyr, and his Olaf is still his most played this season. His Pantheon was very good. He likes to play junglers like that, but with the nerfs, the impact he's going to have in team fights later on is just so much smaller. How little he'll be able to do in skirmishes in those Drake fights. You know, we're looking at second, third Drake fight.
Yeah.
With the nerfs to Starox and you know, the Gore Drinker, I'm worried about this pick, and it's so high prio too.
I really hope we're just going to lock it.
It's Jinx, right?
It has to be Jinx, right?
Unless Chovy really wants to grab something out of the ordinary.
Okay, Deft. is going to be playing his Jinx. Absolutely fantastic. Look at that little wry smile on his face as well. Of course, if you go back through the years, Deft still has an absolutely ludicrous win rate on this champion. It's like 6 years long, his sort of love affair with playing the Jinx. And he is very, very good at it, always has been. So very excited to see how this one's going to go.
Such a stable matchup too, you know, into the Kaiser rel. It feels like if Johan, or excuse me, not Johan, if Vista plays the Thresh well, like he has so far this season, it just feels like it's hard for things to go wrong. Yeah, I mean, sure, you could be aggressive with the Rel Kaisa pick early on, but with Lantern, it's super easy to make sure those trades don't go too crazy. And I like this ban on to Chovy's Yone here because you have Nidalee. It's a really strong pairing in the mid lane. This was a very common ban, even as far back as Kespa Cup. It's pretty standard. Even though no one's really playing Yone right now, it's a solid ban that, you know, you just don't give Chovy the opportunity to play that pop-off champion that we were talking about before. And, I mean...
Is Chovy going to play Orianna? That's interesting.
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, he's got the Azir ban, the Victor ban now.
I just don't know why you'd ban Victor when you can ban Orianna that's so good for this Afrika composition. The Olaf needs to have some sort of longevity, but I think it might be that Humble Life Esports are either going to pick it away or they have a good pick into it as Aurelia going to be banned.
My line of thought for
this is a Gnar pick.
Yeah, I feel like my line of thinking for the Victor and Azir bans is you just want to remove scaling away from Afrika in the mid lane. I mean, sure, we don't know what matchup it's going to be for the Azir just yet. That could be more specific, but you know, you're already up against an Olaf pick. If you take away a really strong scaling mid lane and you have the Jinx on your side, like you could scale really well if you're Hana Life Esports against this.
Okay, that is Aatrox. And the Gnar is available. We'll see where the Keen just goes towards it anyway. Like, you see the Aurelia ban and you're thinking, okay, they would like to pick a Gnar here potentially. Aatrox does work with the fact that they do have a magic damage jungler, and this can empower Johan, but it's not exactly something that we've seen have very much success, to be perfectly honest, as there's that very obvious Gnar pick.
Yeah, and I think Orianna is a solid way to round this roster out for Fly. Lock in the Syndra instead. You know, you had a really strong ball carrier in the Olaf. The Olaf, by the way, we haven't talked about this too much, but Olaf pairs super well with Rel because he can set up attract repels in places that other champions can't because of his ultimate. And
imagine if you could do that with also having a shockwave on your head.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm a little bit surprised by this Syndra pick, because it feels like there was an insane amount of synergy.
I'm like looking through the ban list, wondering where it is. Oh, Chovy's doing it again.
Okay.
So it's going to be his very famous mid Aatrox. This is a pick that dates back a very, very long time, and something that he has had a lot of success on in the past. That being said, Aatrox has been through a lot of changes in that time, and we'll just have to see how Chovy is going to go, as it looks like Morgan will be piloting the cannon there towards the top side of the map. So not exactly the greatest when it comes to damage range and variance there when you pair it on the top side. And also, you know, the CC from cannon is quite short-lived with his Mark of the Storm, so the setup for spears isn't the best.
It's, you know, this is a composition that really screams desperation for making Chovy on a high-impact champion in lane that can also control those Rift Herald fights and Drake fights very easily from the mid lane. The same way that you would use Aatrox for that on top side. You know, he's going to have a teleport so he can be anywhere, but he also is going to be able to get to those objectives faster. But I do worry that against Fly Syndra here, he might just get chunked out. You know, there's a lot of potential for roams from Lehends to actually set up ganks in the mid lane if he really wants to put on the aggression. So he does need to be careful and very stable in the lane. So I don't know if this is going to be one of those games where you're like, wow, Chovy is playing a tough matchup, but he's 40 CS up. I don't know if it's going to be one of those games, Atlas.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm very interested to see how he plays out the laning phase, because Chovy is always so good at navigating lanes that are range versus melee like this. Even his Scion was actually crushing lane in that game. His tank play has always been very good. Bruiser play, the same thing as you guys have seen with his Renekton that we've seen in weeks past. But it does feel like Hana Life Esports have they've thrown a spanner that I don't know whether they necessarily needed to throw into the works here, with the Aatrox heading towards the mid lane, as he is going to at least have a good Crab Rave. As is has chosen the correct skin. The Jaeger Aatrox is definitely the one that you want.
There's a lot of ways for this top lane to be successful too for the top duos to be successful for Honda Life Esports. If Keen is out of position or ends up getting stunned or loses his flash early, Johan can start to really snowball and deal with that lane.
Yep.
And there is kill potential in the mid lane as well against the Syndra, but that really just depends on Fly's performance. And Fly has been a player who, as you know, I keep saying it using the word liability, but he has often gotten caught out of position or has just been solo killed. But when he does play a stable game, he does well. And I feel like against Chovy's Aatrox here, it's hard to really mess this one up and get destroyed, like to get obliterated. As you can see, like in this matchup, especially early, he just throws spears and there's nothing you can do about it.
Gives him the big old thumbs up. It's okay, Chovy has one of those as well, so we're going to be absolutely fine. Having a look at the win rates, yeah, it's Bang that's really struggling in that department. Keen as well. His Na has had some good games, but mostly hasn't really found it, as this is the first time Deft has played Jinx so far in the LCK for this season. But certainly a very famous pick for him in the past. As even more thumbs up here for Chovy, as him and Fly are really having a good time here in this lane to start things off. The mind games absolutely working out here so far, as Keen is certainly going to be able to get the upper hand in these first few levels, being able to shove the lane a lot more consistently.
I feel like if Afrika get ahead in this game, it's going to be so incredibly difficult for Hanwha to catch up with this draft that they have.
That was so weird. It was like the orb was there, but then it wasn't.
And then some of Chovy's health was there, and then it wasn't.
Yeah.
Fly is having a great time here at this stage.
Yeah.
Once Chovy hits 3, he'll be able to hold his own a little bit better.
Yeah, the Umbral Dash does certainly help, so he has taken that now, but this is getting real rough. As yeah, Chovy down to about 100. He does still have that potion that he's only just popped, so he will be able to stay in this lane for a little bit longer. And
he's also put this wave in a pretty good spot. You know, it could be a little bit worse. If this is under turret, this becomes like nightmare level.
yeah,
Just right in the sweet spot where he wants it. Still got to be careful though.
yeah. Let's have a look at the rest of the map. You can see both of our junglers on the Krugs right now, just racing as it looks to do a full clear. As we have a look on the bottom side, good hook is going to land there from Vista, as Flame Chomp is not actually going to activate. Great attract repel. Couldn't actually say what it was, as Deft is going to throw out a few rockets here, but Vista's definitely going to get the short end of that stick. Need to see some better Flame Chompers out of Deft if they really want to get that combo to work out.
Yeah, that's why you pick this for lane. I mean, there's obviously other reasons, because Jinx doesn't have great mobility and the Lantern's going to help you with that. But for the laning part, that's a really important combo that you need to be able to hit consistently. But he's doing fine otherwise. They both had potions. They both have biscuits. It's not going to be the end of the world level trade, but look at Chovy. You know, I was talking about we had the wave in a pretty nice spot. He actually catches most of those minions. He's not too significantly behind in CS. And he's stabilized quite a bit. Now that he hit 3, he's now level 4. So once he has all of his abilities, he can, you know, trade back against the Syndra. If she goes into Q range, then he can hit the slow, then dash in and start to hit those combos. So
Yeah.
Fly not going to be as abusive or as in complete control as he was moments before, and Chovy doesn't end up having too bad of a CS deficit, so nicely played.
Yeah, no, he should be fine, especially when he does manage to get his Mercury Treads. That's when this lane is going to get a little bit more comfortable here for Chovy, but in the early stages, certainly not going to have an advantage, as Fly has actually done a pretty good job at trying to keep on the pressure, as Morgan going to get hyper-procced. And, you know, the cannon not necessarily working out so far, is largely picked as an answer to the Gnar.
Yeah.
As Deft has made it to level 4, and Chovy is just continuing to struggle. Does get the creep, very nice.
Oh man, that was the right minion to get hit by the turret too for him. He's very fortunate about that.
Yep.
The resources bar for... Oh, hold that thought.
That was a little bit sad, as Deft not going to be able to click the
There's
left,
the
and actually
chompers.
doesn't need to worry about it, is exactly right. Chompers are there, and the minions are also, as the Crashdown's going to be flayed this time around. Vista was tanking the turret, unfortunately, as we've got double entry towards the bottom side of the map, as Fly's going to teleport down. He's looking for Deft, who still has the flash. He's now up against the wall, does get over, but it's not going to be enough. Undertow catches him. Dread grabs the kill, and they'll transition right into a Mountain Drake.
I mean, this was so well played by a Freaks. You know, after the kill is not a success, you know, after they're unable to get to confirm the kill on the bottom side of the map, it's really easy to teleport in like this from behind when there's a ward in that brush. And this happens so many times. It feels like the last 2 weeks especially, we just keep seeing these ward teleports behind the bot duo who's trying to force a kill. and it's handled very well. Chovy unable to respond, and this ends up being a very early Drake here for Afrika as well. So a very great start.
Yeah, working out very well. Chovy did go home. He's bought himself some shoes, a sword, and feeling okay. But let's have a look at this one more time as Def decides that he doesn't want to take the Lantern, which is intelligent because he does get Bang's heal out, but then Vista walks into turret range, as you can see, and this is the real disaster as he takes 2 shots and is just immediately taken down.
And Chovy is teleporting to mid. He can't come and help out. There's just no way for him to be impactful here. Really nice stun over the wall.
Yeah, and that ward survives for just long enough to make sure that they have the vision in order to get him after the flash.
So it's a really nice follow-up there from Dread, punishing that overextension. And this is what I'm talking about with the Aatrox in Italy in the mid lane. If you do hit those combos, Fly disappears.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, it is going to get better and better for Chovy as the game goes on, as you can have a look at the all-time win rate for Def. Yeah, it is pretty silly.
38-3.
Yeah.
I thought we'd be looking at like 75%, you know, pretty good, but 38-3 and over 90% win rate in over 40 games.
And this is over 6 to 7 years as well. Like
across many metas.
Yeah. Deft is just he's extremely good at Jinx. Always has been. That being said, this game might be another loss to add to the column, as so far it has been a good start for the Afrika Freaks. We've got an Infernal Drake to come through next, so another Cloud Soul most likely. As Bank going to be hooked up here. Flame Chompers are good this time around, and Vista just sweeps him up. Def gets himself a little bit of a shield, and then takes the Lantern for some repositioning. Certainly a very excited Jinx, as now Def is hurriedly trying to grab that level 6. Exactly, yeah. He gets it! Do we have enough mana?
Ooh.
Yep. This is scary. Okay, Dread's going to come down.
This actually could be a
Ragnarok has been procced as Deft is going to get stunned up. That's actually a real shame.
Oh my god.
Now he's looking to try and turn it back, but it's not going to work. Double kill for Dread once again.
Oh,
Reckless
2 for 2.
Swing collects it. Very, very nice.
Lehen stays. He waits, and this is the pairing that, you know, we see so often with the Rel and the Olaf. It's so easy to set up these attract repels.
Chovy looking for Keen, as it looks like this Herald should go over to Humalive.
Try to trade back an objective here, but that is so much gold going over to Dread. And he's 3-0-1 right now. 100% kill participation. The bottom side of the map, they've killed the duo twice each.
Yeah.
And this is both times, by the way, off of really nice setups from Deft and Vista. But look, Dread is already on his way down. So he's heading in this direction. The hook hits here. Dread's a needle, doesn't get the minion. And then it's like, okay, Flay hits. And the Hens is on his way out, but he stays here so long, and there's even no minion wave here, but Dread comes, and as soon as Vista sees it, he's like, uh-oh. And then he decides, okay, how do I get out of this situation? I'm going to die. Doesn't get the Lantern off either. So Deft is unable to escape to the right, so he tries to trade back a kill, and it's a double. And that's so much money going over the Olaf, who's going to hit a power spike so much faster than he's supposed to.
And the tankiness of dismounted Rel as well was just pretty sad for good old Deft, who was trying to throw as many rockets into him as possible, not quite finding it, as that's a good flash out of Keen, otherwise he would have definitely been dead. And Humalife Esports putting on a bit of pressure here towards the top side. Empowered recall for Johan. And we'll see where he plonks down Shelly. See how much she's going to be able to get done as Chovy spends some time outside of the lane. Even in CS, by the way, so has caught back up again and is pretty happy just to mow through the minions.
This next Drake fight is first time in a long time, almost a year. Chovy actually beat Faker's Rumble last time it was played.
Yeah, this
2020. But I was going to say
during the regular season. Okay.
Yeah, during regular season, and Chovy has, you know, he's stabilized in lane. He has a CS lead, and he's going to be a big part of why HLE Esports should take this next Drake fight. They should commit. They should be around here. Morgan, unfortunately, teleport doesn't look like it's going to be ready just in time for this. So this is probably going to be a bottom side skirmish where the top laners aren't involved. Yeah. But I think this is a fight you absolutely have to take as HLE Esports to try to bring back trait in the game.
There's the Hex Flash. In goes the Killer Instinct as well as Deft immediately exhausted. Does have his Flash available, but he's standing his ground, trying to take down Bang. Takes the Lantern for the extra movement. Oh my goodness, Bang able to flash his way out. Deft getting shot down by minions and has to be careful as Dread is booking it towards the bottom side, but Johan also is here as the hook is going to connect immediately. Ragnarok to cancel out the CC. The spear is going to connect there as Johan. You have to be a little bit careful. Still 1 versus 3 is Deft gonna have to take down that ward, and he will do so as Super Mega Death Rocket finds Bang in the back line, and that's the first kill for Humble Life Esports.
And you definitely get the Drake now, but you're gonna get a little bit more than that. You're hoping for a turret plate. They're actually gonna drop this Rift Herald down here, so they're gonna get a lot more than 1 turret plate. They're gonna get the whole thing. And this is a fantastic position. Deft doesn't have enough health for them to really push the issue here because they don't have a minion wave, but they just rotate back in, get the Infernal Drake. As I say it is going to be contested off screen here.
Yeah, it looks like Red is going to move around. As Chovy's in the mid lane right now. Spear is going to connect there as Vista moves on over. It looks like Humble Life want to keep this one leashed. As Morgan is going to get stunned up. Keen is a big angry monster.
Are they going to lose this Drake? I mean, the answer looks like is very possible.
Alahens. Okay, gets around the side. And now it looks like with Chovy moving on in and Fly being stuck in the mid lane, they're not going to be able to contest this. So, we will have an Ocean Soul. Fantastic. Okay, so we've got 3 different souls so far today. Yeah. Mountain, Cloud, and then Ocean. We need an Infernal Soul for the next game to complete the set, which is exactly what we want. Is Chovy.
Ocean would be
out of the way.
Really good for Afrika, you know, with their composition with Olaf, but
actually for both comps, to be honest, because you want to be throwing as many spears as possible, so the mana regen's great for the Nidalee, as well as Chovy getting more lifesteal. That feels like a fantastic thing for a lifesteal tank like the Aatrox.
It was very peculiar that Humble Life Esports, you know, did not commit to the Drake take very early, and almost felt like they wanted to bait a fight into their favor. And Afrika did not take the bait, but did stay for a really long time on the Drake. And Humble Life finally took it away after those kills on the bottom side. Chovy rotates in. They have a ton of vision control over the river now too, so you know, if they can actually grab vision control right above this turret, then Dread is just not going to be able to have any space on this side of the map. Unfortunately, hook does not connect.
Yeah, not quite. Good zap positioning there, of course. Deft loves it when you stand between the turret and the wall because it's very hard to get away from the zaps. As Bang, I believe, just found Johan. He's just looking to clear out vision. And they grab another turret plate down here. Yep, see? Zap positioning, man. It's scary. Hook is going to connect. Super Mega Death Rocket has to be flashed there by Lahens. As now Morgan could be in trouble. There's the ulti, is slicing Maelstrom. Not going to really be too much value as he gets completely juked, does Dread, unfortunately. And just walks away. I like the casual walk down strategy. Worked very, very well.
Well, Morgan has such a, you know, good track record of no isolated deaths. Like, he's escaped so many engages. He forces Olaf's ult out and then just escapes there with his movement speed. And this is a very ambitious punish attempt from Chovy, despite there not being any vision there.
Yep. I do like it, though. Whenever Chovy shoves in a wave, he just immediately leaves, right? And then Afrika needs to play as if the Aatrox is around any corner. As we have a look at his bottom side yet again, the playback was very, very good there. You see, like, Deft is holding on to his flash this whole time, creating enough distance. But unfortunately, this bottom lane from Humble Life has just been overstepping their bounds just a little bit, and this angry Viking coming down has often been scary.
Yeah, he certainly has. In this case, they end up being totally fine, but watch this from
downtown.
With the spear connected with it, that was actually pretty cinematic.
Was actually real dope.
Bang's like, oh no! Too late. He's out. But yeah, I mean, these rotations from Dread have been really good to counter gank.
2 people are dead.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah,
sometimes the cinematic experience takes away from the live experience, but it's okay.
The world ender. Going to be used there in the mid lane. Chovy just gets out. Gameplay button pressed by a Fly just to try and soften up the Aatrox as best he can, but he will be okay for the moment as he just clears out the mini wave. So, bit of extra control for Afrika in mid. Will be a bit of a handoff of this blue buff as we've moved the Jinx to the top side of the map. This is something that Deft has been really good at throughout his entire career, which is mowing down turrets. That's what he does on 3 picks historically. It has been the Jinx, the Caitlyn, and the Tristana. And of course, this is something that a lot of people have done, but Deft has been on teams that really like to do it.
Yeah.
Really snowbally. You know, KT was like this in 2018. EDG was like this in the past as well. More like 2015, 2016. But he does play with tempo very, very well on picks like this.
It's going to give him a ton of extra gold. He gets the faster rotation up. He is 30 CS up at the moment.
Oops, Chovy. Yeah, could be in trouble yet again. Does have flash. He's going to use it as he cops a house to the head. Okay, Infernal Chains are going to work out there as another house is going to collide with the Aatrox.
Fly didn't have ult, so you know he doesn't have the ability to kill confirm, and Chovy just handles the situation so well, and actually has backup now, so doesn't need to leave. So he's just missing no CS. I mean, he's missing a little bit of CS, but very little.
Ooh, Fly actually had his ultimate back up again. It was pretty close to being able to take down Chovy there. Doesn't pull the trigger. I think he was just barely out of range. As Keen moves down towards the bottom side, as we're going to have a look at a replay from somewhere. This was where the Rel and Morgan died.
Yep. I mean, it looks like just a skirmish here around red. Very, very overextended is Lehens. Like, that was very ambitious, and then obviously Keen gets a kill on the top side of this fight
solo
as well.
kills him.
Well, there's no one to help, and he has to rotate in to try to help the skirmish, so he gets caught, and that's a very messy fight, 1-for-1 though. And Bang up here, going to clean up the top side, get some extra gold here from this turret.
Yep.
Still significantly behind in that regard, but it's going to pick up some extra gold, which is really important. And now this Drake here is, I'll hold that thought.
Okay, Chovy looking for Keen here. World Ender comes down. We'll see whether he can dive this turret as he gets the sweet spot. One more auto will do it as Chovy. Does he have an Umbral Dash? He has the Q! And finishes it off beautifully. A solo kill for a solo kill. He says, you're welcome, Morgan.
Well, that's a cool thing about this Aatrox pick, too, is at this stage of the game, you can actually put it in the solo lane against the Gnar and get solo kills in these moments.
Yeah.
So he's significantly fed, right? He actually went Stride Breakers, so he's going to be able to duel and actually set up kills a lot better, in fact, in these side lane scenarios, and even is able to chase under turret there. So this is one of the powers of the Aatrox. We talked about the laning phase and the skirmishing power around Drakes where they have an advantage, but in the side lane, he gets a nice edge too. So they have two side laners here for free. And this 1-3-1 that just kind of suddenly erupted in this game.
It's actually really cool. We've got a lot of iconic picks here in this game. Of course, Lehens has been fantastic on the Rel throughout his career. Keen really likes the Gnar, always has. Dreads Olaf, you know, that was getting quadra kills earlier, but this is a different patch, and they're up against Chovy's very famous Aatrox. Jinx on Deft, like, he's currently with the highest gold lead in the game, and his Jinx just is so stable. It always has been. Really is a joy to watch, and one of those picks that if it's in the meta, you take it away from Deft. It's generally how it works. As Chovy is between a rock and a hard place a little bit here, as Bang's getting a lot of work done. World Ender does come down as Chovy finds himself some relative safety, but it's not as safe as he would like. Lehens gets Super Mega Death Rocket. Don't mind Chovy. He's just going to walk out of the fight as the rest of Hanwha Live are looking to put the screws in. Bang has to limp home, flies at half health. And what was that? Chovy walked in amongst 5 people and just wandered out.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy just keeps getting away with these plays. No one's able to punish him. And now he's over here. Keen is looking for something. I don't know if you want to take this fight, Keen, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Chovy is a second top laner in this game, a second side laner. And unfortunately...
Oh, wait, never mind. Sorry, I thought that was a steal for some reason, because he was coming over to his... But it was Johan just handing off a red buff, so I got a little bit overexcited there.
It's all good. But unfortunately, you know, in this game right now, the Syndra hasn't been able to find the same amount of success, right? I mean, Fly's playing a control mage. Low variability, right? With this one, it's hard to get totally destroyed, like I said, if you're Fly in this game. But that's kind of the story of Fly, right? Is if he's not failing, it's a good sign usually for a Freaka, but he's not accomplishing half as much as Chovy is in this game, because Chovy is able to make plays like this, right? Where he's in the side lane and he's like, sorry, Keen, no way out. I just crush you in this duel.
Yeah.
Because he got ahead for free in the mid lane. He has the items he needs.
And hit literally everything that he needed to.
And then this is him by himself, just walking out, as you said. This Attract Repel does not hit. I think that's pretty significant to point out.
Oh, and Umbral dashes mid-Q to get out of the way of the sphere. And yeah, then Lehens just gets bonked. Oh, man.
And he's not even building tanky, but he's just so survivable in these situations.
Well, it's mid-game Aatrox, right? He's always just so good as that was never going to kill. But, you know, you may as well throw him.
You miss every shot you don't take, Atlas.
Damn right. Damn right.
Well, this is starting to be very scary because of the side pressure, and Afrika don't have any great answers, right? And the Olaf, you can see damage taken in this game. Chovy is actually dwarfing him. So is the Nidalee, but
Oh my god.
in this game, like, they don't have any champions that can rotate very quickly. They don't have any assassins. They don't have any lockdown champions to go and punish these side laners very easily. Kennen can get out very quickly. We've seen Chovy already, no matter what lane he's pushing in, gets out very easily.
Fly's going to get flashed on here as he does make it out, but it's just going to be pulled back in.
Everything is hit by everything.
You dodge like one or two things, and then when the 5th and 6th and 7th thing comes at you, then it's a little bit more difficult. Oh man, really nice hooks out from Vista here.
He was a dartboard on that one, unfortunately. And the last few hits were bullseyes.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a Baron here, and what feels like, you know, it feels like we're like, is Baron even spawned yet in this game? Because it's been fairly low action. We haven't seen very many straight up team fights. It's just been picks after picks, failed trades in the bot lane, and then now.
And Afrika have absolutely no idea that this is happening. This is exactly what Damwon did to Fred and Brion earlier on. It's just take Barons. And without Fly, I guess they didn't feel like they were going to be able to take that one away, but a free Baron going over to Harmolife Esports, and this is a great change from this team after their series against Gen G that was so disappointing. But let's have a look at this one more time.
Fly gets caught here, gets slowed, and then the hook follows up, and then he gets hit by a spear. You're not getting out of that one, I'm afraid. And, I mean, now with Baron control over the map, the 1-3-1 becomes even stronger if they want to utilize it. They're going to look for a Drake fight first, which is, again, Chovy is as strong as he's ever going to be at this stage of the game. Like, he's super powerful, he's super potent. It's almost impossible to deal with him. And why is Lehens flanking like this?
Lehens is in the wrong position, as he is definitely going to die. Presses Magnet Storm, because why not? As now Vista has to contend with Keen, who does have Mega Nut, but he gets played out. And unfortunately, the CC doesn't really work. Super Mega Death Rocket just hitting the backline there as Morgan flashes in. The Slicing Maelstrom is amazing. And honestly, this team fight could not have gone any better. Deft is excited, so are we. And Harmolife Esports, with their Baron, decide that they don't even really want to take a dragon.
Nope. Dread is actually running for the hills. He got his minion wave, and he's like, I'm going to get away with it too. Looks like he actually will be able to escape. Sees the ward. Bang is here. Chovy, got to be careful. You don't know about that.
I mean, Chovy sees Bang and he runs forward, as you can see. As okay, Dread's in a lot of trouble. The dragon is going to be taken there. Just Johan getting that one done as Chovy. Oh my goodness. Dread had his ulti, but didn't want to press it because he takes a bit more damage there, and it's dangerous.
Well, the Drake is taken, as you say, and this is going to be, if Harmolife take the final Cloud or Ocean Soul, it's going to be triple for them. So the mana regen is going to be out of this world for spear chucking for Johan here. As Lehens is looking for a flank here, but unfortunately there's no one to even connect to. The teleport, I suppose, is the idea. You teleport in, he connects from, you know, no vision, but he was standing on a ward, and that is the end of him. So that's how this fight starts off wrong. The rest of Afrika decide to collapse onto Vista. They don't have the damage to kill him. He trades back a hook, and then Morgan decides to flash Slicing Maelstrom. They don't know where he is. It's an incredible flank angle. Afrika, I think, should have left and given this Drake up the moment that Lehens was spotted and killed.
Yeah.
But they decided to fight anyways, and the consequences are dire.
Well, I think that, you know, Keen thought that he saw an opportunity where the team was split, and he was right, but unfortunately, just wasn't able to get anything done. And as you can see, a bit of an exponential gold graph here for Harmolife Esports, as this is going to help Deft out here. Brambleback going to be taken very comfortably. As, look, Deft has just been very slowly but surely creating a flame horizon against Bang right now. Currently 40 CS ahead of the clock, as he's just been picking up every bit of farm that he can in almost every single lane this game. However, there are CS leads, you know, in the mid lane. Nidalee is winning in the jungle over the Olaf, which is a thing that happens, right? When the map starts to fall, then so does the Olaf, who really hasn't been able to find anything.
They're getting, you know, they're giving him a ton of gold, and they keep trading who is side laning, so he's always able to pick up the pieces. And oh no, Lehens again.
Oh, Chovy's going to find it. Crashdown is going to get him to relative safety, but he's out of this one for now.
I mean, unfortunately for Harmolife, there's no objectives on the map to take because he's forced to back, but they're just going to push down a turret.
Yeah, they should be able to get this. As if Jinx can actually get some autos, it'll take only a few. As Johan does land a spear onto Fly, that's going to half health him. Really nicely done. I've enjoyed Johan's play so far. I mean, he did have a very slow early game, wasn't able to really keep up with what Dread was doing. A lot of those kills going down the bottom side of the map weren't really capitalized on. However, he's been hitting the spears, and certainly is not being anywhere near, you know, the problem that he was in the most recent series. And he's created a 3-0-4 for himself as far as that scoreline. So absolutely no complaints from anyone, I don't think, for Johan's play.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very good. We got an early lead, and he's been able to continue to snowball things with this really awesome Aatrox pick that the Aatrox has been, you know, twofold very successful in this game, has been able to deal with side lanes a little bit and add some extra pressure. Great for clearing wards in this game too. And then, you know, like he's going off for the Gnar right now on the minimap. Yeah, he's forcing Kian out. He's just going to take over parts of the map, and he could be an insanely successful ward clear. If he catches anybody in the jungle, even Dread, he wins that fight, he wins that duel. He's insanely fed at this point, so you can't do anything about this. And if you're trying to chase Chovy, then the rest of the map gets opened up for Hanwha Life Esports because they have two great
solos. Oh no, Super Mega Death Rocket even flying through his fly. He's actually going to be alive for the moment, but is it going to be for much longer as Crashdown gets Lehens out? As Deft with that rapid fire cannon can shoot from what feels like 2 screens away. Oh man, this Jinx is just nutty. Did have to use Flash. Well, didn't have to use Flash, but did decide to use Flash in that last exchange. To no avail, but I feel like he's just so safe in this composition. The Jinx Thresh, we've already seen be successful here in the LCK, and we're seeing exactly how it's supposed to be utilized right now. As Deft playing with pretty reckless abandon right now, will be able to take himself a Lantern, baits for a little bit first, and then pops out to absolute safety. As, like you were talking about, the Drake's triple stack of this Ocean plus Ocean Soul is
Morgan's
terrifying. As Morgan looking for the opportunity here is up. Goodbye, Fly. And now Lehens once again trying to crash down out of the fight, but the World Ender comes through from Chovy. They've locked him down. The Magnet Storm does absolutely nothing. Bang now having to get himself the hell out of here. And he'll get slowed down by the Zap as well, as in goes Chovy with the Flash. Oh my god, Fed Aatrox is a thing to behold.
I mean, he's just so ahead, and you have 2 champions in this game for Hanwha Life that can actually find, flank, and kill someone who's isolated on the side. Fly was the first victim. As soon as he's dead, they can just collapse in. Chovy's not afraid of anybody, and he's not even scared of 2 players right now.
Yeah, now he's looking for a couple of people so that he can make sure that they guarantee the Ocean Soul as well. And yes, Kane and Dread are going to walk away from 1 Aatrox. That just happened.
There it goes. So now the Drake's going to go down, and we're going to watch this once again. Watch the flank for Morgan. He knows there's no one here. He even checks with his sweeper, but he already had a control ward here, so he's 100% confirmed. Nobody knows this flank is happening. Once Syndra is gone, you can't peel for anybody here. Keen is like, oh god, don't even have a Mega Gnar bar.
Yeah.
Where am I going? Gotta go over the wall. And it's super easy cleanup. Bang gets caught here, and it's just a fantastic follow-up. Then Chovy goes down and denies the Drake, so they can't even trade Baron for Drake.
Yep.
And I mean, now what do you do as a Freak of Freaks? So you don't even have win conditions in the game.
You think about Game 2, my friend. That's what you're doing right now, because we have a 10,000 gold lead for Hanwha Life Esports. They have Baron, they have Ocean Soul, and they also have an Aatrox with Ocean Soul, as well as being this fed, plus having a Jinx that is 10 CS away from that Flame Horizon.
And Atlas, this was a game where Olaf's 3-0-1 score was an extremely fed Olaf in the early game. Like he got those
we
kills.
see this, man.
Yeah, it's all the time. Like this is what happens. You get ahead, and then you can't capitalize on that advantage with Olaf as well as other junglers can. And it's a questionable pick. It works well with Rel, but it is not working out in this one.
Even Johan is doing a lot of damage. As the follow-up as well to a lot of this these picks is Super Mega Death Rocket just, oh my, even Dread takes about 1 billion damage from that spear alongside the rocket, and that will create the space that they're looking for. Meanwhile, Chovy getting to work on the mid inhibitor turret. This one will go down as an afterthought as Def gets excited, runs around for a little bit. It's really difficult to hit him with Scatter the Weaks, as you just saw. It looks like Hanwha Life are not done just yet. 2 inhibitors now. Looking to try and put some damage onto these Nexus turrets. It's fly down to half health just from poke damage. Morgan is clearing out the minions like he can, and Vista's throwing out hooks left and right. This is non-committal CC. They're allowed to do this, right? Hanwha Life able to just keep them here. It's like a shooting gallery. That's a little bit of a stun onto Johan, but they will not be perturbed. Remember, this is Ocean Soul. The play out from Keen. You ain't crushing anyone, my friend. The first Nexus turret goes down. The next one, Def has rockets. Lehens dives forward, but it's suicidal at this stage of the game. The flash play comes through. Morgan presses R just because he's excited. Double kill for Johan, and now Humble Life are just standing next to the fountain, finding all the kills that they would like. Johan, that was a little bit over-ambitious, as now everyone's getting on, pressing their stopwatch buttons, and this game is over. An absolute shellacking from Humble Life Esports, and a phenomenal bounce back after their pretty dismal series against Gen G.
13,000 gold the lead at the end of the game as the Nexus falls, and this is what happens when you let Chovy play one of these unusual champions in mid lane. But it's an Aatrox pick that we haven't seen this season. It's been a year since we've seen it in the LCK. He ends up playing against a Syndra, right? And ends up getting, you know, chunked down in the early parts of the lane. But once he hits level 3, starts coming online, he gets a CS lead. He roams. He fights with that skirmishing power that Aatrox gives you. And then he becomes someone who can crush the side lanes. He's chasing down Gnar. Chovy absolutely controlled this game from mid-game to finish, and once he got fed and came online, he was way more successful than anyone else in the entire game. I mean, we're talking about...
I mean, Deft was actually, like, more fed, if not the same.
Sure.
But Deft was always there augmenting the aggression that Chovy was showing. And we saw that Fly actually did have a decent, like, of course he's going to have a decent time in the laning phase, but he was doing well, trying to push Chovy out, did keep him extremely low, stopped him from safely taking a lot of that CS. But unfortunately, it just was not good enough, and Dread spent so much of his time down towards the bottom side, they couldn't actually meaningfully put Chovy behind, and then he just went completely out of control. Once again, another example of an Olaf being useless, and I think the team should probably stop looking at that pick, but I mean, sometimes we say that it's okay for Dread because he has had some of these really good performances on the champion, but he wasn't really augmented. Just him and Rel isn't going to be enough to make the Olaf a good pick, I don't
And too many people kept getting caught by these flanks, right? You have kill potential when you have an Aatrox who can just blow somebody up. It's hard to actually deal with that, and you need to have vision, but you can't keep vision when Chovy can clear the entire map of vision, clear every ward. If you try to challenge that vision, then you're going to have a serious problem. We're going to take a look at our stats, our post-game stats.
Let's have a look.
Go
see
into
what
this.
the damage is, as I imagine that Def did a fair bit, but yeah, there we go, 24k versus the 10k of Bang, and of course, you see a lot of damage coming out of these spears and from the Aatrox as well, but some pretty dismal numbers over on the side of Afrika that, honestly, they didn't make it out of mid-game. They just didn't.
Yeah, no, I mean, they couldn't. Once Chovy got fed, you have a, you know, Kennen who can also catch people in the map, and like, there's just no way back into this game if you're Afrika, unfortunately, at this stage. Like, This is why Aatrox is strong, is if you hit that snowball, then he just becomes so powerful that you cannot overcome it. If he does okay, then he falls off super hard in the late game, but that's obviously not what happened.
No, it wasn't. And they also then had Deft, who was epically fed on the backside. So even if the Aatrox falls off, it doesn't actually matter because Jinx just kills everyone. Another win to tack onto that win rate, mostly pretty close to 94%. Right now is Deft in his whole career, but we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analyst desk and game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
레드. 앞에. 천천히. 가야죠. 스톱 내겼어.
줘줘.
알았어.
Scary fight for KT. I mean, they can rush this down, but they are really playing with fire. I think they're going to get it.
Yeah, explosive Koski is going to come through. That is going to be the hook that's going to connect onto the Jinx of all people. The Blitzcrank has been taken down, but finally, the Wukong is getting value. Bao gets into the backline. Yuko getting focused. He'll be taken down. Gideon also going to die. Carrier, yeah, going in. Not sure whether he necessarily wants to. He's got a two-man sleep to come forward as Carrier's just exploded. Reset does come down as Henner is just going to go gold. And unfortunately for Zeus, he's out of position. Oh my god! The fadeaway jump shot as Yaharong just executes. Gumayushi here. Closes now running for the hills. Owner, the last man standing.
Very slow. They're not just running at the Drake, still showing a lot of respect as here comes the Scion. Nice Cassiopeia ultimate onto the Udyr, who is burning down, but that is a massive ultimate coming in from Vista, and this is just going to be the huge cleanup from Humble Life. Peanut gets the one kill on the Chovy, but feathers come in from all sides, and Humble Life will clean up the fight. But now here's Clid. Krakos is running into them. He is going to have to run away. Now his only route is up towards the top side. He does not have his flash. Fantastic stun though. Trying to get in there. Summit actually messes up the shockwave, but they're taking the 3v2 here. This is massive for Live Sandbox. BDD gets the one kill and then he failed flashes. But that is 3 kills to 1 in favor of Live Sandbox.
My mouth is speaking millions. I ain't talking about the G's like you talking about dimes, homie. I'm talking about keys. In schools they getting A's, and I was talking about the G's. We all talking money, then I never focus. Meanwhile, but since I'm getting paid, and I call this here freestyle, I'm sure money like a weed spot by White Castle. People hate, but I still make moves without hassle. Your girl love me, I'll articulate your flaws for her. And if they need me, then I come pull up a 4. I keep it real like I'm riding for a car. dress bummy.
You're onto the Baron, but at the end of the day, can they get out of here alive is the question. Summit looking for the stun. He finds a huge Vanguard's Edge onto 3 of them, and the cleanup is commencing here. Ruler desperately trying to get on in there onto Effort, and he will take down the Rel, but that is going to be the only one he does get.
결코 노예로 살 순 없어. 체크 포인트 확인 완료. 표적과 접촉 완료. 지금이야! 아이오니아가 부른다! 한 놈도 살려두지 마!
Hello and welcome back for the second analyst desk of tonight. And Hana Life takes game number 1 away from Africa Freaks. And we saw a lot of ban cards going over to the AD champions that can lane in the mid lane. And then Chovy went back to his one of the signature picks, Aatrox. So he had a lot of mind games going around this mid lane pick, especially about Chovy's AD champion pool. But Chovy still takes his own way. He had his own solution to a given situation. When it comes down to these Nidalee and Aatrox kind of comp in mid and jungle, well, we do see a damage balance between these two picks, but still, they don't have any synergy together paired up as a top, or rather mid and jungle duo. But Chovy, he just played this game by himself and he was able to find the breakthrough for his team. Looking at the draft, we were not sure about this Aatrox mid pick, but Chovy is a player that can pilot an AD melee champion with a high sustainability. And at the same time, Hana Life Esports, they were going really hard not on the bottom lane with Jinx and Thresh duo. Even though they died to Olaf for a couple of times, but still, Hana Life wanted to play around their push priority on the bottom lane. And let's take a look at the Jinx win rates from Deft, and also her win rate as in a vacuum in the LCK Spring Split. So we do see a very vivid difference between these two. It's not about Jinx being super OP, maybe it's about Deft, the way he pilots this champion, how Hana Life Esports was able to kind of play around their advantage with this pick. Jinx is not a champion that is too OP right now, but still Hana Life was able to make her fed, and then they were able to close out the game. And together with Dredge, one of the OP champions on the support role as well, they were able to go really hard on the bottom lane. And Jinx victory is added to Daft's match history once again here, so no wonder why this guy has an insane win rate on this champion. But let's take a look at this first highlight where Jinx and Thresh was able to outplay this combat. Well, goes into the face of Jinx, but both Lee Hands and Bangs actually steps on the trap of Deft. So they were not able to close out this fight, or they were not able to clean up any kills. But we have to keep in mind that Jinx has a global ultimate, and they had all eyes on these low HP champions, and Kai'Sa was wanting to land that W skill onto Jinx, but that one missed, and Africa Freaks must be aware of Jinx's ultimate as well, but Rel was not, having heads up for that potential snipe coming from downtime, but at the same time, also the fact that Kaisa was also looking for a reset in that kind of situation with no one around her was also really odd. And that was the point where Hana Life Esports was able to push the issue forward. They always had the lane priority, but Olaf was always there to kind of clean up the kills. But this time around, because of that snipe coming from depth, Hana Life Esports was able to finally kind of go aggressively on the bottom lane. But still, that kill was coming in a clutch moment, so Hana Life Esports was able to open up more space for them to come back in this game. Then now, let's take a look at this montage highlight from Chovy escaping from 5 players on the side of Africa Freaks. Chovy revealed himself to that control ward, so everyone is collapsing on him. And then watch Vista, he even commits his flash in order to give him this lantern, but actually Chovy turns to the left-hand side of the map and he dodges every skill possible. It was a 4-on-1 situation, but Chovy was able to survive that because he was able to sidestep every skill that was used by Africa Freaks players. I think that kind of storyline was not on Africa's plan to make a pick onto that Aatrox. Chovy, with that phenomenal mechanical skill, was able to survive that gank from the 4 of the enemies, and they were able to actually step ahead of Africa Freaks. And since the mid-game, Hana Life Esports was able to accelerate the lead up against Africa Freaks, and Chovy will pick up the POG on Aatrox, the champion. He has not been playing for a while, but still, he was able to pop off. And look at the CS difference at 15-minute mark. There were some moments where Syndra had a lane priority, but it's really impressive to see that he was still ahead in CS during the laning phase. And a solo kill on Keen was also really on point. And the replay of the highlight we saw earlier. It's really odd to see that this champion got disfed at this point in this game, and he got surrounded by 4 of the enemies, but still he was able to survive, and later on he was able to actually make a lot of picks by himself, sometimes together with his teammates. And now we are seeing more and more Aatrox coming out, not with Gore Drinker, but actually with the Stride Breaker. Chovy is now on top of the POG standing. He is the leader here in the LCK, together with Chovy and Pusik, and also Showmaker. 9-for-9 over to Aatrox, but still, we want to admit that the bottom duos were doing a fantastic work as well. But still, it's really amazing to see this player was doing a fantastic work on Aatrox, a champion that was not being played on the mid lane for a while. Africa Freaks really need this win to continue their playoff contention, so let's move over to game number 2.
Thank you so much, Jason. As per usual for the Analyst Desk translation, really great to celebrate some signature picks coming out from Hanwha Life's veterans in Chovy and Deft. Deft's Jinx, always a pleasure to watch, but this game was definitely well and truly all about Chovy, our POG monster. Now moving up to 800 points to equalize with Pyosik and with Showmaker as well. And if he gets another one, it'll be Chovy out in front.
Out in the lead.
And it'll feel like the world has reached balance again, Wolf.
I mean, Hanwha Life Esports, if they had a few more wins, if they were a little bit more dominant, I feel like he would be wide in front, because there are so many games he's played where Hanwha Life Esports lose the game, but he was, one of the top players in the game easily, right? And
yeah.
It feels like when Hanwha Life Esports are playing around Chovy's top mid-pick, and I say top, I mean like a mid-pick where he could be extremely impactful, right? Like he's the most important pick in the game, and the draft is basically built around him. They look really good, right? And, you know, sometimes when it's built around Deft or when it's built around Morgan, it goes decently fine. And in the past, sometimes around Arthur. But in this last game, I mean, he was the glue that held the team together. He got so many of those skirmishes to his advantage. Like the wording control I talked about, like, was super easy to pull off. And he just mechanically outskilled a Freak of Freaks in so many situations. The dodges we saw, I mean, he's a mechanical god. You put him on a champion where he has the ability to outshine his opponents, even in a matchup, you know, most would consider to be unfavorable for him. He is going to do it, and that is his 16th champion he's played this season. I bring it up every time because the list just keeps getting longer.
And he does it every season as well. It's not even just this one that he's like, oh, I'm going to flex on heaps of different picks.
You can't target ban him, you know? Like,
and he's played Syndra once, Wolf. Like, is he even a mid laner in the LCK? I don't even understand.
You can't target ban him. You just can't do it. So it's really hard to draft around Hunter Life Esports when they have a game plan like this. And it works out very well when he's on 80 mids. That's where he seems to find the most success. So AP junglers empower that. And as such, you know, if Lilia's left open here, I highly expect Johan will take it. And if it's not, and if it's banned, then he might just take the Nidalee.
I really hope it's picked. A first pick Thresh would actually be fine as well, with the fact that you know, Jinx and Aphelios work so well with him. It's impossible for a free kid to really do anything about it. But it looks like we're going towards the Udyr instead. He was banned on blue side. The last time around. I actually prefer him to be banned on blue side personally because I think it's harder to get pure you know, pressure in your lanes. That being said, doesn't matter what Chovy plays, he often always just has lane pressure anyway, and getting mid prio is how is the most important step to making Udyr as relevant as you can. There's the Thresh pick away. I absolutely love this.
Yeah.
It can be either the Jinx that they pair with it or the Aphelios, so I'd expect that they'll lock in something else here as we have 10 seconds to go, and it looks like Nidalee will be the answer.
Nidalee is a good pickup here for Dread, and then you can wait a little bit here to see what Hunter Life is going to pick before you lock in your AD. You might get some hints as to what they want to go. Like if you end up seeing the Kai'Sa here, you know what you're getting yourself into. As we do see Varus making a comeback. It was Ghost who played it last time, and so the main reason why he picked it was because he wanted to have extra range, especially against the Nasus. So this one's a little bit more blind. Picked up very early here for Deft.
Could be for Deft. I mean, Chovy theoretically could play some you know, mid lane lethality Varus, but there is a Azir on the ban list, and oftentimes, you know, it was him used into the Azir.
They pick up the Camille before the second ban phase, so it works really well with Udyr. You know, the Renekton was banned away, but Morgan could play a very similar controlling top lane champion and try to get very ahead. Then you could ban away the Scion here in second ban phase for Hunter Life Esports. You could ban away the Gragas if it's not picked up here. And it looks like they are going to grab Kalista. That's actually going to be the choice here for Bang.
Bang has a skin on this champion, which is pretty cool. Hopefully he's going to be rocking it as Fly going to lock that one away. And look, it's not exactly a lot of range.
Yeah, that's my issue with
It's a little bit more skirmishing power, and one thing that Ghost actually has been outspoken about is that Varus, the main thing that he got nerfed in was his early game.
Yeah.
And Kalista, very, very strong in the early game, especially when paired with something like the Thresh. That was sort of the original Kalista lane, despite the fact that the lore does dictate that they should be enemies.
Tom Kench being banned here right away. The Gnar ban actually over the Scion or Gragas bans here for Hunter Life Esports, which is interesting because Camille has historically had a good time with champions like Udyr in that matchup on the top side. Again, I guess you could argue like it could be mid Camille for Chovy, but very, very, very unlikely in this draft for that to actually be the case.
Yep.
I wonder now, you know, for a Freak of Freaks, where do they get the rest of their front line? As respect being shown.
Absolutely.
Because you need a strong front line for this comp, because Kalista has very little range, Nidalee has a lot of poke, but you're going to need something to actually tank it up. Even the Jax ban here that I know Chronicler is like, yes! At home,
it is an isolated, the isolated counterpick into the Camille, of course.
He's been talking about this one since before the season started.
Yeah. It's something that I think has seen a little bit of play over in the LPL. Not so much here in the LCK, but certainly is something that Keen has played a lot of in the past. I love the Gragas pickup here. I think it's a great pick away from Hunter Life Esports that really would like to add that extra layer of disengage to this Varus-style composition that is largely going to be based on Camille split pushing, Varus clearing waves from a really long way away. His line wave clear is very, very strong, and Gragas would certainly help a lot there. So picking it away doesn't really fit super well into their comp, however.
Yeah, that's the problem. And Alistair is now taken for Hana Life Esports, so that's more frontline for the comp that they're running, and a little bit more lockdown. I wonder, Fly has played the mid Scion before. It's certainly possible that he plays it here again, and we're about to find out what he's going to be playing it into. Chovy's pick will be locked in here as the last one. And it's Victor. Okay. I mean, it's a tough matchup to play that into, but it's theoretically possible. I wonder if Afrika have enough frontline, right, with his Gragas. If they play something like, an Orianna here, then I'm worried about the lack of ability to tank for this Kalista. And where's going to be the follow-up? Where's going to be the follow-up engage for all these spears that are going to come through for Dread? And this works, right? This is the front line that you're going to have. Now you have stronger engage even. You can pull somebody into Kalista's range to help finish them off. You can help lock them down with body slams, explosive casts. I like this pick a lot.
No, I think it's fantastic. It's also Fly's best champion that he's played so far this year. I think it's him and Bay that have been saved by Set many times so far. And definitely a good look here for Afrika. Top side of the map, definitely a lot of magic damage, so Morgan might have a better time up there. However, Gragas does just generally win this matchup, and just in isolation, of course. But, you've got a decent 4-1 coming out of Hana Life Esports, and I think the 4 has a lot of really stable wave clear to come through here, so it will be Morgan getting a lot of space on this map if Hana Life Esports do play out the early game decently well and keep their eye on their macro play in the mid to late game.
This is another matchup too for Chovy where you think about Chovy as, okay, you put him on one of these control mages, one of these slower matchups. It's not where stylistically he likes to play, but in this matchup, this is where Chovy can go 80 CS, 100 CS up at the end of the game. His scaling is going to be incredible. He just crushes Set in lane. He has Udyr to help back him up in that regard, so he can really push the envelope as to where that trading how much he can actually trade, force Fly back, lock him out of a lot of CS, a lot of experience. I do like this Victor pick into the set, for what Chovy is going to be able to accomplish, even though it is a few question marks on the flashiness of the champion. It gives them a lot of late game scaling too, in a composition where the early game is already so stable.
Not to mention the fact that they have the Chains of Corruption and then they add Chaos Storm on top of that as well. I mean, the AoE damage out of this comp with just the Varus and the Victor is ludicrous. And we'll have to see exactly how Deft is going to be building his Varus. It looks like lethal tempo, so he is going more of the auto attack style that is basically how it's done at the moment. We saw the huge meteoric rise of the lethality Varus last year, but going a little bit more of a attack speed focus here for Deft, unless he decides just to take lethal tempo and then go into lethality anyway.
Sure.
Which we have actually seen a couple of times.
It does work. I think the set makes you, think a little bit twice about going lethality. But you still can do it. We'll see what he decides.
I mean, this is a tanky comp, right? Yeah. He does need to get through things like Set and Gragas, which are certainly going to be building pretty tanky. So I definitely I like the flexibility.
Yeah, and if, for example, if Bang and Lehen's overextend in lane and he ends up getting 2 early kills or something like that, if he has a really early lead, which theoretically he shouldn't, again, from reasons you talked about, the nerfs to early game for Varus, and how strong Kalista is there. But if he somehow gets a lead, I think you could really beg the question as maybe he should be building lethality to snowball this even harder, but...
He normally does, actually. Him in solo queue, oftentimes he's going Comet, he's building the Duskblade, just a pretty standard lethality Varus style build. This time around, just going to flex it up just a little bit.
Well, we didn't talk about this pretty aggressive invade, but doesn't lead to anything. As we'll look at Bang's win rate on the champion. An old favorite of his as well, 22-6.
I think probably one of the most famous Kalista players in the world, as he's going to get exhausted. Deft also got exhausted underneath the turret, as the Rend is going to be pulled out, and we get introduced to Bang's Kalista very early in this one.
Lehen's loses flash for this, There's a very aggressive play, and, this is where Kalista's going to shine, is in the early parts. You end up trading like this once, and then the second time you end up having an exchange like this, you kill Deft, right?
Yeah.
They had to trade the exhaust and the heal. But I think you're pretty happy with this in Hana Life, knowing that the Thresh Flash is down, and you have both of yours available.
Yeah, possibility for Udyr to get in here, but of course it's Udyr, so he's not going to be ganking the bottom side of the map. And that's why you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive here. As Deft grabs both of those minions with his hail of arrows. Hook is going to go slightly wide there as we have a look at Dread helping Fly shove out this mid lane. Chovy just trying to burn it down as Johan doesn't have a lot of priority to work around, as you can see, and actually really like utilizing the Nidalee to get into that lane and allow yourself to have some artificial pressure. As Johan is down here, he's spotted Dread. As Fly's down as well, immediately roaming towards the bottom side. The Hook is going to go wide. Spear connects, but they're not going to be able to act on this by the looks of things, but still a lot of pressure for Afrika early.
Yeah, a lot of pressure attempted, but, you know, you're giving a lot of extra CS to Chovy in the mid lane right now. He's actually feeling very comfortable. This ends up being it's a lot of minions lost, in fact, for Fly, and you don't get any summoners out of it. It was a good idea, and it was definitely a cool option, but it has a really nice consequence, you know, for Hana Life. Yeah, this is a pretty aggressive trade.
Yeah, it is. Morgan is going to be eating through that potion, and tactical sweep doing a bit of work there. As we'll see whether Keen is going to be able to survive this. He's definitely playing on the edge right now, and I'm getting scared for him.
Yeah, this is another one of those matchups where, you know, when you hit 6, you're holding tight to your cask if you're Keen, and if you're Morgan, you're looking for any possibility to trade, because if Udyr comes up and you hit that Hextech ultimatum, you get a kill.
Yeah.
Almost every time. And if you can force Flash out early around this time, it is absolutely huge. It's not able to do so, though.
Yep, Johan is going to be able to take this Rift Scuttler on the top side of the map. That is going to be an even trade as Scuttles. But as you can see, I mean, the Udyr not actually struggling too much when it comes to the clear in comparison to the Nidalee, which is something that you should expect. However, I did like how Afrika tried to sort of grab a bit of extra control and try and put him off his game. Fly still pushing up pretty aggressively, as you can see. Of course, just the durability of Set makes it so hard for you to threaten him, just because the grit is so hard to get through.
Yeah, and once you hit 6, I mean, there are ways to where you can actually look to kill the Victor too, especially if Dread is nearby. You can't miss the spear if he's end up getting caught and pulled in with a face breaker. Morgan is still trying to force the issue up here. Obviously, they've traded teleports and gone back. Can't get that flash out. And unfortunately, with the way the wave is pushed, like you can see the timing of Udyr.
Vista's making sure that that cannon is going to be taken by Deft.
Yep.
Actually by himself, as the minion dematerializes it.
But this is the timing I'm talking about. Level 6, almost hit here for Morgan. Johan is making the long rotation up, but I don't think that they can actually collapse and get a kill here. Game doesn't have, he didn't lose his flash, right? So he should still be fine.
Yep, Dread actually has to hop out of the pit because he got a little bit scared of dying. Yeah, does hop back in again.
We've seen a little bit of that.
To take this one down.
A little bit of Nilly hopping over the pit this year.
Yep. Especially when she's against Anudia.
Yep.
As we saw.
Okay.
There's the hook shot. Morgan just getting a bit of damage down onto Keen.
6 is up. This is what I'm talking about.
Yep. Hextech ultimatum right on top of the Gragas. Nowhere for him to go, and First Blood is so easy on the top side for Hanwha Life.
He had flash, but the window in which you would have to hit it to escape that it's almost impossible.
Yeah, no, it was actually just too hard.
Like, I mean, I don't know if he could have done it. I don't know if it was like if there was even a window there, but it's so unfortunate when you're caught and traded like this. Like he would have had to leave now, and unfortunately, he doesn't know Johan is here. And once you're on the Hextech ultimatum, there's no getting out of this. Yeah, he dies before it expires. The flash wouldn't have been helpful.
It was right as it was expiring, though, so really nice timing there from Hanwha Life Esports to make sure that they can get the kill. And a Camille getting ahead in this matchup. That's real dicey, and it's Morgan versus Keen, right? This is where Afrika should have their advantage.
Yes. You know, so far, I mean, that's been the shield beats the sword, right? You know, rock beats the scissors, whatever you want to call it, right? In terms of the play style.
Yeah.
But in this matchup, when you have the Udyr to pair with Morgan's Camille, it's so easy to make plays like this happen, and Keen just did not respect the timing of level 6 when they didn't have vision.
Johan not going to get hit by the spear as Dread unfortunately misses that. That's going to mean that he's not able to grab the red buff. Fly now slightly out of position as Vista looking for that headbutt pole. Can't quite get there as he does manage to pulverize Lehens. They focus on him. Deft is here as well as Fly gets a huge shield. Johan running away as fast as he can. Vista doing the same thing. Great play from Lehens, who stays alive for so long. Deft turns around and gets him in the very end as we've traded supports. But Harmor Life are going to be able to make their way out, and Chovy continuing to try and push this wave. Johan goes towards his top side, and it looks like that red buff is actually going to go to Dread in the end.
Well played on both sides, but at the end of the day, Fly just did not back down. I think a lot of people in that fight would have actually walked away, but Fly actually trusted that his teammates were going to have the follow-up. He wanted to make sure Bang could get into range. So he actually continued to fight, you know, used his Facebreaker, and was able to do quite a bit of peel there to get the AD carry into position. We'll watch the fight again in a moment, but this could have been much worse for Afrika, and it ended up being a trade.
Yeah, you got Johan. He's going to wander his way out. It looks like blue buff should be going over to Chovy here, unless Chovy just wants to go back instead. And it is just going to be a reset first. They can maximize the durability on that blue buff. We'll see whether Dread is actually going to be able to steal that one away as they walk over a ward. Looks like it is going to be the Rift Herald that they're going to start up exactly when Harmor Life Esports are going for a reset. I like that. Morgan going to be moving down here with his IG skin on, of course, representing his time over in the LPL quite nicely, as I like.
They have some time to rotate over here. Morgan can slow this down for a second. They've had so much vision of this. And Keen does have his explosive cask. He's absolutely going to have to come if they want to secure this.
Yeah, no, it's not going to happen. Looks like Afrika are just going to be able to pick this one up.
Wow, they don't contest this at all. I really felt like that with the position there of Chovy, they could have come over and tried to fight for this. But let's watch this really extended fight. As, you know, what's really impressive to me about this is the trust that Fly has of his teammates. Like, he's getting chucked down, he's stunned here, and then decides to go in. Pushes Johan into the range here of Dread, and Bang is rotating his way up, and Fly just stays for so long, and then Bang is able to come up and get that damage done. Sure, it's a trade of supports, but that could have been much worse. So speaking of casts...
Yeah, in the meantime, it is going to be Keen walking away. Can't bear slap for the next few seconds, so is able to make it out to safety. No flash required. In fact, no one using their flash buttons, but still, Keen does have to go home.
And look at Chovy.
Now on cooldown.
This is where I was talking about with this matchup, where if Set is roaming around because he wants to get more impact on in the game, because you picked Set for a reason. You want stronger front line, but he has really nice engage. The time he spends out of lane is where Chovy suddenly finds himself slipping into a 25 CS lead.
Yes.
Pushing down turrets.
Accidentally falling into a 25 CS advantage.
Feels like that's what Chovy does, you know?
Yeah, no, I swear, like, when we went into the replay, though, it was like a 7 CS advantage, and like, Fly leaves for like 5 seconds, and then it's all over, as there's the Fate's Call. Hook is going to connect there onto Johan as well, who's trying to get out of here. Control ward is down. The Rend comes through as well. He'll have another turtle. And unfortunately, the Pierce ain't going to work. He needed to throw it past the minions, and it was just going to be a little bit too hard. And the Chaos Storm is there just to get Afrika out, as Johan didn't have flash. He just wandered out of that one. Just Udi, I think.
Just
what it
barely.
Feels like.
Yeah, he's made of butter, I guess, or he's covered in butter and oil together. It was a really cool attempt, though, by Bang there. The Fate's Call to throw the Thresh into the hook was pretty awesome to see.
It is sort of like the standard combo with the Thresh, right? You use the knock-up to get the wind-up and guarantee the CC. I remember in the first 1v1 tournament at All-Star, it was, I believe, X Special and Double Lift that utilized the Varus Thresh very, very effectively, just because you do have the Chains of Corruption stun, and the chaining of CC is just beautiful. Thresh, pretty good at doing that.
This is a very aggressive attempt, and they have vision here onto Keen. I think Johan needs to get out of here. He actually has no idea that the rotation of the bot side is coming. I mean, he should have a good idea.
Yeah. What is going to go down? Keen is in a lot of trouble. And I said an obvious 2v2 is a 1v1, and this is a 2v1, absolutely. As in goes Lehens and Bang, and they're going to make it a 3v2 instead. Thankfully, I can do that math on the fly, as Morgan's in so much trouble. Going to get flayed back. Lehen's looking real good. Remember, this guy was known for his Thresh play, delivering Skarners, things like that. As now Dread has found Johan, but misses that spear as well. Pesky minion waves. Getting in the way all over the place.
Yeah, Johan is just, he's getting so lucky, man, in all these scenarios. But that's what I was saying. I think Johan needs to get out of here because, you know, Bang and Lehens were on their way. This is going to be a nice little delay. Can they actually kill this? I don't think so.
We'll see. Chains of Corruption will go in here, as even the Hail of Arrows getting a lot of value. Heal has to be utilized, as well as that Primal Surge.
Almost got him.
Yeah, they do manage to get the charge, so that is certainly good news. Chovy just hanging out with this outer turret in the mid lane, but he hasn't been able to extend that lead too much further. 1.1k is the lead here for Hanwha Life Esports, but it feels much closer here this time around as we have a look at this from a very long time ago.
Yeah, knock up into the hook.
Oh, Ignite is 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep, just out of cooldown there, and he cannot get it. That's so sad, actually. All right, so watching this exchange here, Johan went so deep, but he was spotted very early on. So Lehens and Bang are ready for this. Lehens is ready with the Lantern to save Keen, and he's just so tanky, he's just going to drink for a second, and then now you lose Flash, so guess what? Keen's going to follow Flash Body Slam, and you can't get out. Meanwhile, Nidalee is on the bottom side, and this was just an overzealous gank attempt because they didn't know where Bang and Lehens were. They should have reasonably assumed they were on their way top, but maybe got the timing wrong a little bit at the end of the day, and this is actually a really nice cleanup for Freaka Freaks.
Yeah.
Brings them back into the game a little bit.
That is true. That is true. Dustblade now completed. Trinity Force as well. As the Mythics do start to rain down. No one on a Freak has completed any of them just yet.
And it is, yeah, it's going lethality. And
yeah. Just take the lethal tempo so that you can get through the tanks a little bit easier in the late game. You do build, at least a Last Whisper item of some kind.
Gotta be careful, Fly, in this moment, but he knows that he can turn this around on a dime if his teammates show up. But unfortunately, they're just pushed too far away, cut off at the top side, and you can see where Keen is on the minimap. He's not coming.
Yeah, Spear going to be avoided there by Johan. Of course, does have a lot of movement speed as the Udyr, so it's pretty hard to hit him with any of these. As Fly is going to walk through a gravity field and not really mind, as you can see.
No, he's not too concerned.
Yep, Stride Breaker going to be coming through. And last time around, we saw a Freaka not pick up quite as many of these turret plates. This time around, we are very, very even. Certainly good news for them. It's a gold lead, though, for Hanwha Life Esports still. And this composition, it doesn't scale too badly, of course. With the range that they're going to have, they should be able to deal with a Kalista, who is very strong this time. That being said, Deft has turned around what was a CS deficit in the early game to a slight advantage now as they've moved towards the top side. But
yeah,
a few friends.
I feel like the real second issue in terms of this composition for, that Freaka has to deal with from Hanwha Life is not only do they have this really nice scaling in the range, but they also are going to have this extreme threat in the side lane.
Well, Morgan going to get delivered to Keen, but maybe this is exactly what he wants. As Johan says, oh, maybe I don't want this. As he is going to find him.
Out of turret range.
Oh, no. Okay, teleport going to come forward as Morgan's desperately trying to get the minion wave involved. The teleport is cancelled. And this should be a very dead Gragas as Johan, just wanders away casually. And that's a very comfortable pickup. Okay, there's the flash out by Pulver's Dread. Has to flash his way out of there. Good face breaker though from Fly, who wants to try and get to the showstopper, but unfortunately, he's taken too much damage. Lehens gives him an extra shield, and the Haymaker's going to help out as well, but Hanwha Life feeling a bit immovable here in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about though in the side lane, man. Morgan is going to be able to threaten kills and also get a lot of extra gold and a lot of extra pushing power that's eventually going to start threatening those inner turrets, then the inhibitor turret, right? I think we'll get a glimpse of what actually interrupts the teleport in a moment, but this is a really nice trade back here for Keen, but Johan's here. Hextech Ultimatum, unfortunately not able to secure the kill, but Keen actually steps a little bit too far away from the turret here, so it's taking a lot of damage, and it's going to be interrupted by Chovy.
Is he going to blind Chaos Storm? Oh my god, he is. That is... Damn. That's sick.
And that's the end of that, right? You can't join up. If he joins, it might actually be a trade back, but a double kill even.
Yep. Cloud Drake is going to be taken. Of course, it's a Cloud Soul as Fly finds himself in amongst 4. His set's pretty good. It ain't that good.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a Drake and a free kill onto the mid laner at the same time as Vista, unfortunately, not quite able to get that ward down in time.
Freaka are losing control of this game.
They really are.
Very quickly. And they're having problems controlling the macro game, and this is what starts to happen with a Freaka. Usually about like 25 minutes to 30 minutes, not at 16 minutes. But this side laning is definitely an issue. Keen's going to trade a turret back, at least, but I mean, it's a turret for a turret here. Plus the kill, plus the Drake. Hanwha Life Esports will take that any day of the week. And this is suddenly becoming a comp that's scaling so well and so difficult to deal with is the side laning, as this is just going to be, I guess, the replay of what we missed earlier.
This is Johan just stealing lunch money as well. He just comes in, gets a steal away, and Bang has Rend. Like, that should 100% be a Freakers.
Yeah, and then Fly is just left behind because there's no way out with the rotation over from Morgan. You're just simply, you're caught and you're dead. At least he gives his life to make sure nobody else gets picked, but yeah, that steal shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, bit sad. Little bit sad.
Yeah, it's things just falling apart here very quickly for Afrika. And these are the small moments that you notice with Afrika where you're like, oh, this is such a great team, but these small mistakes or these weird positioning errors in these drafts really come back to bite them. I mean, every piece of this team is so strong on its own, especially when Fly's on the set, right? Like, because otherwise you could argue maybe, okay, 4 of these pieces are strong on their own.
Whoa!
Okay, there he goes.
As he does find Def. Def is going to flash out of the way, but he does manage to throw through the ulti, and another headbutt to deliver the set. But of course, he has a pretty easy way out of there, but Unbreakable Will's there for Vista. He's not going to be taken down, and in the end, it's a bit of a stalemate.
It's a bit of a stalemate, but really nice damage trades here for Hanwha Esports because they have a Victor. Afrika Freaks, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually try to turn and re-engage this because the damage output is just so consistent and so safe and stable here with a full health Chovy.
Yeah, it's too much poke as well, as Deft is actually pretty low on mana. Does need to complete his Mura mana, actually, before he's going to be really happy about that. As Keen throwing some barrels over. Deft finally going for a reset, goes home. We'll see what he can actually put together here on this back. It looks like not too much, actually.
I have to keep going back to this Atlas, but Chovy's hitting the 70 CS lead mark now in this game.
He's close to 12 CS a minute. We talk about 10 being really good, and yeah, he's almost at 12.
Set really falls off in his ability to farm and pressure at this stage of the game. He can be a really strong engage champion who can come in and lock somebody down. There's a lot of follow-up CC. He's very difficult to kill. He's a good frontliner. But he doesn't offer the same sort of damage output in these skirmishes. Especially the longer the fight goes on, the less value the set is going to have. And he's only got one item here, right? And
oh no. Vista not going to be able to headbutt Shirley. Unfortunately, she's going to get a charge, but it's not going to do too much of note. As Morgan is over here. Control Ward going to be eliminated by the Afrika Freaks, who are grouping, trying to lock down this outer turret. Good fancy footwork there from the Camille to get out of the way of the spear. As Dread's going to throw another one in. Control Ward taken down. Flies on the bottom lane, and you can see Chovy there on the top side of the map trying to grab this outer turret. Actually get some time there.
Yeah, so much free CS up there, so much damage done to this turret. And where's the answer here for Afrika? They don't have one. They don't have somebody who can collapse up there and deal with that. They're trying to trade this turret in mid, and they're not even going to get it.
Yep, there's a headbutt pulp, lands on a Kane. Oh, unfortunately, Chains of Corruption barely, not long enough.
Like, look at this. He's just been up here forever. I mean, you mentioned it earlier. He's still there.
250 CS, 20 minutes. What the heck?
It's just Toby things.
Yeah, you were talking about this at the beginning of the game. It's like, oh, you'll just look down and he'll be at 300 CS. Well, that's going to happen in like the next couple of minutes.
And look at who else is getting free CS. Morgan on the bottom side of the map. Afrika don't have any way to shut down the side lane pressure. And so Chovy gets free value. He retreats. Morgan is getting extra stuff done. They don't get the mid turret. There's no objectives on the map for them to take. And this is a composition that with 1,500 gold the lead, for Morgan, he's allowed to make these choices and he becomes unstoppable in the side lane. That's why those kills and that level 6 timing, for example, are so important. You cannot give those away. I mean, also Chovy's 2,000 gold up, but most of that is from CS.
Yeah, it is. And it's actually almost impossible to understand quite how he does it. I like to think it's voodoo magic. That's how he manages to find more numbers, as Kane is looking for Chovy here, who's going to flash the explosive cast, but not the hook, unfortunately, as Vista. He's going to flash on in, looking for a pole now onto Kane, as the teleport is a little bit optimistic there from Morgan, who's not going to be able to grab the kill onto Lahens, as it's quite late, but the Fate's Call is going to be there to try and save him. Some low health bars here on Afrika, as you can see. Hanwha Esports still happy to push forward.
Chovy, I mean, he is ready for this fight. They're down there, Camille, but the low health bars, Chovy wants to fight this. He was like, oh yeah, come in that choke point, I dare you. Death value is huge.
Deft and Chovy still alive as in goes Fly, looking for that backline. Stride breakering forward, but Chovy is going to be safe for the moment. Hook is going to land once again, though Lahens has been a god on this Thresh so far this game. They do manage to take down the Udyr, but the damage threats are still here for Hanwha Life. That's why you see them walking forward, and they're wanting to deny this sole point.
This is going to be really hard, unfortunately, now for Life Esports to take this fight. Chovy is
Look
too
at the
low.
low health bars.
Yeah.
They've got so much poke. Deft is looking at this shooting gallery as, oh, the face breaker from over the walls. Too nice. And Afrika will be able to take down the Drake. Chaos Storm once again back off cooldown as Vista. Not sure this is exactly where you want to be, my dude, as Morgan does come in. The exhaust down onto Fly as Chovy still here trying to get the work done. But the Haymaker still too strong, and Life Esports trickling into fights like this ain't going to win it.
No, yeah, it's time to get away from this fight. I don't want to chase anymore. It was realistic for Chovy to continue to push the issue when they lost Morgan at first, but then Fly had a really nice follow-up play, and then he ends up going down extremely low. And from that moment on, there's just no way to continue the fight, but he stays, and then Vista is caught. So, I mean, at this stage, you know, the teleport comes through from behind. Fly is blocked. Morgan is dead. And then Fly just continues to push the issue here.
Yeah, Morgan and Fly do exactly the same thing, but Fly is tanky.
Yeah.
And Morgan absolutely is not.
Right? So Fly stays, and then Chovy is like, okay, this is the death ray fight that I'm talking about where he's taking the choke point, and then Fly gets in. He's stunned, but he's so tanky, he's on top of Chovy now. And Vista comes in by himself. Chovy and he are disconnected. Chovy got hit by a spear, so can't come in to finish off these low health targets. And from this point on, it's like, we got to get out of here is what Life Esports should be saying, but they continue to further chase. The facebreaker hits over the wall, and it's a pick onto Deft, who's just trying to steal this Drake away. Keen's there for the follow-up. I mean, this was a very big overstay, and a really nice play there from Fly to set up the spear to push Chovy out.
Yeah, you can understand why Life were trying to do it, right? They were looking for the range advantage and really pressuring that one forward because, of course, Varus is pretty unanswerable unless they get a flash hook or flash flay or something like that from Lehens. And it is, you know, it is very valuable to get that poke. However, yeah, he was a little bit too close over that wall, and the facebreaker barely clips him.
Look at the range. I mean, you could see it here.
Yeah, it works.
Dread has been hitting spears like crazy, like nobody's business in these mid-game fights, too.
Yeah, the early game, he was like missing every single one of them. Exactly. And now he's figured it out, as we've got Rageblade Callista coming through again here for Bang.
Yeah.
Don't mind it. Realizing that he wants a little bit more of a focus on the single target, as this tower is on its last legs. Breathed on there by Deft and will be taken down.
Baron is up, but it's very difficult for Life Esports to actually start it at this stage. I think they're going to try to get some pressure on with Vista and Morgan here in the side lane to maybe set that up. But unfortunately for them, Keen is leaving, and Vista will follow suit. I think you have to get some real sideline pressure to pull people back before you can Baron here. Otherwise, we're going to have a bit of a low state Atlas towards another Cloud Soul.
Indeed. Morgan's still trying to put on some pressure here towards the bottom side. He has a stopwatch now, so 11. A little bit safer. There's 11.6 now. He's gone down by 0.1, so we're a little bit disappointed.
He went back up. There we go.
All right, 11.8. Never mind. Okay, it's all fine.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. I mean, Victor can see us really well, but the fact that he's just not pressured at all is the
Flame
issue.
Horizoned. He's more than Flame Horizon by 25 minutes.
Yep.
Pretty soon. Of course, Set not necessarily known for taking heaps of creeps. Does want to be able to get around the map and utilize his great kit in these skirmishes. So you can understand why he's so far behind. That being said, it's still a fact, and it's still pretty impressive.
I mean, the issue is that he's just getting so much free gold to scale up on this Victor that does so well in team fights, and he's going to get a Void Staff to top it all off fairly soon here. And there's no one who can stop him. There's no one who can actually stop him from getting that free farm right now. If you put your resources on trying to kill the Victor, then the Camille goes off and does something on the other side, and we have this really strong 1-3-1 comp that has good range and nice disengage with the Alistair. So as Afrika, it's really hard to punish anything Life is doing, and the problem is just compiling on itself and getting worse and worse as Chovy gets more gold.
That being said, Baron is going to be really important for Afrika. If they're able to get it, then the wave clear is not going to be enough to clear out minion waves as Chains of Corruption fly in, but they do go wide. As now Vista's in so much trouble. Fly finds the backline. He's looking for depth. The heal goes through, but the sidestep is going to be enough to get him out of the Haymaker. Now Lehens is just going to get burst down, and Fate's Call does absolutely nothing, and you can see Morgan this time has the backup of his team, flashes on top of Bang, and now there's no one left to do damage here for Afrika, and Morgan's having a field day. That's an ace, and speaking of Baron, it belongs to Life.
Life are just going to walk up and take it. Belongs to them. Their name is written all over it, and Life Esports just trade so superbly well. Fly goes in, and sure, you know, Vista overextended. He was not able to confirm any kills, but so many cooldowns were used on him. There's no one to peel for Fly. He was like, oh no, I'm here by myself. And he just disappears, and from that moment on, there's just too much consistent damage output in this Hololive squad. And they're outranged, Afrika Freaks are, and they just melt. You cannot fight anymore, and then they go for the chase. So Vista sees blood in the water, goes on alone. Look at Fly, he's here on the flank. And Vista is just unfortunately unable to do anything, but look at the turnaround. Fly, even with his Haymaker, he is not long for this world. And Lehens tries to make a proactive play, but look at Deft, untouched anymore.
Yeah.
And then you've got the lockdown from Morgan. You're just really trapped if you're Afrika Freaks. You can't disengage from this fight anymore.
And it's like they've both got divers here on the side of Hololive and Afrika. It's Fly and it's Vista as well that wants to go in and get all of that CC. It's not Morgan. Morgan doesn't want to be doing that. He wants to be going in for the follow-up.
Yeah, he wants to clean
that's
it up.
exactly what happened last time, and it worked out very well. But now Morgan's going to get closed in on base breakers, but so much CC absolutely everywhere. As this time the Camille is going to get wiped out. Chovy out of position, but does go golden and avoids the hook. Another showstopper as Fly is going to flash out, but look at the health bars. They're going down so low as Deft and Chovy are raining hell on top of Afrika. Lining up these arrows as in goes Lehens trying to be the hero. The Fate's Call is going to pull him immediately out. Back in again to try and lock down Deft, but he flashes away and snipes down the Thresh. Chovy still alive, by the way. Locks down yet another one with the Q as the piercing arrow was so close.
Johan
and Bang
wants more.
and Keen, yeah, they are limping towards this dragon. They're desperate. They want to grab this soul as much as they can. As Johan, he's got Franklin form. He'll be absolutely fine. Not actually with this skin. It's called Turtle. Yeah, this one's a little bit too cool. As Chovy, he's going to Everfrost the dragon, and Deft is going to be pushing down this wave. And man, that was a crazy fight though, Wolf. It lasted forever.
Yeah, it was a really long fight, but you know, the difference here, the difference maker in this fight is Chovy, and you can see Morgan is not where he wants to be, right? This is not really his fault. He's actually collapsed upon by the blast cone. But if you watch this fight with Chovy, he's in the front line for so long, you can see how far forward Bang actually has to go to do the damage to him. Dread commits in, and when Chovy doesn't die here, Afrika Freaks are doomed because he is just able to continue to do damage from now on, and they don't have any gap closer anymore. They don't have any way to deal with him. Bang is just too low range, and it has to keep kiting away. As meanwhile,
Lehens is at 100 health or something like that. Johan's just going to chase him down. This skin is actually way too cool as the hook is going to taxi him. Oh, the Grump, one more auto. Oh, gets into the brush as now the Grump is going to turn tail. He's looking for Johan instead. Smoke to death. Okay, that'll do it. As Hololive now continuing to push. They don't have Baron. Oh, wait, they do, actually. It is alive for another 20 seconds. Unfortunately, I looked at Morgan. He died. Didn't have that buff anymore.
yeah, it's just for a few more seconds here. They're not going to be able to get any inhibitors with the Baron buff right now, but this Drake advantage that Afrika Freaks had is really starting to fall by the wayside. And if the Cloud Soul actually goes over to Johan, he becomes so much more difficult to lock down and is able to chase so much better and engage so much better. The speed at which Hololive Esports can rotate around the map and make plays like this, grabbing a turret, threatening kills around in the jungle around it, is so difficult to deal with for Afrika because the comp is so low range and can't match these rotations. You have to really commit a big rotation of everyone if you're Afrika Freaks to deal with something like this. Then you lose other objectives on the map. If you don't get the kill on Camille, you're like, oh, well, now there's problems in the mid lane, you know?
Yeah. Feels like there's problems absolutely everywhere. I think Chovy's going to do it, man. I think it might be back-to-back POGs. He might be out at 900 points after this one because this has been such a dominant performance. As Morgan is going to find Lehens. Okay, this is how it all started before Lehens went on walkabout, as the blast cone's going to be avoided, but Morgan, yeah, he's able to be displaced out of his ulti, so instead it has to be this merry jaunt that good old Johan
look at where
Lehens go on.
Look where everyone else is on the minimap. They're just protecting Morgan. They're drawing a line between the rest of Afrika and Morgan. Without the Thresh there, you don't have any really strong engage. You can't pick anybody in the jungle. And now Johan, the mobile ward, he's looking for lockdown.
Yeah, exactly. And he's 1 versus 2 right now, but he's pretty tanky, as you can see. Vista comes on over, and yeah, Keen and Dread, they have to walk away from this one. Chovy has found something that looks like a minion, and he's going to kill it, of course.
367. Yeah. He's going to hit 400 this game.
It's not bad. He's still 60 ahead of the clock. As in goes Morgan, does find himself a bit of a stun there onto Keen. Dread. Oh, that's a party cast. It's not really what you want. As Dread is going to go golden. The turret is going to be taken down, though, as now the Nidalee will explode. Primal Surge keeps him alive for a little bit longer as Fly looking for the flank, but he explodes. Oh, manages to get the ulti off first, but is still going to be taken down.
And there's just so much damage here for Life Esports that if you don't get that kill onto Morgan at the beginning, they just walk away from the rest of the team, collapse onto Fly, who's desperately trying to make a flank happen. I feel like we've seen this so many times with Set, Atlas, throughout this season, where in the later parts of the game, you have a Set who's trying to flank and look for a big showstopper, and that's his whole job. And if he gets spotted or just collapsed upon, he dies, and then it's a 5v4 fight. There's no front line anymore. I really liked the pick for the draft. I really liked how he executed it in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, it used to work well, but unfortunately there's just too much damage now. So he goes in for his flank and pops like a balloon.
Yeah, so watch this. Morgan goes in by himself, and Fly is teleporting from behind. So this entire time he's not here to peel. Morgan, there's no turret shots anymore. He can do so much.
Oh dear.
Dread is actually forced away, and then there's collapse on the Fly. Like, oh, he teleported behind us? Well, let's just turn and kill him. And then Afrika have no place at this place on the map anymore. They have to walk away, sadly. Tail between the legs on that one.
Def definitely called his cousins over, though, as you saw. You know, he was getting bullied by Big Bad Set. And then he's like, no, I've got my boys. And everyone came and saved him while he was golden. Lehens now might be caught out of position. As Fly's in here as well. Decent face breaker, but it's cancelled out by the Pulverize. As Morgan gets the stun, the Set just not tanky. He's built Blade of the Ruin King. He just explodes in the back line.
This is such a frustrating place to be in for Afrika Freaks. You don't have range here. The clear time at this point for the Baron is pretty quick.
Yeah. And Johan as well can tank it almost indefinitely.
Look at where Vista is. He has full vision here. He has a ward in the brush.
Yeah, he's going to get headbutted back. And oh no, Lehen's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Johan's running real fast, as you can see, wanting to start this fight up. Keen goes in. Decent cast back, but there's no follow-up. And yep, Fly getting a decent ulti, but as you can see, Morgan's picking up double kills, and Afrika just have absolutely no damage. The wallets be too heavy, and Harm Alive, they don't really care about a Baron, they're just going to win the game.
Chovy just sitting there at full health doing so much damage, and he's like, this is the path of least resistance to the Nexus. I'm going to head right up here.
Yep.
It's like a lightning bolt. Take out this inhibitor and push for the win. Very impressive game for Life Esports. They gave up early Drakes. They understood that that was a place in the game where they were going to be the most vulnerable. They wanted to play around their side laning. The Camille got a little bit fed early, and they controlled the macro. They controlled the later fights where the scaling came into play, and it's an easy cleanup here.
Yep, some more kills just to pad these KDAs. 5-1 and 11 on the Varus, but this was a story once again about mid lane difference. Chovy,
can he get 400?
With the most ludicrous gold lead, 395 to 230 as the Nexus dies. And Life Esports, after what was a dismal performance in their last series, come back with a vengeance here. Afrika showing a little bit more signs of life in this particular instance in comparison to Game 1, but still, the mid to late game was just owned by, once again, that dude in the mid lane who just seemed to be impervious to death.
Yeah, this is a statement game for Life Esports. As you said, after a very weak performance last week and really weak drafting, that was our biggest criticism. The drafts here were a little bit eclectic, right? They weren't normal, and they definitely didn't play to Life's normal style in terms of Chovy, right? With the second draft, with the first draft they did.
Yep.
Chovy just got such an early lead on the Victor. I mean, not an early lead, he was so stable early, I should say, and then started to compound a lead because Camille was so strong and so difficult to deal with. Plus, Johan actually controlled the jungle, so Chovy was able to free farm in a solo lane off to the side all by himself on the top side of the map forever, and no one could ever challenge him, and no one could ever get on top of him in teamfights. It was a range problem. And Chovy carried in every single team fight, did so much consistent damage. And Life Esports, I feel like making a big statement here saying, okay, that was a bit of a fluke last week, but we absolutely crushed this series that we're starting off week 8 with here on Thursday.
They absolutely did. And they also played to all of their win conditions throughout that game as well. It was beautiful. They focused topside to get the Camille the advantage that she needed. Morgan also in the 1v1 played very, very well. I do want to say that because he isn't known necessarily for crushing lane, right?
Yeah.
But he did actually have a very good laning performance, but then Johan was there to help support it. Then you've got Deft standing back, clearing waves with his piercing arrow. That's exactly what his job is, right? They identified the fact that this Afrika comp was low range, then you utilize the Varus to soften them up, and then you've got so much consistent damage coming out of both the Varus and the Victor as they stay at their sort of like critical range. They're playing footsies there with the Afrika, and they play out these team fights really nicely. I think Fly did his absolute best to try and make the set work, but unfortunately as the game drew on, it was just the same play over and over again, but with less money. And unfortunately, the same things just happened.
The first few times you flank and you showstopper in, you can actually get the pick because your team is with you and they're not behind. They're not trying to clear waves while you're doing this. You're not like super far away from them as you collapse in. But in the later parts, your team is super far away because the Camille has all the waves pushed. You have Baron buff pushing waves, you know, so you can't actually connect the set with the rest of the team. And, you know, they could just kill you so quickly. In the beginning, it's like, well, nobody can kill me. I'm set. And then eventually everyone has full items and the full builds are coming online. Chovy has 400 CS, so you just don't last very long.
No, you don't. Another very impressive performance from the mid laner. And another one of these times where we look at a freak and we just sigh at the fact that it always seems to be a very similar thing, right? And that is that mid laners seem to have the run of the show. As far as anyone that is Afrika's opposition. It's why it's so hard to rate this team, right? Because there's always that sort of gap. And with the fact that lane priority is so important, Fly really needs to start stepping up if they do want to be able to get towards those playoffs. But we do have some highlights ready. Let's bring them up onto your screen and have a look at just how much farm Chovy got this game.
It was a lot. And they had a lot of really great team fights, too. This was Fly actually turning this one.
Yeah, it's a big shout out to Fly and his skirmishing power early.
I mean, he's really similar to Bay. I like that shout out you gave earlier, but both of them seem to have a lot of problems on control mages and on champions where being in the front line actually or getting out of position can cost you the game if you end up getting picked at the worst possible spot. But we didn't get a highlight. We didn't get the highlight of the level 6 gank at the top of the map too, which is where it felt like the game really transformed because Johan was able to sneak and get away with that one and start to snowball the Camille. So Morgan got that early lead at that point at level 6, and that's something that you can't do, right? If you're Keen in this game, is you can't just go, well, I don't think he'll kill me. He's level 6. I don't think he'll try it when you don't have vision of where the Udyr is, and that was definitely one of the big turning points of getting Camille fed in this game. So many of these late game fights you'll watch where Chovy just, you know, unfortunately he goes down to about a third health, but no one can kill him, and then he just starts coming through, getting some extra shields and death raying everybody down.
Yeah,
it's like that's what Victor does, right? And Ucal is, you know, the player is most known for this late game Victor, but Chovy is someone who's so good at laning and so good at getting CS and side laning that he has so much damage output in these fights, and the positioning, the peel from Vista is so good every time. Like, watch people try to kill Chovy here. And he's like, nope, I'm just going to walk away, and they keep doing damage. And Afrika can't retreat here either, because there's so much lockdown with the Udyr that you have to stay and fight.
And it feels like they're kind of fish in a barrel, is even Deft managing to get over this wall. It would have been like one auto attack there, but Deft gets over the wall, manages to take down the Thresh, and all of these hails of arrows, the gravity fields, these circles on the ground were used so beautifully by Harmalife Esports throughout this. That party cast was a little bit unfortunate, but it was a really great move there from Morgan to step back towards Afrika instead of getting caught by that barrel.
And then they just collapse on the fly and kill him.
Yeah.
That's one of the beginning of the end moments for the set, who's just trying to flank. This was another attempted flank from Lehens, who just gets crushed. And I will be critical. Lehens had some really interesting plays and some really nice attempts throughout this game, but he was often taking very heavy risks and getting punished for it on this Thresh.
This was some classic Lehens from behind, right? And he doesn't go slowly into the night or quietly into the night. You know, this guy likes to go out with a bang, and thankfully that's his lane partner. So.
Look at Chovy's damage!
Yeah, he does a lot of work. And look, like this is Poke Varus as well. If you guys have seen damage graphs that have lethality Varus in them, he's normally obscenely ahead, but don't worry, Victor is a similar champion, and both of these guys just doing way too much work.
Yeah, the only hard engage that Afrika had was the set, and you know, you have the ability to cast people in or maybe get a death sentence off if you're Lehens, but unfortunately with the range problem, the follow-up damage isn't always there, and if you commit to something like the Showstopper, you just get blown up oftentimes, especially when you're trying to go for flanks. And if you don't go for a flank, you're going to get killed before you can close the distance. It's just really unfortunate how Afrika couldn't get an early lead because Hanwha draft just scales so much better, especially in the matchups here. Like, Varus already scales well, Victor scales well, but when you're into a Kalista set, there's no range, there's no poke outside of the Nidalee. And Nidalee hits a spear, but who's brave enough to follow up on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly right. And I feel like, you know, Varus is just a better Nidalee as the game goes on, right? Especially when your set is building so much damage instead of any tankiness. I'm not entirely sure about that particular build, but I don't really want to pull apart Fly just because we've already been so harsh, and it's probably like beating a dead horse at this point in time. But Life Esports definitely looking fantastic in this series, and it's great to see them bounce back after a difficult one against Gen G. But it's now time to throw it over to G-Sun for some translation of the analyst desk and the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. And Hana Life Esports is picking up their 9th win of the split, with this 2-0 win up against Africa Freaks. It's really hard to predict what they're going to play from now on. Even after the draft was done, we weren't sure whether it's going to be Varus mid or Camille mid, maybe Victor going to the bottom lane. Because it's Hana Life Esports, they always try something new heading into the later stage of the split. And Hana Life Esports, well, but still, they went for a very ordinary comp in game number 2, and Africa Freaks maybe. Africa Freaks, they were trying the similar comp that Hana Life played in game number 1, picking up Nidalee, the first pick of the red side, and then pairing it with AD Champion on the mid lane. It was Nidalee paired up with Seth. Hana Life, whereas they had a very strong comp in the early game for game number 1, but this time around, Africa Freaks, they had a lot of beefy front line, but at the same time, they were lacking damage. So it all came down to the Nidalee spear damage that Africa had to rely on in order to win team fights. So that was the biggest difference between Hana Life Game 1 comp and Africa's Game 2 comp. And without Hikarim and Lilia, Udyr is definitely the best tier champion in the current meta. And Africa Freaks, they have no tool to stop Hana Life's side lane comp. And Africa really needed to stack up their Drake, but there was this one moment where Hana Life was able to steal that away. Now let's take a look at this first highlight where we saw a fight breaking out in a very early phase. So let's take a look at the path from Johan. I think Hana Life made a great call as a team. So usually Udyr goes for an invade in order to counter jungle the opponent's camps. But this time around, Johan actually rotates towards bot in order to protect and support their bottom duo. I wonder who made this call, because this was so effective for Hana Life Esports to kind of get away from a huge threat coming from Africa Freaks. So I wonder whether it's from theft or whether it was a decision made by Johan by himself. Africa was desperate to make an action happen down on that lane. But it was a perfect save that happened by Johan, actually. A very smart rotation coming out from Johan, and at the same time, because Fly made a rotation down to the bottom lane, Chobi had free time in order to get super fed by himself on that lane. But Africa Freaks was almost turning the game around, but we had a huge fight breaking out on the mid lane. So let's take a look at this replay. So Seth, in order to compensate their comp, he went for the full damage itemization, and also Guin's Rage Blade was the item completion for Kalista as well. Alistar, maybe he made a bit of a mistake. He went in too deep, so he had to fall first, but at the same time, Seth also died alone on the front line of Africa Freaks. If Fly built a tanky item, maybe he could have survived a little bit longer, and then Africa Freaks could have turned the fight around. But because of the kind of damage balance that was created by Africa Freaks picks, Fly had to build those damage items, which means he cannot really look for some miracle flank moving on to the later phase of the game. And I also want to make a shout out over to Hana Life, the way they focus fire one target, because sometimes they get super split, but they always end up finding one target that they prioritize in order to take down, and they always stay connected as a team. Even though Africa Freaks was putting up a great fight, Hana Life was able to come back from the loss, and Chovy picks up back-to-back POG for today's series. And perfect KDA scoreline with massive damage and also insane number of CS and gold farmed by himself. Even though he was able to farm so much, he still has a very high gold efficiency in terms of his damage. In the early game, to be honest,
POG를 받을 수 있나라는 의문이
I weren't
드는
sure
그런
whether
상황이었어요.
Chovy could be able to pick up the POG because other players were also popping off, especially Johan. He was doing a fantastic work with the map play, but Chovy definitely paid off in the end because he was the one getting super fed in terms of the CS department, and then he was able to convert all the resources and gold into a massive damage. Everyone had their eyes on Chovy. They really wanted to take him down, but Chovy not even once died in this game.
템트리 면에서도 만년설이를 활용하는
This time around, his mythic item was Ever Frost. So we also want to ask him about this itemization once again later in the POG interview. And Chovy eclipsing all the other players, and he is climbing up the POG standings now, gaining a sole possession of #1 spot in the LCK POG ranking.
포식자 아트록스였는데 두 번째 경기는
POG on the Predator, Aatrox in game 1. Now POG on unanimous POG on that Victor pick in game 2. Back-to-back unanimous POG secured by Chovy. Now let's invite the main character of tonight, Chovy, for this interview.
승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
오늘 2대0 완승과 동시에
Congratulations on your 2-0 win, and also you gained the sole possession of #1 spot in the POG standings. How are you feeling, Chovy?
POG 두 번 받고
I got back-to-back POG tonight. I'm in the first place right now. Feels nice.
좋은 것 같아요.
네, 좋은 것 같아요.
네, 그리고 초비 선수 오늘 1경기
Chovy,
같은 경우엔 초비
in
선수
game
깜짝
#1, we
빌드로
saw a pocket
등장했습니다.
pick from you. Mid Aatrox after more than 300 days, especially taking the rune Predator. So could you elaborate that pick and your rune choice?
솔랭에서 아트록스가 발걸음 분석이
I think Aatrox looked really good with Strike Breaker in solo queue, so I tried it for a couple of times.
잘하면
I think if you piloted well in mid lane,
반반 갔을 때
I think it's really good if you can play 50-50 in lane. And once you complete your Strike Breaker, I think
제가 이제
it gets
돌려서
super fed.
미드에서 반반 가면은 이제 탑에서 또
And
유리한
then
구도가 나오니까
Which also means that if I can just stay 50-50, it also opens up more space for a top laner. So it's really good for your team as well. What about the Predator rune?
아트록스는 지배 쪽
Aatrox, you know, he has a lot of rune to take over there, but it's really hard to get the electrocute proc. So I just wanted to take the Predator and make a lot of room around the map. How did you feel after getting it banned away in game #2?
아트록스 밴당하지 몰랐어요 사실.
I never saw it coming, to be honest.
미드 완전 미드 AD 저격 밴이 많았었으니까.
There were a lot of target bans towards Chovy, especially about the AD picks, but you are always coming up with new stuff. For example, like Lilia mid, Syndra last time, Cyan, Rek'Sai jungle. So Hana Life, I think these days are trying a lot new experiments. It's really entertaining to watch, but at the same time, as a fan, we are really, you know, worried in a good way. What is the reason behind the new picks and comms?
저는 새로운 시도를 하는 거
We are trying new things, and I think that's really, I'm really positive about it because you need something new in order to make a process. You know, in order to develop, you have to keep trying new things.
그거 결국 이기기 위해서 선수들은 모든 시도를 하는 거니까요.
그렇죠.
그럼 지금 준비해두신 또 다른
Is there any other pocket picks left from Hana Life Esports? Any teasers for us? It's a secret.
뭐라고가 아니라 뭐든 있다.
네, 알겠습니다.
I'm pretty sure there are some left in store of Hana Life Esports, but in game #1, Jinx and Thresh actually died 4 times combined. How did Hana Life see the whole situation? Did you guys think that you guys were behind?
일단 바텀 쪽에서
Down on the bottom
상황이
lane,
안 좋으니까
we had some bad
위쪽에서
accidents, so we wanted to play around the top side of the map.
근데 정작 바텀에서 득점을 하고
However, Hana Life Esports was able to turn around at the bottom lane. But moving on to game #2, you played Victor. Last time you played Syndra, and this time you played Victor, and you both build actually Everfrost with that mage champions. So could you tell us about the Everfrost build? I think Everfrost has a very nice stats in the vacuum. That item is really good, and that active skill is also really strong. And for Victor,
이제 상대 조합이 좀 팔이 짧기도 했고
Africa Freaks in game number 2 had a very short range and they had to dive onto us. So I wanted to counter their actions with that item. Game number 2, Africa Freaks had Nidalee jungle and Sets mid, which kind of tells us that they will be playing around the mid lane, but still you were able to farm up a lot of CS. Because it was Nidalee and Set, I knew that they were going to play around mid lane, so I didn't went in for a trade. I just wanted to farm in a safe spot. I just wanted to absorb the ganks coming out from the opponents. So that's why, that's maybe why I had higher CS number compared to other games. And Africa Freaks was looking for a bottom turret dive, but even Udyr grouped up in order to kind of contest for that play. So when was the moment that Hana Life was aware of that play coming up? Nidalee came to the mid lane and she was helping Seth pushing the lane, and we saw Seth rotating to the bottom lane, so we knew that they were gonna go for a dive, so we wanted to stop them from pulling him off. And I heard you are good friends with Johan, and he's been, ramping up together with you. So how is playing together with him on the same team? I mean, it's just funny, It kind of feels awkward to be like playing together with your close friend. I can tell. Is it more comfortable to have a friend on your team, or do you guys argue more? Yeah, I'm feeling slightly more comfortable because he's my friend. Your next opponent will be Leaf Sandbox. They were able to take you down in the first round robin. How are we gonna get to revenge? I think Leaf Sandbox, they can show some high highs. I think they have a huge potential, so we won't get caught off guard, and we will prepare really hard and do our best for that upcoming series. And this will be the end of the interview from Chovy from Hana Life Esports, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation with the one and only Chovy. A well-deserved 100% POG rate as far as the votes tonight as well in both of these games. A lot of dominance. Him and Deft actually both really popping off.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to take a look at our play of the day.
Yeah, I wonder which series it's going to be from, actually.
Yeah, it's hard to say. There's some good ones around the board. Let's see. Oh, okay, we're going all the way back to this
it's
Barrel.
Barrel being a god. I love it.
And Ghost is like, oh, I'm here. What's up? Best play with a Barrel Ghost. Very impressive word play here as well from our production team. We'll have to translate that.
Cute.
There you go.
And he throws Fnatic's Season 1 trophy at him as well. That is just beautiful.
Adding insult to injury. And it is a clean play. I mean, the coordination between this bot duo is just something that's a thing of beauty to watch every single time.
It's crazy as well because they barely spend any time together either. They have the lowest bot proximity, but it doesn't matter. They're still able to gap so many of their opponents on the bottom side of the map. That was a joy to watch. Our last series was a joy to watch, and let's see how that has impacted our standings here as we get into the first day of Week 8. Hana Life Esports do confirm that our 4th place position, DRX, they still have a further game played, so one less loss means that they retain their 3rd place. However, if DRX loses in any way, Hana Life take 3rd.
Africa still in a rough spot. I mean, we got really excited about Africa. It looked like they were getting better and better. Like suddenly this team is shaping up to be a solid one, but they're all on a 3-game losing streak and are technically behind Nongshim for the time being. They still have a decent chance if KT slips up in their next few very difficult series to clinch that playoff spot. But a win here would have been so important, and they just can't make it happen.
Yeah, this next match tomorrow is actually very important as well, as KT are going to be taking on Liv Sandbox. KT need to win. They need to keep a gap between themselves and the lower teams. This 6th place in the standings is so incredibly important, and everyone is so close. Nongshim as well. It's sort of been a while since we've seen them, as they are going to be taking on DRX in the second match of tomorrow. DRX looking to really solidify that 3rd place. If they go down to Nongshim, though, then they fall behind Halma Life Esports.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. That would be a pretty big upset and a huge boon for Nongshim. Maybe they make playoffs if they can make it happen.
If they can find these upset wins, each one of these potential upset wins is so important. But that will do it for us tonight. More LCK tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Good night.